The Peacock Theater is perfect for our first decentralized draft. We really are creating the event for television. Even though there'll be a pretty significant crowd that'll be here in the Peacock Theater, we've created the environment on stage and also backstage so that the home audience gets a really cool experience.
Instead of the interviews taking place face-to-face with the GMs, instead there's going to be a virtual component. We have celebrities who are going to be here.
Let's get ready to rumble! To make our selection, Celine Dion.
This is our main screen here, and on this screen you will see everything from draft facts, notable past picks of a team.
We've got about 90 cameras coming in remotely from all over North America. You're going to get to see all the different hockey personnel from all the different cities. For 32 players in the first round, their lives are going to change. And that's what's really cool about the draft.
Has the ability to get us competing and winning the Stanley Cup.
There's a good chance that things are going to move around.
Since I've been like 7 or 8, my dream has been to go to the NHL.
Every step you take, the game gets faster.
We all know what our needs are.
The raw talent is there. He's a likable player. He's a rollback player.
This kid is a different breed. We need to get a great player out of this draft.
impact of pain. The patch is a game changer. No creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable and there's a real money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. To our website, if you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing to lose. I promise the patch works.
Achy joints? Reach for the spray. Muscle soreness? Reach for the spray. With Tidal, next generation pain relief. Tidal Cryotherapy Spray and the all-new Tidal Heat Therapy Spray reach where it hurts and penetrate deep for rapid relief. The 360-degree spray reaches anywhere, dries fast, and lasts.
It relieves the pain quickly so I can continue doing what I love.
Trusted by athletes and over 1 million satisfied users. Tidal, available online or at your favorite retailer.
This is the one. She fixes, she manages, she perfects. Because maintaining this space transports her to this space. The industrial grade product you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, hon, I found our new car on Carvana.
Already? I want to do some research. Torque or horsepower for this? Oh, great return policy. I found it.
Great minds. Buy your car on Carvana today.
This moment, right here, right now. People wait a lifetime for this, so hold on to it. Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now on NHL Shop. A Fanatics experience.
Well, all the attention around the National Hockey League, it was shifting from Fort Lauderdale and Edmonton now to Los Angeles, where the top prospects are waiting to hear their name called. Plenty of stars are in attendance, and we are so excited to have one of those stars here joining us on set.
Moments, but first, the #1 insider in the game. He's earning his money today. It's been a busy one. There he is, the sharp Elliot Friedman. Elliot.
Oh, thanks very much, Dave. Yes, it has already been a very busy day. Lots of big news, and we'll start with the most recent. About half an hour ago, the Florida Panthers announced that they have re-signed the 2025 Conn Smythe winner as playoff MVP Sam Bennett. He has an 8-year, $8 million extension, 5 years of a no-move clause, the last 3 with a partial no-trade, but their biggest bit of business is done. Also today, an earth-shattering trade between the New York Islanders and the Montreal Canadiens. The Islanders traded defenseman Noah Dobson to the Canadiens, who immediately signed an 8-year, $9.5 million extension with Montreal in exchange of Neil Heineman and the 16th and 17th pick. More on what the Islanders may do with that in a moment. Also, an extension today, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Well, we'll do that one in a second. There was a trade also between Colorado and Columbus. Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood going to the Blue Jackets for a second-rounder in 2 years, a third-rounder tomorrow, and Gavin Brindley, the prospect who was drafted in 2023. John Tavares re-signed an extension with the Toronto Maple Leafs today. 4 years, $4.38 million. There's some deferred money at the end of it, which lowered the AAV, but the 38-goal scorer back for 4 more years. Now, we mentioned the Islanders. Here's the thing to watch. The Islanders have the #1 pick. They're expecting they're going to try to move up as high as potentially 4 or 5 to see if they can add to try to get James Higgins. Let's send you back to the panel. But first, speaking of draft picks, 21st overall in 2021. What happened to that man? What happened to that man?
Look at this guy.
Oh, this is fantastic. What a beautiful memory that was. 2001, Colby.
I wouldn't fit in that jersey they gave me. There's no question.
You look
That's
sharp.
why I've got the girdle on, boys. I'm pulling the 3-piece Sammy. You know what I'm talking about.
Let's go.
But it's draft day. Let's
Welcome
go.
to your first draft coverage with us. That's Colby Armstrong, of course, known to all of us. Sam, of course, Cosentino breaks it all down. Jason Bukla, these guys know more about these prospects than anyone in the biz. And we're expecting a lot of fun over the next 4 or 5 hours. Sam, what's your biggest expectation here?
Well, Matthew Schaefer, right? We've waited all year for this. At the start of the year, it was James Higgins, and now we've moved into the Matthew Schaefer territory. When you look at the Noah Dobson trade, you move out a defenseman. Why? Because you're going to draft Matthew Schaefer. Matthew Darche the general manager of the New York Islanders, comes over from the Tampa Bay Lightning. He just spent a boatload of time watching Victor Hedman control games, be a big body presence, create offense, be a great guy in the room. Matthew Schaefer checks all of those boxes, and for the Islanders, he will be their version of Victor Hedman after today.
Oh, that's sweet right there.
He's outstanding. Here's what I'm thinking, though, boys. This draft could go right off the rails at pick number 2, and I do mean that. My list is completely different than yours, completely different than a lot of people's. The team that I'm really going to key in on, though, here is the Utah Mammoth at number 4. Bill Armstrong, the general manager of the Mammoth, he has a player type that he really likes to draft. Big, strong, physical players is his preference. So Porter Martone, who's that big right shot winger from the Brampton Steelheads, this is his heat map from this year. Look at where he takes the most of his shots. He doesn't waste the puck between the dots. Drive the net from below the goal line. That big power body is something that he really covets. Bill Armstrong, that is. But will the Mammoth be making the pick at 4? That's something else to keep an eye on.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, lots of action and totally in a different scenario than we're used to seeing, guys, right, with this draft. Here we are at the Peacock Theater. We're not used to the video we just saw, walking into arena for myself with the experience, right? There's the draft floor. Oh, my goodness. There's the GM. Oh, I seen that guy on TV. Wow, I'm at the NHL draft. This is amazing. We're at the Peacock Theater. The GMs are in their war rooms back home. This is a totally different experience. Dreams will be made today, but a one-off, a weird draft year to have it done kind of this way for all these players. They're gathered at their hotel earlier. All the agents are here. Just missing all the scouts and all the guys that put in all the hard work all year to be here involved, rubbing elbows.
Well, listen, the GMs aren't here, but the prospects are here, and a lot of them, Canadian content will be on full display. We talked about Matthew Schaefer, Porter Martone. Well, what about Caleb Desnoyers, the Quebec League playoff MVP? A little bit earlier, took a little stroll through the Peacock Theater with our A-Lish Forfar.
All right, Caleb, you just walked the red carpet in LA. You're entering the Peacock Theater. We'll have to start with the suit. Tell me what you're wearing tonight.
A glorious suit. I've been working with them for a few years, and they're the best in the business, so rocking a great suit tonight.
Look good, feel good, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so we're walking in. How are you feeling about this week? I've seen your name a lot online, hot topic. Feeling good about your opportunity tonight?
Yeah, feeling great. It's a great experience. You know, we've been waiting for that moment since we're really young, so looking forward to enjoy it.
Any nerves?
Bit of nerves, but especially my mom. My mom, I think so. She's a bit more nervous.
We can't wait to see her reaction because that'll be a very fun clip for you guys to have forever, right?
Exactly.
Okay, last one for you. So the draft experts say you got high hockey IQ, you're very intense, you're a competitor. What's your favorite thing about your game?
I'd say details, the intangibles. Take a lot of pride in it, and just making the players around me better is something that I really love to do on the ice.
Well, you're here. How's it feel?
Feels great. It looks good.
Well, best of luck tonight. Bonne chance.
Merci beaucoup. Très apprécié.
Okay, thanks, A-Lish. Yeah, Caleb's name will be called early. We do expect Matthew Schaefer's name, though, to be called first overall. Arguably the most talented player in this NHL draft, and unquestionably the player who has faced the most adversity in his young life. Here's the beautiful, heartwarming, and heartbreaking story of the journey for Matthew Schaefer to get to today.
I'm pretty sure it's Suite 1 we're going. 325 to 345, and then the next one's 350. Mr. Darsh, how you doing?
Done with interviews?
No, I have a bunch back-to-back now.
Do you have any interviews tomorrow, too?
Yeah.
All right,
I'll see you later. Good luck with everything. It's good to see you. See you soon. We're right here. Perfect.
Come on in.
Hi, Chris. Matthew, nice to meet you. Matthew.
Nice to meet you. All right, let's get started. Let's see.
Yeah.
How would you describe yourself as a player?
On the ice, my skating ability and hockey IQ, I think, are two big parts of my game. And then off the ice, I'm very vocal. I'm a leader.
Matthew, tell us about your family.
From day one, I always wanted a sibling. I always wanted a little brother. Parents tried. Nothing ended up working out. And so they were like, you know what? How about a dog? We got a dog, and then a couple weeks later, my mom's pregnant.
Having a brother that was 9 years older was perfect for Matthew. Johnny was his idol, role model, and mentor.
I think when I was 3 years old, me, my dad, and brother would go on the ice quite a bit, and I'd skate with them. But I think the biggest thing was just watching my brother grow up.
Because of the brother and the relationship, it wasn't even an option. Like, he was going to be a hockey player.
Did I ever think he was going to be as good as he ended up being? No, not at all.
While Todd was dealing mainly with Johnny's hockey, Matthew's mother, Jennifer, was the ultimate hockey mom. She drove him everywhere.
Mama Bear, she's the best. She'd do anything for anyone, and especially her family. I know a lot of my friends, they consider her as a, fun, outgoing, caring, and has the best laugh.
Matthew continued to impress in minor hockey, but life changed for the Schaefer family when Jennifer was diagnosed with cancer in 2021.
You hear, people that go through cancer and people that go through a lot of stuff, but you would never expect it to be your family.
She would be sick, but you'd never know it. She would be tired, but you'd never know it. She would be depressed, but you'd never know it.
She never, broke that smile on her face, even though she was going through, one of the worst things that could happen.
During this difficult time, Matthew soared to the top of the OHL draft rankings.
Without further ado, the Erie Otters are proud to select, with the first overall pick in the 2023 OHL priority selection, Matthew Schaefer.
This day is meaningful to my family. My dad, Todd, my mom, Jen, and my all-time favorite player, my brother and OHL grad, Johnny. This is truly an honor and a day my family and I will always cherish.
It was funny because every day in August, she cried herself to sleep at night. We went down there. The day we left them down there was the only day she didn't cry because we met Emily and Ryan. It was like, oh my God, this is home. They're wonderful people.
We hit it off really good with his family. My wife and I and my daughter were there. And I figured it was pretty hard dropping a 15-year-old kid off with some strangers in a different country.
Schaefer faking, steps into one and scores! The first career OHL goal for Matthew Schaefer.
Matthew's rookie season went well on the ice, but at home, he had no idea his billet mom, Emily, struggled with her mental health.
She was depressed. We lost a baby 5 years prior. So at that time, she had a breakdown, and she took a walk that night, and she never came back.
Ryan woke him up at 7 a.m. to the news that Emily had passed away, and it's public knowledge she had committed suicide. He was heavily involved in their lives, even in that short amount of time that he was there. He stayed there for a bit, and then it was the Christmas break, so it was a perfect opportunity for him to come home and regroup.
During this time, Jennifer's health declined quickly.
It was family day, and she wasn't feeling well. That week, we went into the hospital, and the doctor basically said, it's time, we've lost the battle, basically.
My dad called and said, you gotta get to the hospital right away. I don't know how much time we got. And then
I had to make the call to Erie and get Matthew, and sort of just replaying in my mind. But I know crying is a good thing, so there's nothing. And I remember it was very hard when he came across that border, because I couldn't pretend anything anymore. It wasn't, not that I was pretending, but again, we look back and everything happened so quick.
My dad picked me up, and then we went straight to the hospital from there. I remember I'd, give her a hug and a kiss, and she'd put her hand on my face, and I go, Mom, I love you so much. I just want you to know that, you've done so much to help me and be the person I am today, and I want to make you so proud.
On February 24th, 2024, Jennifer Schaefer passed away at the young age of 56.
People ask me all the time, where does he get his strength from? Is he hiding it all? Is he burying it? Not at all. He didn't want to see his mom suffer. His belief system is that she's in a better place.
I know she's with me all the time, but I like to be able to look at, her stone and her picture and just be able to talk to her, be here with her. So yeah, it's nice.
If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you think days your beats. Your funeral was beautiful. I bet God heard you coming.
As the draft approaches, Matthew continues to remember and cherish the memory of his mother, Jennifer.
think my brother and dad will probably break out into some tears. I guarantee you I will probably have some tears too for, you know, my mom and everything. Wish she was there. But yeah, I think there's not going to be a dry eye in the family.
We're going to have her very close to our heart for that time. There's definitely going to be an empty chair there. That wish was filled. She'll be looking down very, very happy.
It'll be awesome. It'll be awesome. Sorry. But, yeah, I'm just happy for him because he deserves it. And he's very deserving. So I'm be very proud.
I know she's always with me. She's probably sitting right beside me right now as I'm doing this interview, kind of keeping me up there, keeping me strong, you know. I just want to play for her and make her proud.
The kids are in town for a funeral. So pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty young blood left in them. And plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy.
Well, it's going to be an incredibly emotional night for Matthew Schaefer and his family, and of course honoring his late mother Jennifer there inside the lining of his jacket. Thanks to Sportsnet senior feature producer Jeremy McElhaney for telling that beautiful story. Elliot, of course, lending his voice to Matthew's story. All eyes on Matthew Schaefer and, of course, his brother Johnny as well. The NHL entry draft beginning soon. Anticipation is growing here in Los Angeles. We're getting set. Dreams are going to come true. NHL homes will be found tonight on Sportsnet.
The Thunder have taken the NBA by storm. For the first time, the NBA champion resides in Oklahoma City. The storybook season is complete.
If you are not a subscriber to Rogers or TELUS cable television services, you do not have access to HGTV, Food Network, Discovery Network, or ID. This is because your TV service provider dropped these premium brands. If you want these TV brands back, contact your TV provider and get what you paid for.
Who is that? Hi, I'm Sonny. Ever seen a miracle?
Anything else?
Try fast. No one gets past this without a fight. No one.
F1 the movie, now playing only in theaters.
Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza tastes like never before. Because Domino's has never had stuffed crust before. Seriously. But we do now, and it's stuffed with melty cheese and topped with garlic seasoning and Parmesan. Try it for the first time tonight. From Domino's.
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
The Chevrolet employee pricing event is back on Silverado Crew Cab models. Right now, get up to $11,300 off a Silverado ZR2.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Okay, I need a bit of help, Gemini.
No problem. You could try using mayonnaise instead.
What about Greek yogurt?
If you don't have mayonnaise, then yeah, Greek yogurt is a great choice. The texture is similar, but you might want to add a little extra salt and pepper.
Across the world, McDonald's menu items are missing. Belgium's Biscoff McFlurry, gone. Japan's teriyaki chicken sandwich, stolen. Somehow, they're now in Canada, and it's up to you to try them all.
It's the big day, Zane. Worried about bad breath? Now it's swishy time. Say yes to TheraBreath mouthwash to help you fight bad breath for 12 hours.
And it's non-burning, unlike a best man speech.
TheraBreath, it's a better mouthwash.
If stuff like this just isn't working for you, then it might be time to consider discussing additional weight loss treatment plans from Phoenix.ca. I'm so hot. It's so hot.
You need to stretch.
I am stretching.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. You know what? How about you be my trainer? I see why they call Satu the unicorn. She's different. That's tough.
There's one true thing about restaurants.
You are never alone.
What do Canada's most passionate burger lovers think about the Teen Burger? How is it?
It's stellar. You know when you're a kid and you can't hold your excitement?
Yeah.
That's what this burger makes me feel like.
Taste the Teen Burger at A&W.
Hockey Central signing season, Tuesday on Sportsnet.
We're making a movie about your life and your career. Who's going to play you in that movie?
Adam Sandler, 100%.
I think Jim Carrey would play me in a movie. Fun fact, he's born on the same day as me.
Have you ever been to LA before? Is there anything that you want to see?
Probably just eat some Chipotle first. Chipotle.
Tell us in one short sentence why a team should draft you.
Because I win. Want to win a Stanley Cup? You win with players like me.
We're going to test your reflexes. Are you good at bop it?
Bop it. Twist it. Pull it. Bop it. Bop it. Oh!
Gosh. Oh, no way.
Twist it. Bop it. Yeah. 4, 8, 3.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Anything about you that would surprise us to learn? Do you have any hidden talents?
Big singer, big dancer. This one's for Sammy Constantino. Oh, you were trouble when you walked into me, so shame on me now.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. I'm good at piano too. I can juggle.
I like fighting. That's not something I won't do. I'm a lefty.
So you got the surprise weapon then in your back pocket.
Yeah, now I won't be surprised.
All right, well, I'm not between two ferns, but I am between two Swedes, Anton Frondell and Victor Eklund, and you guys are the best of friends. We saw you in that tape a little bit, but how are you feeling tonight being at the draft together?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, to see what's coming. So, yeah, definitely excited.
Okay, so we showed some snippets, but I want to take you back to the Rubik's Cube days. One of you was excellent, and one of you not so much. What are your recollections of this?
I know how to do it.
Oh, hell, man.
I think we remember this. He did it, eyes closed. We didn't get to put yours in because, we didn't complete it, but that's okay. We're here for positive vibes. And the last thing between you two, you both said you really wanted to see The Weeknd, remember? Your favorite artist?
Yep.
Okay, well, we couldn't get you tickets, but we got you some shirts in case you guys do go to see The Weeknd this weekend, because I know he's your favorite.
I'm going tomorrow.
You are? Are you going?
Us too, yeah.
Okay, you're going together? I love it. Well,
thank you.
Looks good on you. The Weeknd, good Canadian boy. All right, best of luck to you guys today. We'll send it over to the DA.
I love it. Listen, they look to have so much fun during the Combine. Is that how you remember it all those years ago, Colby?
Well, I don't get it. All these guys have fancy suits, first of all. Like, I had, my suit was nice, but I don't have custom everything. Like, these kids are dialed now. It's another level. I interviewed at the Combine, though, with every single team. I didn't eat lunch. I was rolling through it. In my Pittsburgh meeting, I remember Greg Malone, good friend of mine now, played with his son in Pittsburgh, of course, convinced me to relax, take off your suit coat, don't be so tense. And I took it off, and my back was soaking wet, just stressed to the max, boys. So, then the workouts and everything. The boys have been put through the ringer, if you could imagine. It's even more intense now and scrutinized more now. But a great experience all leading up to tonight and tomorrow, of course, for a lot of these guys.
Yeah. What about you guys? What did you take away? Because you guys were at the Combine. What did you take away from it?
Well, my big thing is like, when the kid walks into the room, I think you can tell whether or not you have character. Does he look you in the eyes? Is he shaking your hand? Is he acknowledging the other people in the room? Is he engaging in the conversation, or is he just kind of a wallflower? And don't get me wrong, it's really difficult in that situation because they've just met with 15, 20, maybe 25 teams, and now they have to meet with a number of the television rights holders. But to see someone who still has juice after all that tells me a lot about the kid. So I think there's a lot to be gleaned from the process. I've always thought that. And sometimes it's a little fun, too.
Well, you got a shout-out. Schaefer was singing to you. I mean, pretty amazing.
Of course. So for me, DA, I'm kind of, Sammy's a good cop, and I'm the bad cop at the Combine. I don't mind telling the viewers, so these guys are talking about, they're getting them to play small pianos and juggle donuts and stuff like that. I'm not really into that so much. I want to mine down more on what I've seen out of the player, the prospect through the course of the year, and give our Sportsnet fans, if you will, a little bit more insight from a hockey executive perspective. So I don't lob too many softies over there, and I'm right there, and it catches them off guard because, honestly, to be fair to these kids, they're walking in there and they're like, who's this clown asking me these questions? I don't even know who he is, right? So it's just one of those experiences. You draw it out a little bit differently, and we all have something to take.
Well, there was like 90 kids went through the Combine, and there's expected to be 90 prospects here in the Peacock Theater over the next 2 days. One notable exceptional. Let's get to Elliot Friedman because there is some news here about a possible top 10 pick not in attendance, Elliot.
That is correct, Dave. There is a player tonight, Brady Martin, who plays for the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, and he is a very highly regarded player. Sam, in his most recent rankings, had him 7th. Jason predicted he'd go 6th in the draft. This is Elmira, Ontario. It's about 2 hours northwest of Toronto, and this is where Brady Martin is tonight with his family on the family farm, and he is busy. One of the things he talked about was if everybody couldn't come, he'd rather stay home and work. He's up early. Break, you've got to do your hockey training to be ready to go in the top 10 potentially tonight. That's about 3.5 hours, the skating and the training. Then it's back to the chores. First of all, in the dairy barn, that takes about 2.5 hours. And now tonight, he's able to sit, relax with his family in front of the screen, and be ready. Dave?
Wow, well, they're excited to be seeing what unfolds tonight. We're closing in on the first pick of the 2025 NHL entry draft. NHL dreams about to come true on Sportsnet.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Rogers Xfinity. Get on Canada's most reliable internet. Learn more at rogers.com/Xfinity.
Don't let dinner be a dud. Go get that fresh. Get to Subway. Smoky.
And little ones, too. Of vehicles.
Help nourish play with Catelli Protein Plus. The taste they love and 17 grams of protein.
I'm here to save you.
I want to give you the chance you need. A chance to give.
I want to remind you that your life means a lot.
And you can share that life.
With those who really need it.
Here we go. One more. Go, go, go.
I'm here to save you. Like you're here to save me.
bright sunshine day.
Knew that I was bound to accomplish something.
There's one true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
Night from Domino's.
Hockey Central. Sportsnet.
Tonight, the NHL entry draft lands in Los Angeles for the first time in 15 years. The Peacock Theater, usually reserved for the likes of the Emmys, the BET Awards, as well as the American Music Awards. Well, tonight, all eyes in the NHL world on the City of Angels. Lots of talent about to find their NHL homes. The NHL entry draft on Sportsnet starts now.
The following is a presentation of the National Hockey League on Sportsnet.
This will be my first time in LA. I'm excited. You know, it's a pretty special place for the draft to be.
Most emotional will be my mom, probably crying a bit.
All the hard work you put in is starting to come true.
Definitely some tears, because I wish my mom could be there.
Hi.
I'm Matthew Schaefer.
I'm James Higgins.
I'm Michael Misa.
And this is the NHL Draft on Sportsnet.
What a way to start the long weekend. Nothing better than this, the NHL entry draft 2025 from the beautiful city of Los Angeles. We are downtown in LA live at the Peacock Theater. Great to have you along. David Amber, Sam Cosentino, Jason Bukala, and Colby Armstrong. Lots of analysis. You'll hear from these gentlemen in just a matter of moments, but it's a different look, a different feel to this draft with much more on that. How about our resident insider, Elliot Friedman? Elliot.
Dave, different style of draft means different layout. Let's take everybody through what they're going to see. This is NHL Central Registry over here. Before a trade can be approved, it must come through here. Back behind the set, that's the commissioner's green room. He'll be back there. We've heard a lot from him today. You'll hear a lot from him tonight. You don't need to hear more from him now. Meanwhile, this is the trade podium. There are two duties that the commissioner has when he comes here. Number one will be to announce a trade. Number two will be to put the next team on the clock. So you'll want to pay attention when the commissioner's at the podium. Now, if he's not going to the podium, he's going to be announcing draft picks, and he will be doing that right from here in the middle of the stage. Now, as you know, some of these teams have celebrity pickers. So those celebrity selectors, if they're here in person, they'll come to the middle of the stage. If they're doing it remotely, like, for example, Nikki Glazer for the St. Louis Blues, they'll be doing it from the screen. After a player comes on stage, gets the picture, gets the handshake, they will be going through a secret door. This door goes to NHL Draft House. And we'd like to welcome Stormy Bonatoni, who will be helping us out at NHL Draft House. 35 days ago, Matthew Darche became the general manager of the New York Islanders. He will be making the #1 pick in tonight's draft, and you will see him here welcoming the newest Islander after the selection. Afterwards, the player will go through here, and they will meet the newest member of the NHL on Sportsnet, Dartmouth hockey sensation Eilish Forfar, who joins our coverage tonight. She will be handling the interviews with the players. Dave?
All right, Elliot, great stuff there. And if, remember, when news breaks, and it will, Elliot will be there to put it together, Eilish to interview the players. A lot coming up, comprehensive coverage coming your way. Let's start with you, Jason, though. The expectations as we head into this draft.
Yeah, first of all, it's all about the kids. This is their day, absolutely. I don't want to take any of the focus or attention away from them. But as an executive, I have to tell you guys, there's a lot of moving parts on the horizon that affect your strategy going forward. You got a new CBA. The salary cap's going up. You still only have 50 contracts to work with. The time, the clock for major junior kids is going to be the same as NCAA athletes, so you're going to have 4 years to sign them. All of these things that are going on behind the scenes has a big trickle-down effect on how you strategize your draft floor and how much depth you want to add to the organization at the right time. So from my perspective, it's a little bit different when I come to the table today as a team.
You know, what I think is all the kids are going to have to be on the edge of their seats. Why? Because there's so much uncertainty. I think we're pretty certain that Matthew Schaefer is going to go first overall, guys. But the rest of it, I think it could go anywhere. And so if you're sitting there, I think you're one of the kids, you've been reading all the stuff your parents, your buddies have. But you know what? There's not a lot of certainty here. So you're at the edge of their seat. Are they going to call me right now? What's going to happen? Who's on the phone? What's ringing? What's going on? So I'm interested to see that. And I think that's a pretty cool element to all of this, especially this draft here, not knowing exactly what's going to happen after Matthew Schaefer.
Yeah, and hey, and you're still here. Like, this brings me back. Like, I got a better suit now than when I got drafted, no question. Absolutely looking pretty good. But I have to say, like, this is an awesome experience. This is an amazing experience for these kids, for these families. It's the NHL. Look, it's the best league in the world. And this is where these players come. All the hard work, all the interviews, the combine, all the talk and speculation, yes, but you're here with your friends and family, your support groups. It's the best moment for these guys on their way to getting to the NHL.
Colby, what was the messaging from your family? You didn't know where you were going to go, but what are some of the parents and families telling the kids right now, right before this all starts?
I imagine it's like, we're proud of you, enjoy it. And a lot of guys have the understanding to your guys' points of where they rank and where they're sitting. So they have a general understanding. Anything can happen, of course, but these are the moments you've been waiting for a while playing this game, and they're all young men, yes. But this is a major step for them.
Very quickly, what could be the biggest surprise, Jason, Sam, that we might see in the next few hours?
Montreal Canadiens have already made the big deal there with the New York Islanders. Curious to see what the Islanders do with those two picks, if they look to trade up and possibly add another player, maybe James Hagens to the mix.
Let's go.
Looking at Desnoyers, looking at Martin, and looking at Roger McQueen. Those three guys, I think, can shake up the entire first round.
Lots of Canadian content. We had 19 Canadians picked in the first round last year. They expect that number to be even higher tonight. Here we are. Let's get going. The 2025 NHL entry draft. The commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Southern California vibe. Hey, welcome to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft. Tonight is the night on which lifelong dreams come true. It's also the night on which the building blocks for Stanley Cup champions are put into place. To all of the fans watching us over the next 2 days on ESPN and the NHL Network in the United States, and on Sportsnet and TVA in Canada, the NHL thanks you for being the best in sports. And thanks to the thousands of fans attending watch parties in our 32 markets, we love your passion for our teams, and I love the passion here today. Special thanks to the City of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Kings. Fantastic hosts. Thank you. Now, we have a lot of work to do, so give me a couple more minutes. Much has been written and said about the changes in our draft format this year. It's been called the decentralized draft. Let me give you a little glimpse of what is about to transpire. There are the feeds of all 32 teams' draft rooms around North America. It will feel like they are with us tonight. Actually, they are, albeit virtually. As important, close to 100 prospects whose names will be called tonight and tomorrow are here with us in this spectacular Peacock Theater. Actually, if you're a draft-eligible player in attendance, I ask you to stand right now. Gentlemen, congratulations on getting to this point. Enjoy the moment, and when your name is called, remember your parents, siblings, other family members, coaches, teachers, and teammates have supported you at every step along your hockey journey. Please be seated. In addition, we will make sure that moments after each player is selected tonight, he will be connected by the marvels of technology with his new team and fans. We'll do that by visiting what we call the NHL Draft House. So while we're on the subject, we're going to take a visit of our own. With us is Matthew Darche, General Manager of the New York Islanders, and his colleagues. Matthew, this is your first draft as a general manager. How do you feel?
Well, I don't think it could have gone any better by winning the lottery, so we'll thank Ken Morrow for that, who was there at the lottery. And our UBS Arena here is packed with fans at our watch parties, so we're excited to get going.
Any extra pressure because you have the #1 pick?
I know we're going to get an outstanding young man and an outstanding player, so we're very excited.
That's great. Good luck to you and all of your colleagues around the league. So, here we go. The first selection in the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft belongs to the New York Islanders. Islanders, you're on the clock.
All right, there is Commissioner Gary Bettman outlining how the night's going to look and feel here at the Peacock Theater. The Islanders, one of 8 teams with multiple picks. And you talk about Matthew Darche, talk about walking into the penthouse. He was only hired 36 days ago. The Islanders, gentlemen, had a 3% chance of winning the draft lottery. They move up from 10th all the way to 1st, and now they're about to make history for this Islanders team. They do have a history of having the #1 overall pick. We all remember back in 1972, Billy Harris, the first time the Islanders selected 1st overall. The following year, they pick up a Hall of Famer in Dennis Potvin with all those Stanley Cups with the Islanders. Rick DiPietro, a goaltender taken in 2000. And then it was 2009, John Tavares, who signed an extension with the Maple Leafs. He was the #1 overall pick here with the Islanders. So another name will be added to that, and all signs point to Matthew Schaefer.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it, especially when you move off a young defenseman, 25 years old, 388 games played in Noah Dobson. Now, one's a right shot in Dobson. Matthew Schaefer is a left shot. But when you look at the character, you look at the person, and then, of course, you look at the play, even though the number of games are limited, less than 100 games played over the last 2 years, that's okay. When you've watched him play, I think you're convinced that he is the guy.
A game, B game, fellas. When you're at the top of the draft class like this, it's a hard league, right, Cole? Like, it's a hard league. Not only is this kid going to push the play and do dynamic things offensively, he kills plays defensively. And you saw the feature before we went to air. The character, you can't make that kind of stuff up. If this kid was flipping hamburgers at McDonald's, he'd be the best builder of a hamburger in the world. Like, anything he touches is going to be gold.
And I love it. What an intro by Gary Bettman also. Wow.
And speaking of Commissioner Gary Bettman, he's ready to make the first selection in the 2025 NHL entry draft. To the Commissioner.
With the first overall selection in the 2025 NHL draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from the Erie Otters, Matthew Schaefer.
What an awesome moment, guys.
And there it is, the emotion in the Schaefer family as they think about the late Jennifer Schaefer. Beautiful moment there, embraced with his father, with his brother. 25 friends and family are here with the Schaefer family. The grandparents, Al and Helen Melisek, they are back in Sault Ste. Marie watching this, and I'm sure there's tears in their eyes as well for Matthew Schaefer, the newest member of the New York Islanders, the first Erie Otter picked first overall since 10 years ago. Connor McDavid bestowed with that distinction as well.
You know, David, if you watch the feature and you're seeing that, I'm choked up by it.
Yeah,
okay. So you go to YouTube, you can see the full feature. You really want to get an understanding of what this guy is all about, please go and watch that. Jeremy McElhinney, as you mentioned, did such a wonderful job in telling the story. But, you know, I talked to his dad the other night, Todd, and all of the accolades he's got for being able to handle the losses that he's had to endure, he's hoping that tonight is going to refocus things a little bit and allow that to be inspiration for the hockey stuff here moving forward. And this is just a perfect way to do it. All the hugs, his buddies he played with growing up, all the guys he's met here along the way. Like, what an awesome story. And I got to tell you, I'm a little choked up by it.
I've been doing this north of 20 years at the draft. I have never seen a reception like that for a fellow athlete when you're the first. They all want to be the first pick. But what we just saw there was a special moment that speaks to just the respect that all of his brotherhood, if you will, have for Matthew Schaefer.
Yeah, a massive moment for the Islanders, too, to get a player like this. Like, run his highlight pack, whatever you want to do. He's glitching guys out with his skating and his footwork and his ability to elude and get up ice. I mean, for Matthew Darche and the Islanders franchise, with the moves they made today with Dobson, and then to go out on first overall and land an electric defenseman like this young man is just massive for that franchise.
First OHL player taken first overall since 2015. Again, that was Connor McDavid. And look at the tears, look at the emotion. And now Matthew Schaefer is headed into the NHL draft house to connect with his new team.
He'll be up in a second. By the mic.
Thank you, guys. Oh, sorry. Okay, we're good. Thanks, Matty. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Glad to have you here, Matthew. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. It's a great day in the Island organization. Your parents should be extremely proud of you. I know your mom's proud of you. So we can't wait to see you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you, taking a chance on me. Promise I won't disappoint, but especially just want to say to my mom and, all my family and friends, thanks for everything, but especially you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You can see the
Thank you.
emotions on your face.
Yeah.
What are you feeling right now? What's going through your heart?
Yeah, I think it's just my mom, for sure. I miss her a lot, and I wish she could have been here today.
She's got a front row seat to it right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Matthew Darsh, I know you were playing it cool a little bit earlier, but when you found out that you were going to have this pick, how quickly in the process did you realize this talent and this player was the one for the Islanders?
Listen, there's a lot of good players here tonight, but having Matthew, the hockey player, is outstanding. The human being is as outstanding as the hockey player. So we're so excited to have him here, and we can't wait to see him tomorrow.
So deserving of this moment. Enjoy it. New York Islanders #1 overall pick, Matthew Schaefer.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, that was incredibly emotional. When we talk about it in hockey terms, guys, he says he wants to be like Cale Makar. He wants to be defensively like Chris Tanev. What are the Islanders getting?
Well, you're getting a complete player, D.A. Play driver, as the highlight shows there, right out of the box. And he does a little bit of everything. In the offensive zone, he's got some zig, some zag. He's going to see people across the ice to make plays. He'll drive it on his own off the rush, too, Sammy.
The interesting thing about this guy is that when he played in high-leverage games, even though he didn't play a lot of them, World Juniors, World Junior pre-tournament games, the CHL USA Challenge game, he was absolutely dynamite, the best player on the ice. He would have been Canada's best player at the World Junior. You don't see that at that age, at that position. The other element is, yes, he hasn't played a ton of games, but hey, he's one of the youngest guys in this draft class. You have guys in this draft class that are much older than him, so he can get caught up on that developmental time.
All right, and let's get to Eilish.
Well, congratulations, Matthew. The moment, a dream come true. How did it feel to hear your name called?
Yeah, lots of tears, as everyone can see. More happy tears than, sad. Just, wish my mom could be here. Know she's here in, spirit, but it's pretty cool. I'm super excited. I mean, I've heard so many great things about, the organization in New York, and, ever since they got the first overall, I've wanted to go to their team, and it's pretty cool, and it's a dream come true, and I'm super thankful that, Matthew Darsh and, the whole New York organization, I'm happy they took a chance on me, and I can't wait, and it won't be disappointing.
No, they definitely won't be. You have a lot of heart, and obviously a lot of people here cheering you on. What did it mean to see everyone stand up, and the hugs just from your fellow players and teammates? It was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Obviously, I think the biggest thing for me was, hearing your name called, but obviously your friends, they've worked so hard down the road, and to see, so many people get their name called tonight, I can't wait, and I can't wait to give them hugs just like they did to me, and, I want to be there every step of the way just like they were for me.
Well, congratulations, and I know your mom is very proud, and we're really happy to have you here, so thanks so much.
Thank you.
Over to DA.
All right, great moment for Matthew Schaefer. The NHL just got a great player and a fantastic human being. And look at the list he joins, guys, as far as being drafted first overall into the OHL, followed up by first overall into the NHL. It's a star-studded board, and Matthew Schaefer promises to be a star in the National Hockey League. So the Islanders, they're not done. They'll be back with picks 16 and 17 if they don't move those picks, as being speculated. And that means the San Jose Sharks with the #2 pick. Remember, they finished dead last in the standings the last 2 years. The Sharks with multiple draft picks as well. And they've really bona fide their team into something to look forward to. Mike Greer's done a great job. Macklin Celebrini and Sam Dickinson last year. Will Smith the year before. Eklund as well. What is the expectation? Because, Jason, you said this is when things are going to blow up. So what's going to happen here in 2?
Well, we got to run a centerman here. You got the big rig and Porter Martone, the power winger that is obviously attractive maybe for a guy like Macklin Celebrini, ride shotgun with them. I believe the Sharks are going to go to add another centerman here. It's nice to have Celebrini, but you gotta bulk up that top 6, fellas. Look at the playoffs. The more depth in the middle of the ice, the better off you're going to be. So I'm sitting here waiting on a centerman. Not sure which one it's going to be. That's the thing. Frondell, Hagens, Desnoyers. I mean, the list goes on.
And Michael Misa with 62 goals this year. You're talking about a team that needs offense. I mean, that's an area that you'd have to look at as well. So fascinating elements and options available here for the San Jose Sharks.
I feel like everyone's was different, right? Who
did you have, Colby? Who did you have second?
I had Misa.
And who did you have second?
I had Frondell second.
And who did you have second?
Desnoyers.
Yeah, we're all different.
I think Mike Greer kept throwing up the smoke screens everywhere.
I'm an expert, of course, but
post-draft beer, we'll see who's right on this.
I had Frondell in my mock, but I had Desnoyers on my own.
No, you can't.
He's a Desnoyers guy. He's a big Desnoyers guy. There's another guy here, huge Misa guy. I got cornered in the hotel. They're like, this guy's the best in the draft. He's the best.
Well, shout out to Kenny Hornet. We got to give
him some love.
There's certainly no wrong selection, and San Jose needs some scoring help. Dead last in the league in goals, 31st in goals the year before, and they could really have a bona fide up the front presence with Celebrini and one of these centers we're talking about. So we're waiting on Commissioner Bettman, Mike Greer, and his group getting ready to make. Looks like
San Jose's going for lunch.
Decision.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey, Sharks, you're on the clock. You don't know.
Go for lunch.
That Pacific Division is about to bulk up with what we're seeing with Anaheim, and certainly you already have Vegas and Edmonton and Vancouver, etc. So here comes San Jose. Commissioner Bettman ready with the second pick in just a matter of moments. I mean, we're obviously digging on who they pick, but you're saying here you're leaning towards, obviously, the center position. That's the key.
Well, the strength of any hockey club is down the middle of the ice. I mean, we've seen it through the Stanley Cup playoffs the last couple of years, and that doesn't change here moving forward. You can talk about size or skill and how those things change, but one thing doesn't. You got to be strong up the middle of the ice.
Yeah, for me personally, when you have Celebrini in the 1 and you're going to bring another guy in the 2, and you're splitting hairs on who that's going to be, we're talking Frondell, Misa, Hagens, these types of players, Desnoyers. When you're looking at how you build out your roster, fellas, I like to have a little bit of a different look coming out of 1 and 2, especially if you're splitting hairs, Army, on your players. So, do you want to have a heavier guy like a Frondell coming out in the 2, or do you want to have a speedster like Misa who's going to shoot the pill off the rush a lot? Which one do you want to have? For me personally, I'm going more like a complete player, like a Desnoyers, like a Frondell. That's the way I lean, and that's no disrespect to the other ones.
Complementary parts, not redundant parts. Now,
but this is what gets the players on the edge of their seat, right? Like, the players know what they are. The players know the kind of... And you start thinking, what do these teams need? What do they want?
That's right.
Where am I? How is my meetings with them? How did it go? Where is this all going right now? So these guys sitting out here, these young fellas, they're all sitting there with their wheels spinning as well, and there's a handful of players in this number 2 position. I think it's going to be Misa. I could be wrong. I'm an idiot. But this is the interesting part of the draft where we get to, picks like this after the automatic, I guess, first overall Schaefer.
And you've seen firsthand, Colby, you were drafted into Pittsburgh, and they got Crosby and Malkin, the strength up the middle, and we saw that just with the Florida Panthers, the strength they brought up the middle, having Barkov and all those other players behind him. That's how NHL teams that are winning championships are being built.
I can tell you from experience, fellas, that when we drafted Alexander Barkov second overall in the New Jersey draft, obviously Schaefer's a defenseman. He's a star attraction there at the top. McKinnon went 1. But when we drafted Barkov, there was a lot
to have their pick announced.
It's time for the second pick in the NHL entry draft. Making the selection for the San Jose Sharks is someone born and raised in San Jose. She's a WWE superstar and 2-time WWE SmackDown champion. I give you Bailey.
Hello, Los Angeles hockey fans. It is a huge honor to be here tonight and a huge honor to represent my San Jose Sharks. Hey, better watch them boos, all right? So without further ado, with the second overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Saginaw Spirit, Michael Misa.
Michael Misa, the newest member of the San Jose Sharks. Hugs for his mom, Sandra, his dad, Frank, and, of course, his brother, Luke, drafted last year by the Calgary Flames. And, wow, What a moment for Michael Misa, and what a run it's been. Exceptional status into the OHL. I've watched him play since he was a little guy. Played with the 2006s despite being in 2007, and now he is second overall pick. He led the CHL in points as far as draft-eligible players with 134 points, Sam.
The things he did in the OHL and the CHL in general have been unmatched in 25 years. His 62 goals, there's only 2 others that in their draft year in the last 25 years have eclipsed that mark. Connor Bedard, we saw it a couple of years ago. Sidney Crosby before that. In terms of the point totals at 134, you have to go back to 06-07. Patrick Kane, 145 points for the London Knights in his draft year. Next, this guy right here, Michael Misa. So those numbers in and of themselves, simply amazing. A big part of that is the move from left wing to center. First 2 years in Saginaw, hide him a little bit, get some good matchups on the wing, move him over to center where he played his minor hockey, and boom, he took off. Named the youngest captain in Saginaw Spirit franchise history. This is his shining moment.
So when you unlock them by moving him to the middle of the ice, what that does for a kid who's a skater is that you're always in motion. And when you're in motion and you can use the full width of the ice, you get more creative. When you get more creative and you have speed through the neutral zone between the Blue Lines Army, you get off the flank and you're ripping the puck on that way more. And that's why you see the spike in his goals here. This kid, though, when he does have to play the wing a bit at the NHL level, he's capable, and he can kill penalties. He can do a lot of different things. So, again, I didn't have him here, but it's not because I didn't respect him. This is a heck of a player.
I did. I had him there. I know how I roll, boys. You know how I do it. But
Army's getting the beer.
Kenny Hornick, I mean, this guy was all over it, and he's here at second place, or a second overall pick right now. And you look at those numbers, like, you cannot deny the way that he contributes, the way he produces. You talk about his skating and being able to play up the middle, have the puck more. Yeah. Guys like that, you want the puck in their hands. So, you know, the rich get a little richer with San Jose with another good player.
What a run for Saginaw. Remember, Zane Parekh taken 9th overall last year by Calgary, and here he is, second overall. Michael Misa about to meet his new team.
Mike Greer, why don't you say hello to the newest addition to the San Jose Sharks?
Nice, what's up?
How's it going, Mike?
Good. Well, congrats, man.
Thank you very much.
Super happy to have you. Welcome. You know, we went through this process. You had an unbelievable season, and you know, we're really thrilled to add you to our group here with Mac and Will and Eki and the rest of the guys. So, really excited. Our group behind you here. You can see the guys, the scouts, and everyone. There's so much passion in the room for you. So. Really happy, really excited, and maybe we'll get another Sunday in you.
Yeah.
Once you get out here.
No, for sure. I appreciate you guys believing in me, trusting me, and you know, I'm grateful to join your organization. So thank you.
And Mike, you just said it. You already have these young, talented players: Macklin Celebrini, Will Smith. Why is he the next piece to that young core you guys are building in San Jose?
Yeah, I mean, it's just his 200-foot game, the speed he plays with, the passion he plays with, the compete. We just thought it was a perfect fit with what we already have here. Another guy to step in and be a matchup nightmare for people. Plays in all situations and plays fast and makes plays. So we're really excited to add him.
Congratulations
Thank
to you. Enjoy this moment.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And he's an absolute winner. Won the Memorial Cup in 2024 and the most goals since Patrick Kane for an OHL draft-eligible player. What are we getting? Let's see some highlights.
So here he is on the regroup. He obviously hits the middle seam, tape to tape, and he explodes. And this is the thing. At the junior level, he's already separating. He's going to challenge to be an NHL guarding player sooner than later. Creative. That's what I'm talking about right there, guys. If you're working off the half wall from a standstill, you don't get these opportunities. This is at full speed. This is when you attack, give, go, run over a guy going to the net. I love it. Lots to like here.
All right, let's get to Michael Misa with Ailish.
Just watching your highlight tape there. It looks good. You'll be in a San Jose jersey. How do you feel?
I'm super grateful, you know, just for them to, you know, believe in me with that pick. You know, being here with family and friends, it means the world to me.
Okay, so we talked to you at the draft combine, and you wrecked a lot of nets growing up, right? In your house, hockey nets. Look at all these. I wonder if maybe you'll be able to get your parents.
That one was a fresh one.
That was a fresh one, but we have so many. Look at that.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, over time, you just shoot too many pucks, the nets kind of break, but yeah, I'm super grateful.
And well, it got you to the NHL, so it was worth it, right?
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, and best of luck. Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll go to DA now.
All right. Thanks so much, Ailish. Michael Misa, boy, exceptional player, exceptional status, and the newest member of the San Jose Sharks. It's now the Chicago Blackhawks who are on the clock. And there's Misa, by the way. 46 multi-point games, most in the CHL. That smile says it all. Such a mature young man, just like Matthew Schaefer. Great addition for Mike Greer in the game.
Hey, like what Greer just talked about too. Like, we're excited to have you, Celebrini, Smith, Eklund. Like, now this guy, it's like San Jose, like the Shark Tank. It's been a little quiet lately. It started to get a little exciting last year. We saw these guys. You had another guy like this. It's going to be rocking again soon.
Don't forget about Ryan Warsofsky. He won a championship at the World's Men's with the U.S. This guy's a brilliant young coach. He's an up-and-comer, the perfect guy to grow with this group.
What I really like, DA, real quickly, is that this team didn't score a lot, but they were hard out every night. Like, they really work. They compete. It's just going to take time. This is just another layer for that.
There is good things brewing in San Jose, and Sam Dickinson now teammates with Michael Misa. They played against each other, fierce battles in the GTHL just a few years ago. Meanwhile, the Chicago Blackhawks, they're the next pick on the board, 3rd overall pick. They finished 31st in the league this year. Listen, Connor Bedard, the only player on that Blackhawks team in the top 75 in points. They need some offense. Is that fair to say, Sam?
They need some offense. They need a guy who's going to grow and play with Bedard. And how quickly is that going to happen for this pick? Well, only time will tell. But there, again, a number of options there. And maybe that option is a center and you move Bedard back to the wing where he may actually be more effective. So it'll be fascinating to see here. Chicago's had a ton of picks here the last couple of years. They're going to push this thing forward with yet another one here at the 3rd overall.
So from a team building perspective here, they need a glue guy. They need a glue guy in the middle of the ice, in my estimation. They need a guy that they can count on to win faceoffs, play in all situations. Bedard's not great in the faceoff dot. I don't know if he's ever going to be great in the faceoff dot. They need to start adding this if they're splitting hairs on a player.
Kyle Davidson has seen this position many times in the last few years. Their 8th first-round pick in the last 3 years. Here's the commissioner, Gary Bettman, with the pick.
You can raise it a little more. I'm not that sure. Announcing the selection for the Chicago Blackhawks is one of the most iconic players in franchise history, as well as a recent inductee into the Hockey Hall of Fame, Jeremy Roenick.
What's up, LA? Hello to all my Chicago Blackhawk fans, and a special shout, yeah, I know, go Hawks. And a special shout out to all you who are watching with us back at the official Blackhawks draft party in Chicago. I want to give a thanks to the LA Kings and the city of LA for hosting this incredible event. Also like to give a great shout out to all the firefighters and first responders who've done such heroic work here in LA. You guys are truly all the heroes. As we enter 100 years of Blackhawks hockey and celebrate the franchise's centennial upcoming season, I am honored to be here representing the incredible Blackhawks alumni and welcoming a new player to our storied hockey legacy and heritage. With the 3rd pick of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks select from Djurgården, Anton Frundell.
Another talented center off the board, Dad Henrik. Wanted him actually to get into racket sports. Didn't work. He wanted to be on the ice. His mom, Eva, his sister, Alva. And there he is from Sweden. Just turned 18 in May. Going to be a big piece that could complement Connor Bedard in Chicago.
It's quite the story, because if you go back to the start of the draft here, this guy was a projected top 5. Well, he had knee surgery in September, and then he came back into play, was playing J20, a little bit internationally, couldn't really find his groove as he bounced around a little bit. By the time December came around, he gets with the Allsvenskan team. And then it needed about a month to get comfortable there, and then in 1 month puts up 21 of his 25 points between January and 7 and March 16th, finishes with those 25 points. As an under-18 player in that league, only one player has performed better, William Nylander, and he's a pretty darn good NHL player with 27 points. Then he goes to the under-18s, wasn't overwhelming there, but but Djurgården wins. They get back into the SHL. For a guy who grew up in that organization, that was the biggest thrill in life. So imagine going from that emotional high, then you have to go back and play with the peer group, leave your buddies behind that you just battled with. Maybe that's why he wasn't so good at the under-18s, but a cool story. He's come full circle, 3rd overall pick.
Well, for me here, this is the mature pick that I was kind of trying to describe to you guys there. He's a complete player, too. Like, this kid can kill penalties. He can match up against top 6 opponents. I don't think he's going to score as much as the Misas and the Hagens and even the Denoyes. But what he's going to do is he's going to give you that responsible layer, the bumper, if you will, and it's going to be a real good compliment for the Chicago Blackhawks. Nice pick.
Sounds like a Swedish player to me that can do all of that, and that's why I think a lot of NHL teams love the Swedish. They're NHL ready. They can come in and play at both ends of the rink. I spent a year in Sweden as well, so I've seen the hockey culture firsthand and how they play. And tell you what, to go from Allsvenskan and take that great franchise in Sweden back up to the SHL is a huge deal for those teams in those cities. And for this man, that's almost a heroic move for them in Sweden with their team when you can do that.
And look at this. We all know how big JR is. He's bigger than JR. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. Anton Frondell ready to make a mark in the Windy City.
Yeah, you got to love it. It's a great pick and should add to their deep prospect base.
And he's about to meet his new management team led by Kyle Davidson.
Kyle, Mike, why don't you welcome in your number 3 overall pick?
Anton, Kyle Davidson here. Welcome to Chicago. We've got a really excited room, and we couldn't be more excited to make you a Blackhawk and have you join this really exciting group of young players and prospects that we're building.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for believing in me. I'm shocked. I'm excited. Thank you.
What was the big differentiator for you guys to go ahead and make Anton the selection here?
Well, I think he's just, first of all, he's an incredible player. It was great to get to know him throughout the year and then at the Combine, and he's a great person, but I think he's an excellent complement to what we've got here in Chicago, and I think he's going to really help us in building those next great Blackhawks teams.
What is that like to hear?
Funny, cool. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you, guys, again.
Congratulations. Enjoyed this moment. Your newest member of the Chicago Blackhawks, ladies and gentlemen.
So our top 3 have been announced, and Matthew Schaefer smiles and tears. What a pick it was. He goes 1st overall. Up next, the first ever Utah Mammoth pick will be made in Los Angeles.
NHL Shop has the largest selection of authentic NHL fan gear for the playoffs. Shop now and get today's special offer.
Auto Trader has the most cars.
I knew they had a lot of cars, but I didn't know they had the most cars.
I'm literally on every night because you never know when a deal can just like pop up.
Everything is there. You'll always find what you're looking for with Auto Trader. The answer is Auto Trader.
Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza tastes like never before. Because Domino's has never had stuffed crust before. Seriously. But we do now, and it's stuffed with melty cheese and topped with garlic seasoning and Parmesan. Try it for the first time tonight. From Domino's.
I grew up on ketchup chips, roti, and Jamaican beef patties. My name is Simu Liu, and I am Canadian.
Hockey Central signing season, Tuesday on Sportsnet.
All right, Anton Frondell, the latest member of the Chicago Blackhawks, taken 3rd overall. Utah's on the board. You see the countdowns on there. What are you guys expecting? I mean, we're going to hear from Anton in a matter of moments. What are you guys expecting, though, from Utah here?
Well, I think we've seen a number of names, and I think people are pretty confident that there's 10 or 12 names pretty comfortably in that top 10. You might see a deke here and there. You might see a guy a little higher than you expected, but I feel pretty comfortable about those names. Not any huge surprises yet. I mean, Misa and Frondell, we expected them to be in the top 4. We'll see how it shakes down, but I don't think we're going to be overly surprised by what we see in probably the next 4 or 5 picks.
Yeah, again, we're splitting hairs here, aren't we? They're kind of interchangeable. It's like, what's your taste of the day? What's your favorite ice cream? But here, when we get to Utah, it looks like they're going to make the pick. Are they going to go to the center, or are they going to go to the power winger? For me, personally, you know I have a bias here. Until Kale Donaye comes off the board, I'm going to keep pumping
Oh,
his
yeah,
tires.
you love him.
I love this kid.
This is your guy.
I love this guy. I love him as a player. I love him as a person. I mean, this guy's awesome. So
Don't sleep on what Book says. Last year, you were playing up Demidov, and we saw glimpses of how great he's going to be, and now you're saying Desnoyers is the guy that should be getting his name called.
I had him at 2. He's the best player. He's a complete player. He's going to do a bit of everything. He's going to be 6'2", 210. I don't want to talk about him too much because he hasn't come off the board yet, but I definitely have a shine on for him.
Yeah, and it's like Martone, some of these big body guys that can play that style. Look at their team, right? I think of them moving there, the excitement, the new ownership, the opportunity, like, hey, let's take some swings here, let's go for it. And, we were talking yesterday about what their identity kind of is, like that big body vibe, that big body feel for Utah. So it makes sense that one of those two guys, and I love if it's Desnoyers.
I'm a little shocked they're taking the pick, actually. I thought they were going to move it.
Well, here it is, the first ever pick of the Utah Mammoth. They moved up 10 spots in the draft lottery, just like the New York Islanders. Let's hear from the commissioner, Gary Bettman, again.
There's a bit of a pun in this, so bear with me. Staying on course, the next pick is for the Utah Mammoth. Joining us from Utah is one of the PGA Tour's longest hitters and most decorated athletes. Salt Lake City native, Tony Finau.
Thank you, guys. Tony Finau here, coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. Super stoked to be here to make this pick on behalf of Utah and the Utah Mammoth. Being a Utah native myself, having an NHL team in Utah has been absolutely incredible. Our inaugural season, I thought, was incredible. It was great, and I'm so looking forward to seeing the team grow with this incredible player. Now, I got to be honest with you guys. When we changed the name to Mammoth, I'm like thinking to myself, what kind of noise does a mammoth make? Well, I don't know what type of noise a mammoth makes, but I know what type of noise we make right here in Utah. Can I get a one more time for those in the back? With the 4th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Utah Mammoth are proud to select from the Moncton Wildcats, Caleb Desnoyers.
There you go, Boots.
Love him.
Poke it in, Books.
Yeah.
Father David, of course, played in the Q and CIS. His mother, Martine. Brother Elliot, a 2020 5th-round pick from Philadelphia. There's a lot of Desnoyers family around us. You can hear them and see them where we're sitting from. And I've spent some time with him in the gym at our hotel, and what a fine young man. He's put it in the work even now. So mature and really has high expectations heading to Utah now.
David, check this out. Bill Armstrong, the general manager, Arizona before that, now Utah. They made 33 picks in the last 3 years, okay? 13 of 33 of those picks are 6'4" or taller. There's only one that checks in under 6 feet. That's Logan Cooley. So, Books, you've talked about a draft profile for a particular team. Desnoyers.
They should have took Tony Finau. He's 6'4", too.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, all joking aside about my shine on for this guy, he earned it, guys. He really did. I think he's a complete player. He's got exceptional offensive instincts. He can work off the half wall. He sees the full width of the ice. He makes people better around him. Why? Because he attracts checks. Like, when he's got the puck on his stick, people are coming to him because he's beating the first guy. He's going to make a play around him to get to the second guy.
And Colby, how important is this? Look at the pedigree. 1 goal at the under 17s, 1 goal at the under 18s, 1 goal at the Hlinka Gretzky. You know, you had a pretty good resume yourself heading into the draft. How important was that to the executive group?
Well, his team lost in the Memorial Cup, but my team won that year. I'll say that was super important.
Yeah.
And it was big for me to be a winner and come into the draft as a winner. So for him to have the accolades and to have that with him and the MVP of his league and be the player he is, carry himself like he does, slick little smile with that sweet suit as well. He's going to be bringing a lot of swagger as well to Utah. I mean, all that stuff is super important. So very impressive pick here by Utah.
So, Books, you remember the interview? He walks into the room. Hey, why should an NHL team pick you? I win. Drop the mic. See you later. I'm out of here. And he's right. That's what he does, and he's going to help Utah do the same thing.
And hats off to the Q as well. They didn't have a first-round pick in the last 2 drafts. Things are heating up. I don't imagine that's the last name we're going to hear from the Q getting selected tonight. But Caleb Desnoyers about to meet his management team. You mentioned Bill Armstrong, and boy, they are ready. They have so many assets in place. They're ready to get back to the postseason and bring that Utah fan base alive. Here he is.
How you doing, guys? Oh, yeah. Great. Yeah, we're awesome. Hey, so happy to get you. It's unbelievable.
Sorry, didn't hear.
Said it's unbelievable. How excited are you to be here in this moment?
So excited. Can't wait to get things started. Thanks a lot for your trust and belief.
Yeah, you've been our guy since the moment we jumped into 4. We can't tell you how impressed we were watching you down the stretch, driving your team into the championship. It's been impressive to get to know you and your family, and we're so excited. It's an incredible opportunity for us to pick at 4, and even a more incredible opportunity to get you in our selection.
Thanks a lot. Can't wait to be in Utah.
Bill, not too long ago, you said that having this number 4 overall pick would be a game changer for your organization. How do you anticipate him changing the game for you guys?
Well, we do believe he's a game changer. It's he can do everything. He's a two-way center that can provide offense, and he can play defense. And just watching him down the stretch, he put his team on his back as a 17-year-old, and he led him down the road to a championship and coming out of the Quebec League. And it's hard to get centermen. He's one of the good ones, and we're really looking forward to him coming into Utah.
What's that like to hear?
Oh, it's incredible, especially coming from a great organization like Utah. Can't wait to be there.
We'll soak this in. Enjoy every moment. Congratulations, everybody. Caleb Denanoye.
Thank you.
So there it is, back-to-back centers taken off the board. Books, your guy. What do you love about him?
Well, there's no holes in his game, fellas. 62% in the face-off dot. NHL coaches, they want to start with the puck in all 3 zones. He's really good at that. Here he's going to work off the half wall. This is what I'm talking about, vision. You think he's going to shoot it? Not so fast. Backdoor feed. Full length of the ice here. He's a dog on the back check. Active stick. I don't know, fellas. Like, this is how you build NHL franchises. Utah are on the cusp of being a playoff team. This is a kid that's going to take them deep into playoffs when they arrive.
Some wrist injuries, still put up 30 points in the playoffs to get the Guy Lafleur MVP trophy there.
Caleb with Eilish.
All right, Caleb, we talked to you at the Combine. I said, why should a team draft you? You said, because I win. So Utah's getting a winner.
Yeah, it's a great organization. Just can't wait to be there, honestly. I heard a lot of great stuff about them, so it's going to be exciting.
Okay, so did you see Tony Finau doing the Utah call? Do you think you can do that?
No, I don't remember it.
Give it a try.
Honestly, don't remember it right now.
You can start your own new one.
What is it? Do it.
I don't remember. We got to get Tony Finau on the line to do it, but best of luck and congratulations again.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
It looks good. It matches the suit, too.
Best suit. Glorious.
There you go. We'll hand it over to DA again.
All right, thanks, Eilish. Yes, the first ever pick for the Utah Mammoth, and he joins T.J. Ginla, who they took 6th overall last year. They're building something special in Utah as we await Nashville, about to make the 5th selection.
I just want to wrap up on Desnoyers. Like, what kind of competitor is this guy? As a young guy, his older brother Elliot say, they're playing road hockey, they're playing pond hockey. Oh, yeah, I'm the Montreal Canadiens. And Caleb was having none of that. You know who I'm going to be? Milan Lucic of the Boston Bruins. So take that, Elliot. That's the type of competitor he has. He's had that since he's been a young boy, and that's something that all NHL teams talk about. Absolutely loving this guy and everything he can do on the ice.
Taking another look at some of the awesomeness from Caleb Desnoyers, one of my favorite players in the draft class. He's got a little bit of Jonathan Huberdeau in him. When Hubie was a young Panther, when I was in that organization, he's got that look about him where he can look off a defender and make plays rink wide, slow down, see what's available. Just makes people better around him, Army.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at these numbers. Look at this production from him also as a draft-eligible player. Look at the names on that list.
Incredible.
Brooks, you can wipe the slobber away from your mouth. This is your guy. He's gone now.
I feel like walking off right now.
Done. Yeah. Get out of here.
It's a walk-off. It's done.
But I look at their team, right? Clayton Keller, Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther across the board on that top line. Hayton, you go down the list. Paterka, who they just added as well.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
Bill Armstrong, and they have so much draft capital because they've slotted all these picks that they've traded for. You have the draft capital, and now they're getting the players and the draft prospects. They're all coming in. Big future in Utah. Nashville again on the board, and maybe no team really more disappointing than Nashville this past season, right? 30th in the NHL after we declared them winners in the offseason because of that great free agency. Let's see what they're going to do at number 5. Commissioner Gary Bettman with the Nashville Predators, their GM Barry Trotz about to make their selection.
Making the 5th selection for the Nashville Predators, one of Smashville's all-time greats and a 2024 inductee into the Hockey Hall of Fame, I give you Shea Weber.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here making the Nashville Predators' first selection. What a big day for these young athletes. Just the start's beginning for them. So, I mean, there's a journey ahead of you, and I want to wish you guys all the best of luck. I want to say hi to all the fans at Bridgestone. I know you guys probably aren't having any fun. I miss you guys. What a place to play. With that, with the 5th overall selection, the Nashville Predators in the 2025 NHL entry draft select from the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, Brady Martin.
Now, Brady Martin is not here. He's back at his farm in Elmira, Ontario. He said, my whole family
with us tonight because, true to form, he's back home putting in the work on his family's farm in Elora, Ontario. Tonight we salute a journey rooted in hard work, family, and quiet determination. From early mornings in the barns tending to cows, pigs, and chickens to late nights leading his team on the ice, Brady Martin has earned every bit of this moment. Brady, your story is what our game is all about. Congratulations and welcome to the NHL.
And what a story it is. Brady Martin, as the commissioner just said, out on the farm with his dad, Terry, his mom, Cheryl. He said, I'm going to spend time with the family because we can't have everyone.
Oh, look at this.
Look at that scene. What a scene. A big viewing party there. Schaefer, Misa, Frondell, 1, 2, and 3. Brady Martin, the 3rd OHL player taken in the top 5. On deck, it's the 6th overall pick going to Philadelphia. We're going to talk Brady Martin as well. The draft rolls on Sportsnet.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $50 million, plus 2 Max Millions. So if you win, you wouldn't just buy your mom a house. You could buy your friends and family a whole neighborhood. Now that's dreaming to the max.
Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
Dry eyes ruining the moment? Get fast relief with HydraSense eye drops. Made with a naturally sourced lubricant that works to attract and retain moisture. HydraSense eye drops.
Almost done.
Sparks begin to fly. Joy I can't deny. I can touch the sky.
Okay, I need a bit of help, Gemini.
No problem. You could try using mayonnaise instead.
What about Greek yogurt?
If you don't have mayonnaise, then yeah, Greek yogurt is a great choice. The texture is similar, but you might want to add a little extra salt.
So the Nashville Predators picking up Brady Martin back on the farm with his family. What are they getting, Books?
A relentless competitor that can influence the game in all 3 zones. He is a hard out. This guy's a hard-nosed player. Like when you start to look at the playoffs and the Sam Bennett's of the world, that's the kind of approach he has. He's relentless. He can play the middle. He can play the wing. Long time ago, I want to tell you something about why I think the Nashville Predators went here. Jeff Kelty, their scouting director and assistant GM, he's been there forever. Trotzy was the head coach when I worked there back in the day. David Poyle came into our war room and he said, the Nashville Predators, the team identity is we are going to be relentless as a group. When you're drafting players, we want to be relentless. We want to be a hard out every single night. Maybe they got away from that for a little bit, Army, but with this pick right here, they're back on it.
Yeah, pretty impressive player. I hear him talking too. It's like a guy from Saskatchewan to me too, a farm boy.
All right, Colby Armstrong, what about Riley Armstrong, your brother? He's part of the scouting group of the Philadelphia Flyers, ready to make their first of 3 picks in this first round. Here's the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
So making this selection for the Flyers, a legend in Philly, probably next to Rocky, their most famous athlete, an NBA analyst, a great friend to the NHL, and a great friend of mine. Coming to us from Chicago, Sir Charles Barkley.
Hey, Gary, how you doing? Man, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me tonight.
Great to have you with us. So tell everybody what you love about our game.
Well, there's no BS that goes on in hockey. They don't have load management. They just want to get their name on the Stanley Cup. I admire these guys. I respect them. They just want to win the Stanley Cup. And at the end of the day, that's all sports should be. And we're all trying to win the championship. But if you give it your best, that's all you can do. That's why I love the hockey, their mindset.
We love that you're a fan of the game. We have some business to do. Why don't you make the pick?
Well, Gary, number one, I want to thank you for being a friend. You've been a friend a long time. And I want to say welcome back to Philadelphia, Rick Tocchet. And with the 6th pick, my Flyers take Porter Martone from the Brampton Steelheads.
Sir Charles delivering the goods. Porter Martone, the 5th Canadian taken in the first 6 picks. His father, Mike, also drafted in the NHL, picked back 106th by Buffalo in 1996. And here we are all these years later. His son, Porter, is taken 6th overall. His mom, Angela, his sister, Audrey, the whole family enjoying another big-bodied center. Found a home. Rick Tocchet's going to love this guy, isn't he?
Oh, he's exactly in his mold. This guy is a hockey junkie. I'm telling you, he loves the game. So earlier in the year, Brampton Steelheads, they're having some issues with their trainers and coaches, guys who were sick, who couldn't show up to work. So they got some help from the Toronto Maple Leafs, their equipment staff. Porter Martone helped out too. He knows everyone's skate profile, everyone's stick, curve, and specifications. So who and how much would you have to be dialed in to know all that stuff? He walks into the coach's office, James Richmond. He's having a sandwich. He's like, Coach, you can't be eating that. You need to be eating something a little bit better than that. This guy is dialed in from the second he walks into the rink till the second he leaves.
He's got to use Charles Barkley's glasses to protect his eyes when he's sharpening skates.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an unbelievable run, though. And we talk about the resumes that some of these gentlemen have. He was the captain in Brampton, captain of Canada's under-18 team. He also played at the World Championship under the tutelage of the likes of Sidney Crosby and Ryan O'Reilly. How much does that factor in, Jason?
Well, any high-leverage situations that you can get in front of as a young athlete, the better it is. And I'm going to tell you, this kid right here, I'm looking at what Philadelphia has done this week, bringing Zegras over there and now adding Martone as well. You can see how they're starting to build up, top up that lineup, if you will. What do you got here? You got a power shooter, big body. We talked about him in the pregame. This is a huge add.
Colby, really quickly, your brother is part of the scouting group. Did you know this was happening?
I had no clue.
He doesn't tell you anything, does he?
Thanks, Riles.
Yeah, he's no help to me. It's great to see him and hang out with him. And the Johnny Leclerc's here with him as well. Great Flyer legend. But what a moment here for Martone. Big power forward, Philly-style player.
And now he gets to meet the management group.
Well, Danny, you made it official. Why don't you welcome in your newest member to the Flyers?
Hey, Porter. Welcome to the Flyers. We're excited.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've heard nothing but great things about the Flyers organization. I can't wait to be a Flyer.
I think you might have some pictures from your youth, some Flyers gear, so you can't wait to see that.
Yeah, I got a Claude Giroux poster in my basement and a little Flyers magnet up somewhere in my basement as well, and a Flyers jersey, so I'm pretty excited.
That's awesome.
When you guys think about the identity you're trying to create out there in Philadelphia, how does he fit that mold for the organization?
Well, the combination of size, skill, playmaking abilities, vision, sense, is very hard to find. So we're excited that he fell to us at number 6.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Soak it all in.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Porter Martone, he looks like a flyer, by the way. He sounds like a flyer. He's got the size and stature, and we'll have more from Danny Briere. They still have 2 more picks in the first. Porter Martone, let's walk through some of the highlights.
Yeah, so, well, that was pretty slick. But when he gets the edge and he drops the leg with his length especially, he's just hard to push off of pucks. And his skating's going to have to come just a tad, but no problem. He gets everywhere from A to B on time right now. He'll continue to evolve that way. This is what I really like about his game, Sammy, this year. He extended a lot more plays below the line, below the hash marks. He added more of a playmaking element to his game.
Let's get back down on the draft floor. Ailish standing by with the newest member of the Flyers. Ailish.
Well, not every day Sir Charles Barkley announces your pick. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel amazing. That was pretty cool. You know, I'm so happy to be part of the Flyers organization. You know, I got to spend some time with Konechny and Stan. I'm at the World Championships in Forster, and you know what? They're great human beings, and they know how much it means to be a Flyer, and I'm so excited to be a Flyer and really join their organization.
So I know you have a lot of pond hockey roots back in Peterborough, but there's someone that couldn't be here today, so we wanted to make sure that Jeff had an opportunity. Your shooter tutor, that's your boy Jeff? You made him? Yeah, in the summers, my dad would make that, and we would shoot on that, me and my sister, and it's so cool, you know, being from a small town from Peterborough, all the support I get from there, so very honored to be from Peterborough, and you know, another one, my billet's actually billed at Owen Tippett in Brampton, and he's from Peterborough as well. So, you know, I can't wait to be a Flyer with him as well. Well, shout out to Jeff, and congratulations again. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll send it up to DA.
All right, what a personable young man in Porter Martone. And honestly, he does look and sound like a Flyer. The Bees are next on the board for the 7th pick, but let's put a bow on Martone.
Well, it won't be too long before we go to the PWHL draft and hear Audrey's name being called there. She's playing as a 15-year-old in the U22 League in Aurora, Ontario. Dad, Mike, we know about his exploits going back to 96 and being drafted, played at St. FX. Mother Angela couldn't be more proud. I had the great pleasure of being able to fly down with them, have some wonderful conversations. They're so proud of Porter, their young man.
He talked about the guys that he played with at World Championships, Flyers. It's like Illuminati stuff. Everything's coming together. He's got the there's some injuries there. I think Forster went out injured. Martone got in, and he's, oh, man, we could really use Forster. Like, you're in the lineup because of him being injured, buddy. You got to love this right now. So, to your point, the ultimate team guy, sharpening skates, he's doing it all. A good fit and a nice-looking player to be putting on that Flyers logo and jersey.
Flyer, yeah, go on,
the more hard outs you get, like when you build around your skill guys, like Konechny's a hard out, but he's a smaller, he's a rat. Like, let's not kid ourselves. He's really hard to play against. But when you get a little bit bigger and you get more hard out with skill in your lineup, it just your team evolves a lot quicker.
Flyers get their guy next up, the Boston Bruins. And this is a bit of a surprise. They do not pick in the top 10 very often. In fact, this is their first top 10 pick since they took Dougie Hamilton back in 2011. We're closing in on what the Bruins are going to do here. What do you think they need here, Sam? Quickly.
Well, fascinating stuff for me. The Bruins picking here, you haven't done it in a while, and so you're sending guys everywhere because you don't want to get it wrong. This is an organization here that's trying to still rebuild, but understand and respect that they're still right there in terms of competing and contending for a playoff spot.
So we wait to see what the Boston Bruins are going to do again for Don Sweeney and the gang, and Don Sweeney's the 4th longest tenured in the NHL, GM in the NHL. This is rarefied air for them picking so high up. We'll see what they do with the 7th overall pick. Let's hear from the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Making the selection for the Boston Bruins, we have a special guest, an award-winning comedian, actor, golfer, and lifelong Bruins fan.
My name is Happy Gilmore. How are you? Proud to be part of the 2025 NHL Draft. The Boston Bruins select from Boston College, James Higgins. Way to go, homie!
Happy Gilmore making James Hagan a very happy young man with his mom, Christine, sister, Emma, father, Michael. And he says he compares his game to Jack Hughes. If he ends up being like Jack Hughes, the Boston Bruins have definitely hit the jackpot at number 7.
That's a great pick at 7, and you almost kind of feel sorry for the guy because at the start of the year, he was the number 1 ranked guy, and then that started to slip away from him. We're talking to him at the Combine, and he's almost apologizing for his play. And Books and I are sitting there saying, no, you're an unbelievable player. Like, you are really, really good. I think the issue for him was point per game in college this year. You go back to Celebrini last year, 32 goals, 64 points, wins the Hobie as the youngest guy to do it. So automatically, when you're looked at as being the number 1 guy, you're compared to that standard. But he's in his own right. This guy's unbelievable. He's at all the international marks, World Juniors, driving the top line. Gabe Perreault, he's having a great time right now watching this guy get drafted. So too is Ryan Leonard. Both of those guys made their NHL debuts, and I think James will make his NHL debut this year as well.
I'm going to keep this really short. Everybody was talking about Gabe Perreault and Ryan Leonard, the wingers on James Hagen's line, and how great they were, and they're fantastic players. This kid here, he drove play in the middle of the ice. This is an exceptional player. You're right. We had to pump him up a little bit at the Combine. This is exactly where he needs to go. He's going to be highly motivated, Army, and he's going to be a difference maker for the Bruins.
Yeah, and I think a pressure pick, too, for the Bruins, right? And they get a speedy, skilled, hockey IQ type player. I got to see him play a few years ago at the U.S. Fall Classic that was held in Pittsburgh. And not quite on the radar yet, but man, as soon as I saw him, I'm like, oh my goodness, like just a difference maker with everything. The puck goes through him all the time. He makes things happen, and he's going to do that as a Boston Bruin. I got to imagine with all the turmoil and the craziness in Boston over the last few years, their fans will be happy with a player like this.
Boston college guy to Boston. So it's important, I think, when you have all your executives and all your people and probably your coaches at some point with the opportunity to go and look at this player.
And now he gets a chance to meet Don Sweeney and the management team.
Well, it's a tough act to follow when Happy Gilmore welcomes your player to the organization, but why don't you guys say hello to James Hagens?
Thank you for picking me.
I think we might have some technical difficulties, but how excited are you to be a part of this organization and know what your NHL home is going to be?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be back in Boston and to be able to have that Adam Sandler make the pick. It was special.
What is this organization and this fan base getting in you?
Just hard work, someone that will put his soul and body on the line. I'd love to win, and I'm really glad that I'm in Boston.
Well, they might not be able to hear you right now, but why don't you give them a wave and a thank you one more time?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And there he is, James Hagens, joining the Boston Bruins and new head coach Marco Sturm. It's been a night of hugs, kisses, and some tears. Next on the board, it's the Seattle Kraken when the NHL entry draft continues on Sportsnet.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Rogers Xfinity. Get on Canada's most reliable internet. Learn more at rogers.com/Xfinity.
It's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
Your choices. Your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
Owning land isn't for everyone, but you're not everyone. Sure, you have a place to settle down, but that doesn't mean you're the type to settle. Meet the Mahindra 1100 and 2100 series. Engineered to be tougher and smarter than anything else in the field. With a reliable diesel engine, our best ever lift capacity, and easy-to-use intuitive tech, your toughest jobs have finally met their match. Mahindra, out working the field. Get 0 for 84 and 2,000 cash or up to 5,000 back on the Mahindra 1100 and 2100.
Stream or download After Letters with Ben and Arden wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, moments ago, James Hagan becoming a member of the Boston Bruins. We've seen some behemoths taken early. James Hagan's not one of those guys. Is size going to be an issue at all here?
No, not for me, not at all. The difference here when you're splitting hairs is that Hagens plays even strength and on the power play. I was at this game in Michigan State. I had to go home and cut that. He looked off and made a play to the back seam. He can attack off the rush. A lot of the stuff here is redundant when I'm talking about it, but he's really hard to get to kind of square up on. He's wiry and he's thinking and he's got reach, Army. So he's always out front of you with the stick, and it's fun to watch.
He's super aware. You see on all those highlights, head is up, and he's ready to go. Kucherov, second place only to this guy at the under-18s going back to last year. He's got the record at the under-17s, and oh, by the way, 9 points in 7 games at this year's World Junior as an underager on the top line, driving their power play. This guy is unbelievable.
An exceptional resume for James Hagens as he goes number 7 overall to the Boston Bruins. We move forward to Seattle at number 8. Jason Botterill, newly minted GM. We'll see what his thinking is as we hear once again from the commissioner, Gary Bettman, with Seattle's pick.
Next up, Seattle. It's a big week for our next selector. His movie F1 is in theaters everywhere. I'm hoping at some point I can persuade him to make a hockey movie. But for now, please welcome Jerry Bruckheimer to make the next selection.
Hello, LA. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a thrill to be a part of this fantastic draft. So, our selection is from the Brantford Bulldogs, Jake O'Brien.
Jake O'Brien, his father, Dan, played in the ECHL. His mother, Amy, played CIS with Wilfrid Laurier, so great pedigree there. His sister, Madison, there as well, enjoying everything. He was a big reason why Nick Lardis was a 71 goal scorer this season in Brantford. Jake O'Brien, the newest member of the Seattle Kraken, who've been very busy, guys. Jason Botterill, of course, adding Mason Marchman and Frederick Goodrow. But what do they get specifically in Jake O'Brien?
You know, in Brantford, while they had Lardis, they didn't have Merrick Van Acker to start the year, and that put a little more pressure on O'Brien to have to produce and learn how to drive a line without Van Acker there. And I think he hugely benefited from that. But this guy's hockey IQ is off the charts. OHL coaches in the Eastern Conference voted him the smartest player. His vision, his creativity, and the one thing you can see, he's slight of frame. So at 6'2", he's no question there's going to add some weight, add some strength to his game, but you have to love the point production you get from this guy, that creativity, absolutely deadly in the power play.
Oh, absolutely deadly. So he's one of those guys when you're watching a game on TV and the team works to load a high cycle and they come off the wall, he opens up all kinds of options. He sees where to dish it. He'll open up a lane to get it to the net. Here's the thing. You can't teach offense, guys. He's got it in spades. His puck play, his off the puck play, and his defensive commitment, that's something that Seattle will now, their player development, get a hold of him. And it's not that he can't do it, and he's not, willing to do it. He's going to have to do it a little bit more often for me. But boy, oh boy, what an electric offensive talent.
Beniers, Stevenson, Wright, Shane Wright, big year for him this year, right? And you look at adding this young man as well. When I think of Seattle, I'm thinking we talked about this, right? Yesterday, we were just, what's Seattle? What's their identity? What are they going to do? Will this guy provide some of that with his play as well, not only with his skill?
He is, and when they move Burakovsky out, this is that type of player that's going to be a distraction for opponents.
Seattle has drafted first 5 times.
Say hello to Jake. What message do you have for the newest member of the Seattle Kraken?
Jake, you look awesome in blue. Welcome to Seattle.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for this opportunity.
Well, I know our fan base is going to be absolutely ecstatic to see you. Your hockey sense, your passion, your drive to improve. We're ecstatic to have you a part of the Kraken family.
Yeah, thank you for believing in me and thank you for taking me. Thank you very much.
Jason, as you went through this process, what made him the clear selection here at 7? And what was the room like when you found out that he was still going to be available for you?
No, we were certainly ecstatic. We've tried to build our team through the center ice position, And as we got to know Jake, just watching him on the ice, creativity, his hockey sense, we think he's going to fit in extremely well with our talented young forwards here in Seattle.
Sound like a pretty fair assessment?
Can't wait. Thank you.
Congratulations. Enjoy this.
Thank you.
And what a run it continues. That's the 5th center taken, the 5th OHL player taken, Jake O'Brien. And you heard Jason Botterill mention that. By the way, Hall of Fame, congratulations to Jennifer Botterill, our colleague.
Yes,
and Jason, he's settling in nicely to this GM position. And what do you guys think of this selection?
Well, you look at the reach, you look at the stick skills, right? So you got a taller guy who plays with a long stick and still has the ability to work it in tight like that. The vision, he's already thinking and knowing where everyone is on the ice before he gets the puck. And I think that's a key element. Not only that there, I mean, that play is unbelievable, right? It's fantastic stuff from O'Brien.
Let's get back down onto the stage floor. Ailish with the new member of the Kraken.
All right, Jake, any inclinations that Seattle was going to pick you, or were you surprised?
I had a pretty good interview with them. I knew that they liked me. You never know what happens in the draft, but I'm so excited to be a Seattle Kraken.
You like fish?
Yeah, I love fishing,
Wow.
so yeah, this is cool.
Maybe meant to be there.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about your mom specifically. You know, she had a pretty great hockey career. We got some really great images of you. Your mom and I played for the same team growing up, so
really?
shout out to Amy. But just the opportunity to see for your parents and have them influence your hockey career and what that's meant to you.
Yeah, just them supporting me along the way, getting me into hockey from a young age, and then just my mom with her hockey school. I feel like that's where I developed most of my skills and stuff. So I'm just really grateful for that opportunity, and I just can't think of enough.
Well, that is so exciting to see you, and look at that, looking good in Seattle Kraken. I appreciate you coming on, and best of luck.
All right, thank you very much.
Over to Good Amber.
So there it is, Jake O'Brien, and look at this, most power play assists. They liken him to Wyatt Johnston, and you can see why. He has great vision, and when certainly have the man advantage, he takes full advantage of that as he goes to the Seattle Kraken at number 8.
Well, the Seattle Kraken, if you look at their draft history, now have made 37 picks, 16 of them at the center position. The one thing that differentiates O'Brien a little bit from their group, you talk about Schmaltz and Eberle, this guy's 6'2", so they're adding a little size here.
So Buffalo's on the board. They're coming up at 9. I want to know, we're 8 picks in. Any massive surprise for any of you guys yet?
Brady Martin going at 5 was a surprise. I had him not getting past Boston necessarily, so that was a little bit of a surprise. I would say that Hagen's dropping to 7 is a surprise for me as well, and a great opportunity for the Boston Bruins.
I still think we have those number of names, even as we get through the next couple of picks here. I think it's still going to be pretty similar to what we had. We were all a little bit different in terms of the order, but I think the names stay the same.
I think Books is pretty upset about the Desnoyers not going first overall.
What about your...
He's more motivated now. It's all going to be fun.
I would say one thing, though, guys. Like Roger McQueen at his size, he had the back issues. Yep. And clearly with a couple of teams that have had multiple picks so far have stayed away from him. And that is a little bit concerning for me.
So there's Kevin Adams and his management group getting picked, getting ready to pick 9th overall. Again, they've missed the playoffs 14 straight years. So this is desperate times in Buffalo to really add a key ingredient. By the way, you were talking about some disappointment, Colby. The WHL players, there's a lot of good ones available right now. You want to see them come off the board as well?
I would love to see that. Yes, I'm a big WHL guy, CHL guy, no question. But it's like we've seen Schaefer, and we look at this team. You see the only D taken so far, so it's like, are other teams going to do it? You look at their D on the back end with Buffalo. They got a lot of guys. Rumors about Byram. What's going to happen in Buffalo? So it should be interesting pick for them. With some new management help coming in as well with Adams.
Kekalainen, Kekalainen's there now as a consultant. And listen, 2 days ago they traded JJ Peterka, so they're going to need to pick up some of that offensive slack by trading Peterka. And I know they picked up Josh Stone and Kesselring as well. We'll see what Buffalo has in mind, though. This is their 11th top 10 selection in the last 12 years. 11th top 10 selection. Let's hear from the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Making the selection for the Sabres are members of the Goo Goo Dolls, a band that got its start in Buffalo. They've been nominated for Grammys 4 times, and tonight, Goo Goo Dolls members Johnny Resnick and Robbie Takak are on the record with the 9th pick.
All right, with the 9th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Radim Burtka. Yeah!
And there it is with his dad Milos, his mom Helena, his brother Patrick. There's a WHL guy.
It's the Thunderbirds.
First one off the board, the right D-man, and this man is not short on size. 6'6", almost 220 pounds. And they describe as an old school kind of guy as he's getting some hugs from his CAA representation. Never had a skating coach, never had a skill coach, which is what Colby always says. There's too many skill guys, not enough hockey players. This guy's a hockey player, right?
Absolutely. He's a little bit of a throwback because of that. He hasn't been coached up, let's just say that. He's relied on natural ability. Obviously, the size is a bonus. You can't teach size. You can't teach puck skill necessarily. You can nurture all that kind of stuff. You can't teach size. 6'6", 220. The kid's going to be Zadorov big by the time he fills out, right? 240 or so. So he started the year back home in Europe, and then he came over here. Had to make some adjustments playing for the Thunderbirds, smaller ice in North America, and he took full advantage of it. It's plays to his style of play, guys, because he's so big and long, he takes away space.
And a great opportunity here for Buffalo with a guy that, as you mentioned, it seems like he's scratching the surface with his big frame.
Absolutely.
So, and Seattle, the way they play too. First of all, you want to talk about hockey player? They're a hard-working team that has maybe moved up and in a rebuild a little bit in the Western Hockey League just by that mindset of the way they play. And a guy that comes in, a big guy that
they
has
are
to work
pumping
hard.
out players.
Yes.
I mean, they are pumping out first-rounders. They are pumping out all kinds of talent. And you got Matt O'Dette as the head coach there. Pat LaForge is the general, Bill LaForge rather, the general manager. And he's done an amazing job procuring talent, developing that talent, sending it off to the NHL, and they, I think, have done a wonderful job. But getting this guy has been absolutely huge. He comes over from Czech Republic, or Czechia rather, puts up 18 points in his first 17 games. So really cool stuff to see what Murtka has done since coming over.
And he's just towering over the Goo Goo Dolls. He's towering over Commissioner Bettman. Let's hear what he has to say to Kevin Adams.
Why don't you say hello to Radim, the newest member of the Buffalo Sabres?
Nice to see you guys.
Radim, congratulations. Welcome to the Buffalo Sabres. We're thrilled to have you, and I'm here with the head coach, Lindy Ruff, owner Terry Pagula, and assistant general manager Gary Fortin. We're excited to have you on board. Welcome.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
When you look at this guy and the long reach and the big body defenseman that he is, what do you think he can bring to your blue line in the future?
Well, you see a 6'6" mobile, two-way defenseman, good puck skills. These guys are hard to find, and we tracked him closely all year and just loved the progression he made from the beginning of the season through the end, and just see a huge upside with this guy.
And we've got the Goo Goo Dolls in the house here as well. You guys have been such a big part of this organization as supporters for a long time. How exciting is this for you to help usher in the next generation of Buffalo Sabres?
Yeah. Welcome to Buffalo, my brother.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, watch the food.
Watch the food. There you go. That's all you need to know.
I will.
Congratulations. Enjoy this moment.
All right, so there it is, the second defenseman taken in this draft.
He'll be easy to spot on Chippewa Street if he strays a little bit, no question.
Yes, there was
6'6". Oh, my goodness.
That was the second defenseman taken in this draft. Here's the first defenseman taken first overall, Matthew Schaefer. Matthew, thank you so much. Incredible poise, incredible moment for you and your family. Now you've had a little bit of time to process it. What's this moment like for you?
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, the tears got to me, the whole time, but obviously happy tears. Wish my mom could be here in person. Obviously, she's here in spirit. But yeah, it's been amazing. You look up to this as a kid, and to hear your name called, it's pretty cool, and to such a great organization.
Buddy, we shared the tears with you, let me tell you. I mean, we've kind of taken this journey a couple of times at unbelievable opportunities to meet and to get you to know you. And I think the personality piece, aside from the hockey piece, is probably what put you where you are today.
And obviously, it's a lot easier when you guys interview me. I became close with a lot of you guys, so it's really easy when I get to talk to people like you that I know have my back. And obviously, you guys are great at what you do, but you guys are great people too. And I'd almost consider you guys as really good friends, family even. So thank you for everything you guys do.
Right on. Thanks, buddy.
That's a nice compliment. Listen, I've been doing this a lot of years. I don't want to well up again, but I got to tell you, you're the most impressive young man I've ever interviewed in my career. And thousands of kids that I've interviewed. So congratulations. I just have a real quick question for you. In terms of the Erie Otters, how special a place is it in Erie? A Class 2 organization. Dave Brown, your general manager. What's it mean to you today to represent the Erie Otters?
It means everything. I obviously wouldn't be here today if they didn't pick me, and it's been amazing. Obviously, rest in peace, Jim Waters, my owner. He passed away, and him and his wife Sheila Waters, they've done such a great job with the organization. And then obviously Dave Brown, the GM. It's just from everyone in the organization, top to bottom, and the teammates. It's been amazing, and it's been a experience I'm going to remember for my whole life. And if anyone asks me about Erie, I'll have only great things to say about them. So I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them.
Well, congratulations. Now on to the NHL, right? We heard Matthew Darche talking to you. Can't wait to get you here. What's going on with you here coming up? Are you going right to Long Island? Are you getting your feet wet? You got your hockey equipment here? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think everyone brought their hockey equipment. You never know what was going to happen. So, yeah, I haven't really looked at my phone. I got a couple calls. I talked after I was crying and talking to Matthew Darche. I don't think he understood half the things I was saying. So then I had a call after, and then I think he understood me a bit better than before. But, yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, obviously, I'll get to talk to them and the organization a bit more, as the night dies down, I guess, a bit. But, yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I'll be going there. I think it's tomorrow, so can't wait.
Matthew, finally, if there was something you could say to your mother right now, what would you want to say to her?
Thank you for everything. Love you so much. Honestly, love you so much because she's, been the best person for me. And, to see her smile and go through something as scary as cancer, it means a lot to me. And she battled as long as she could to stay with me and my family. And honestly, when she was passing, I got to say, everything I wanted to say. I love you, I miss you, and I'm going to make you proud. And I'd always go visit her cemetery, and I visited it before this. And the biggest thing I wanted to say was, I promise I'm going to make you proud. And I went there before the Holinka tournament. We ended up winning. So she's a good luck charm, and I love her, and I miss her so much.
You're an impressive man, Matthew. Thank you so much. Her legacy lives on through you. To the commissioner.
Making the selection for Anaheim, two of the original cast members from the 1992 Disney hit movie, The Mighty Ducks, Joshua Jackson and Marguerite Moreau.
That's it, quack, quack, let's go.
Yeah, how we feeling tonight, hockey fans? All right. We love to hear it. With duct tape gear, no coach, and zero chance of winning until we got a lawyer with community service hours and a limo.
I think what we're talking about is 33 years ago, Disney made a movie about a scrappy Pee-wee hockey team from District 5. And then somehow it turned into Flying V's and Knuckle Pucks and maybe even a very special Triple D.
Thank you. Man, it's good to be here with you guys tonight. All right, Ducks fans, let's do this. With the 10th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Anaheim Ducks are proud to select from the Brandon Wheat Kings, Roger McQueen.
There's Scotty, his dad.
Yeah, more love for the WHL and the CHL. Another pick goes, and it's Roger McQueen. His father's Scott, his mom Kayla. It's a good thing he's going to Anaheim, guys. He just went to Disneyland with his family a couple of days leading up to this, so he's getting a little bit familiar with the area, and now he's going to be very familiar wearing the Anaheim sweater. And just like we had Matthew Schaefer here, it was an injury derailing his season as well, gentlemen, right? He just played 17 games, had a serious back injury, a spinal fracture, yet he goes 10th overall. What does that speak to his game, Sam?
I have to tell you that there is such a wide divergence in the people that I talked to in terms of the medicals. There were some teams that said no. There were other teams that said, yeah, maybe later. There were other teams that said multi-pick, and other teams were saying, if he's there for us, we are taking him. So Anaheim is obviously that team. You can see this is a Pat Verbeek type of player. What you're getting is a big guy down the middle of the ice. He can skate. He's got tons of skill. He could shoot the puck extremely well. But you see the smile on his face? This guy is not fake. He's got that gregarious personality. And similar to Schaefer, when he walks into a room, he shakes your hand, he looks you in the eye, he's happy to be there. This type of character, I love what McQueen brings to the table. And I'm really interested to see what happens because we're just coming off the Caden Lindstrom thing, who played at the end of the year, but he needed a lot of time to get back. It looks like all signs pointing to him being healthy right now.
Well, we just had Merca go at 6'6". He's 6'5", so he doesn't look everyone in the eye. He certainly wasn't looking the commissioner in the eye as he shook his hand. What's with the water in Saskatoon? So many great players, Colby, like yourself, coming out of Saskatoon.
You know what? My dad used to coach his dad, and I, was a stick boy a few times and threw bantam with Scott McQueen, and Scott McQueen ended up playing in Red Deer and then in Saskatoon. A good junior player, some good genes there. His mom, a great athlete in Saskatoon as well. I don't know what's in the water, but I'm so proud and happy for this family and this young man coming up. I think my mom taught him a little skating too back in the day in Saskatoon when he was younger. So congratulations to the McQueen family and their crew down here. Big, tall, lanky, skilled, fast forward, guys. Maybe risky if you stay with the injury, but a hell of a player.
He says his health is a 10 out of 10. Obviously, no reservations from Pat Verbeek, his new GM.
This place sure has been getting loud for Roger McQueen here in Anaheim. Pat, why don't you say hello to the newest member of the team?
Hi, Roger. Congratulations. Welcome to the Anaheim Ducks. We're excited to have you join our club. We can't be more happy.
I'm so grateful for this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Roger, what's your message to them welcoming you in? How special is this moment?
Oh, it's unbelievable, especially being so close here and having all the fans in the background. It's such a great feeling, and just working towards this my whole life, it's unbelievable. I couldn't be more happy.
Pat, what was your first impression of Roger, and what kind of potential do you think he has within this organization?
Well, what we really like is that obviously he has size, but what goes along with that is the skill and the skating ability, and basically just a really hard player to play against. We're looking forward to him being a power forward for our organization. So anyway, Rogers, we'll see you soon. You're just going to be coming up the road here, not too far. We'll see you tomorrow.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
This is just the beginning. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And hey, Ducks fly together, right?
Well, if anyone would know about being a power forward, it is Pat Verbeek, and that's what he hopes he has found in Roger McQueen.
Well, big body. Again, you can't teach size. He leans goal scorer more than natural distributor / playmaker, guys. He's hard to handle. Obviously, when he boxes people out with that large frame and then uses the reach, he's going to go bar down. It's really tough to check people like this, and he's not an easy out. This guy will drop the flippers if things get hard. Like Ryan Getzlaf back in the day when Anaheim started to get good, what did they have? They had that meat in the middle of the lineup, middle of the ice. I'm really pulling for this guy because he worked so hard to get ready in his draft year and then was set back by injury. You know he was stressed, right? But he tested at the Combine. He came there 100% healthy, put himself through the paces. Let's hope for good things from Roger McQueen.
Pretty menacing group up front. When you think about Cutter Gauthier, Mason McTavish has some of that in them too, where they're difficult to play against, yet they have the skill, so you can't sleep on that part of it. So I like what Anaheim is building here.
Leo Carlson, Beckett Seneca, big team being built in Anaheim. Let's send it down to Ailish.
All right, Roger, when we met at the draft combine, you told me you modeled your game after Ducks legend Ryan Getzlaf. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's just one of the things you've been working towards your entire life, and it's kind of crazy. There's no really emotion, just shock at this point, but I'm so grateful to be with them, and it's unbelievable.
Did you just go to Disney, too?
I did. I was there for 3 days before, so
Sounds like a Disney movie.
Exactly. There you go, yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. I just want to say, Saskatoon, is Colby Armstrong your favorite hockey player?
One of them. We'll put him up there, one of them. There we go, yeah.
Sorry, Colby. Yeah. I'll send it up to David Amber. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. He said Colby who?
Well, his chance to shine, and he failed the moment.
We're 10 picks in. 7 Canadians have been taken off the board. Next up, we'll get pick 11 from Pittsburgh.
There you go, Roger.
Help nourish play with Catelli Protein Plus. The taste they love and 17 grams of protein.
The Silverado Trail Boss.
and a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
The Chevrolet Employee Pricing Event is back on Silverado Crew Cab models. Right now, get up to $11,300 off a Silverado ZR2.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Welcome back to the 2025 NHL entry draft on Sportsnet. Pittsburgh is on the clock here at the Peacock Theater, and it's been great. It's been a bevy of celebrities so far announcing the picks. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been awesome.
It's been great to see the smiles on these kids' faces and, of course, on their family faces as well. Pittsburgh, by the way, picking 11th and 12th. They've missed the playoffs the last 3 years. It'll be very interesting to see what Kyle Dubas has up his sleeves and his new head coach, Dan Muse, as well. So there is the room as they're working through this. Pittsburgh needs a lot of things. Anything specifically you're looking for, Sam?
You know, Kyle Dubas loves his draft picks, right? And so he's had the opportunity now to get the New York Rangers pick with the next one here. This is their own pick here. So we'll see. I think they have a draft profile that we've seen with Wes Clark and Kyle Dubas, where they're looking for smarts, they're looking for skill, they're looking for competitiveness, not necessarily worried about size.
All right, let's end the drama. Let's hear from the commissioner, Gary Bettman. The Pittsburgh Penguins on the clock for 2 straight picks. Kyle Dubas and the gang ready to make their selection.
He's won 3 Stanley Cups with Pittsburgh and has played in over 1,161 NHL games. Making the 11th pick in the NHL draft, please welcome one of Pittsburgh's all-time greats, Chris Letang, and his son, Alex.
Good evening, LA. It's pretty special. Never had a chance to be drafted, so I guess the Penguins sent me here to announce it, and it's a great experience for my son. So without further ado, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select
from the Calgary Hitmen,
Benjamin
Kindle.
Great stuff there from the Letangs. Oh, that's a great emotional moment. Dad, Steve, Mom, Sarah, they both played pro soccer. Sister Lacey's a big soccer player as well. But Ben said, no, I want to stay on the ice, and good reason for that. 11th overall pick from the Calgary Hitmen. Describe his game.
I'm not sure anyone had him going here, first off, but Kindle is like a dog on a bone type of guy. And what we're going to see in this draft class, there's a few more of them coming up. Brady Martin would be one of those guys, where they're average-sized guys who work hard, who track pucks, who are pain to play against. And oh yeah, by the way, once you get someone else off your game and the opposition off their game, they're going to strike. This guy had 99 points this year with the Calgary Hitmen, so we know he can put it in the back of the net. I talked to a coach recently from the under-18 team, Matthew Turcotte, and said they were so impressed by his vision, his creativity, his ability to see the ice and know what's happening long before it happens. They go back and look at clips and say, how did you see that? Why did you make that play? And oftentimes the execution is to perfection. So Kindle is one of those guys who's going to be able to create offense.
When you watch NHL games and you see a defenseman who wheels below the goal line and then he makes that long pass through the neutral zone, like all the way to the far blue line, I know this sounds a little ridiculous, but in the games that I watch Kindle play as a forward, when he gets it down low in his zone, wow, what great vision. He might be the best forward passing player, I'm talking for distance, stick to stick, tape to tape, and then he joins it off the rush in the entire draft class. He's really proficient at it.
An elite playmaker, 99 points, the second most for a draft-eligible player behind only Michael Misa. And we said, Colby, you wanted the WHL guys to go. That's back-to-back-to-back. Coquitlam, BC, excited about this selection.
I snuck a little message into the ear of Spezza. We got to get more Western League guys here in Pittsburgh. So they add to that. And Benjamin Kindle, welcome to Pittsburgh, buddy.
I love watching him play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I really appreciate. See, that's what I'm talking about. See how he looked off there and then saw the backdoor flank? Those are the types of plays he makes a lot of. Yes, that was on the offensive zone, but he's really, really proficient at seeing the entire width of the ice. Not a complete burner, but efficient. And then, there he goes, far down. We'll take advantage of space.
And he does a lot in the community as well, involved in Heroes Hockey, which is a great organization. Let's go down to Ben and Ailish.
All right, Ben, you're a member of the Pittsburgh Penguins, Sidney Crosby, feels like a pretty good fit for you.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's such a historic franchise and an unbelievable place, so I'm so excited.
What do you feel like to put the jersey on for the first time?
It's unbelievable. I'm so honored to get drafted by this team, and there's not enough words to describe it.
It really suits you. Well, I know you come from a soccer family, but I think your family will be proud, even though you didn't choose the soccer roots, that you're going to continue on your hockey career here. We got some great pics of you. What's that family mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's so much. They've done so much for me. My parents, especially, my sister as well, and all my extended family as well that have came out to support me, and my billet parents and everybody just... I can't thank everybody enough, and it's unbelievable.
Well, thank you so much for coming down, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Over to David Amber.
All right, Ailish, and something he has in common with his new teammate, Sidney Crosby, both growing up huge Montreal Canadian fans. His prized possession, Ben Kindle, is actually a seat from the former Montreal Forum.
That is cool.
Yeah, fandom for Montreal, but at the same time, now he's going to trade that in, I guess, for the black and gold of the Pittsburgh Penguins. So there he is, Ben Kindle, third straight player from the WHL, an elite playmaker, and Pittsburgh on the clock. Another minute and a half until we hear from Kyle Dubas again with a second pick, Jason.
I just wanted to add something here. So at the U18s at the end of the world in Texas, Ben Kindle went deep in the playoffs. They had a long run.
Yeah.
You know, at the NHL level, when you guys get asked to go to the World Championships, and you're out of gas. You're gas, right? Off he went. Joined the tournament late, out of gas after a 7-game series.
Western League.
Tough guys.
All right, so Pittsburgh, you got the commissioner ready for another pick.
As announced, Pittsburgh has the 12th selection. I guess some of you are wondering what this is. Alex, why don't you show everybody? Well done. The Pittsburgh Penguins trade pick number 12 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for picks 22 and 31, also in the 2025 NHL Draft. So it's 12 for 22 and 31. Philadelphia, you're now on the clock.
Wow, all right, so our first in-draft trade. We've seen a bunch of trades leading up to this draft. Very subtle trade alert button there from the commissioner. We're going to come back. We're going to find out who's going to be selected. Colby, reach out to your brother, Riley. Find out what's going on with Philadelphia.
He's probably scrambling.
We have a trade. We have celebrities. We have draft picks. This is the NHL entry draft on Sportsnet.
Get closer to hockey with the NHL app. Closer to the names you know and need to know. Download the NHL app today.
Now is your chance to share, trade, collect, and complete quests with hockey fans around the world and get rewarded when you play. Start your NHL video collection today.
Dove Men Plus Care Whole Body DO protects you everywhere. Here, when you're there. There, when you're here. Even down there. Dove Men Whole Body DO. Care that goes everywhere. Everywhere.
But it is time now for Canadians, in the course of our national evolution, to unfurl a flag that is truly distinctive and truly national in character.
There it is, a red maple leaf.
I see someone's had a productive day.
It's summer rollbacks, Tegan.
So there are the bugs.
Looking like a barbecue weekend.
Yeah. You're talented.
Love it. But you'll clean it up, though, right? Yeah.
What do Canada's most passionate burger lovers think about the Teen Burger? How is it?
It's stellar. The patty's nice and juicy.
What I love about A&W is the beef. The quality of A&W's beef is unmatched. Taste the Teen Burger at A&W.
BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. All the excitement of a player's paradise with live dealer blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, and more. anytime, anywhere. Download BetMGM Casino.
Hockey Central signing season, Tuesday on Sportsnet.
All right, so we have a little bit of intrigue here. The Philadelphia Flyers, who with their 6th overall selection took Porter Martone, a big strapping power forward, and now they've traded up to the 12th pick. So clearly they've eyeballed someone here. They've traded 2 picks, the 22nd and 31st, with Pittsburgh, their state rival, to get the 12th pick. What's our anticipation here? Because clearly they have someone they want.
Oh, yeah. They've identified somebody they like, and they've had so many picks here the last couple of years that they can afford to give up the 2 to get this 1.
All right, the drama ends here with the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Making the selection for the Flyers, the record holder for most regular season games played as an Eagle and 2-time Super Bowl champion, Brandon Graham.
Come on, bring him. What's up, Philly? Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all know 2-time Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Flyers. I'm telling you, they making great picks right now. Feeling good in Philly. Just wanted to say, with the 12th pick in the NHL draft, the Philadelphia Flyers select Jack Nesbitt.
Oh, you looked a little surprised.
A big ovation as Jack Nesbitt is the newest member of the Flyers from Sarnia. His mom, Melissa, his dad, Chris, his brother, Brady. And he actually billeted with our senior executive producer, Joel Darling, and his family in Oakville. He's billeted there in the summer, trained in Toronto, and Joel's
Start
upset.
feeding him nails,
Yeah.
Joel Darling, because he's going to Philly.
Joel's going to be increasing the rent, apparently, now. Now they have an NHL contract.
And cheesesteaks, only cheesesteaks.
But here we are, 6'4", 185 pounds, and he won gold, of course, on Canada's U18 team. What are they picking up in Jack Nesbitt?
Well, scouts like guys that go from the start of the year to the end of the year and show market improvement. And that's what Nesbitt did right from the start of the season. He got off to a great start, 7 shots on goal, picks up a couple of goals in their first game. And then he continues playing, and by the end of the year, they're in a battle with Kitchener. Game 7, this guy has strep throat. He can barely get out of the wrapper. So what does he do? He finds a way. He goes in. They lose 2-1 in overtime. This is the guy who scores the only goal in the game. You're sick? Yeah, no problem. Canada's calling. You know what? I'm going to figure it out. Gets on a plane, goes to Texas, ends up playing in more of a spare parts role there for Canada, but still effective at the net front. His hand-eye coordination, absolutely brilliant. I think this guy is just scratching the surface for what he could be with Greg Walters and the Windsor Spitfires.
Take a look at what they've done here, the Flyers, fellas. Porter Martone at 6, big power winger. Jack Nesbitt in the middle, 6'4". He's going to be 215 or so as long as he moves out of the Darlings household and he starts eating more. But the thing of it is here that this is a player type that they clearly want to build around, and he can play in all situations. Again, he's one of those guys with length and size, so his agility in small areas is just fine. It's good, and he can front checks, front people, and then net front on the power play. Great puck touch.
And Rick Tocchet has to love all the size going. I mean, we also they added some skill earlier this week, of course, with Zegras. So it's been a real facelift here for the Philadelphia Flyers, who have just
Danny,
one playoff series win in the last 12 years.
Why don't you let Jack know why you couldn't pass up the opportunity to draft this kid?
Oh, this is really exciting. Welcome to the Flyers family, Jack. We tried not to show our hands. We didn't want anybody to know, but you were a guy all along. This is really, really exciting for us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be drafted here.
What does it feel like to know they had to jump up to get you?
Yeah, it's very exciting, and I feel very honored to have that opportunity, and I'm just excited to get going.
Danny, you guys obviously have your own internal rankings and the things you're looking for in a Philadelphia Flyer. What stood out most about his skill set?
Well, first of all, the center position is a critical one for us that we wanted to improve. So a big left shot center, the grit combination with the skills, it's just something that we needed.
Keith Jones, you're smiling over there in the back. What do you think about this pick?
Well, he looks like a Flyer to me, so we're fired up about it. We love the way he plays the game. Danny mentioned the grit. He's got some high-end skill to go with that, and we think he's just going to develop into an outstanding player for us. So welcome to Philadelphia, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's a stamp of approval. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So there it is, Jack Nesbitt becoming the 10th player from the CHL. Hey, celebrate the development we're seeing in the CHL. 10 of the first 12 picks, including Jack Nesbitt.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. And let's talk a little bit about this guy's hands, the skill set, the reach. Go ahead, Books. You're cutting this pack.
Well, when you see him come off the half wall like that, that's not an easy play. When you're really tall and long and you can corral pucks in your feet to make plays, that's a difficult thing to do. This is what he does, though. Off the puck, if he gives it, he's going to the net, and he's just exceptionally difficult to defend going to the net with that length and the size.
Let's go downstairs. Ailish standing by with the newest member of the Flyers.
All right, when a team trades up to get you because they just can't let you go by, how does that make you feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, it's such a great opportunity, and to have them trade up and get me, I feel very honored to have that opportunity.
They said you look like a Flyer. What does that mean?
It means a lot. I mean, I haven't really followed the Flyers growing up, but I mean, I watch NHL and I'm super excited and a great team. So.
Well, I know that your grandpa's watching, and I know that's a special moment for you. So we have, I know you were Habs and Red Wings, but I think he'll love the Flyers too.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's a great opportunity, and I'm definitely doing this for him. And I'm very. It's unfortunate that he can't be here, but I know he's watching. So,
he's watching. He's got a front row seat.
Exactly.
There you go. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Send it to DA.
All right, Ailish, so many beautiful personal stories, and everyone wanting to take the time to sort of say thanks to those people that got them to this place where they're living out their childhood dreams. We're now 12 picks in. Maybe the most intriguing thing, Sam, something you want to discuss here. Pittsburgh trading that number 12 pick for 2 later picks. What do you find so intriguing about that?
I look at Pittsburgh, and they are exactly on brand. When you look at Kyle Dubas, what do we talk about? A skilled guy who moves pretty good, who has great hockey sense, who can make plays. They don't worry about size. So you get Kindle at 11. I think everyone would be a little surprised by that. Higher than most everyone expected, including both you and I. And then you trade back to get picks. So Kyle Dubas saying, hey, I'm going to get a few more shots at this dartboard. I'm going to trade back, acquire more picks. You look at 2 in-state rivals trading with one another, man, that is not something you're used to.
Where did you guys expect Kindle to go? Just curious.
In the mid-20s, somewhere in the 20s.
So this
like
was a bit of a
on.
reach on some levels?
I had him about 18, 19 overall. Okay. But I got to get this off my chest here, okay, boys? This draft class from pick 22 to call it 45 or 46, there's a lot of the same sort of players. There really is. It's not that there's nothing the matter with that per se, but they're all the same. At the top of the class, so the first 16, I call those guys difference makers, and that's where the difference makers lie. I personally would have made the picks back to back because the volume of guys that are going to fill out the middle of my lineup compared to the risk of these big guys and these skill guys at the top who are going to be difference makers sooner than later. I don't like the move. I'm going to go on record as saying that. I think that this here, I understand how they do it, but it's not the way I would do it.
So they have a lot of picks coming into this draft, and that's something that the Penguins and Dubas want to do in acquiring volume of numbers, restock the cupboards. Let's face it, what they've been the last few years. So getting 2 more picks, to your point, you don't like it, but the numbers, they get the more guys, they restock it.
All right, something we can look further into as this draft rolls on. Meanwhile, Commissioner Bettman, the Detroit Red Wings are on the clock, and their pick is in.
Making the selection for Detroit is one of the Red Wings' biggest fans. Dave Coulier is well known for his role on Full House, but has been in the fight of his life battling non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. We are happy to report that as of late March, he was declared cancer-free, and he joins us from Detroit.
Hey, thank you. I'm excited. I wish I was there with you, but I'm here live in Detroit at Little Caesars Arena, and I am so honored to be chosen by the Detroit Red Wings organization to announce their 2025 NHL draft pick here on ESPN. I go way back with the Red Wings. When I was a kid, my dad and I would go to the old Olympia Stadium to watch Gordie Howe and the Red Wings play, and we were always proud Red Wings fans. Many years later, of course, I would wear my Red Wings jersey on my TV show, Full House. Well, this year we have the 13th pick, and we've had some incredible players wear number 13 for the Red Wings, most notably the magician, Pavel Datsyuk. So let's hope that the number 13 brings us some great luck this season. Now, let's get down to business and The Oscar goes to, with the 13th pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Detroit Red Wings are proud to select Carter Bear from the Everett Silvertips.
Carter Bear taken off the board, can play center or wing, and there he is with his mother Misty, his father Conrad. Super, super competitive young man. We talked about the Billett family with Jack Nesbitt. Well, he was a Billett brother with Landon Dupont, who's going to be a top pick in a couple of years, we imagine. Again, another player taken from the WHL. Carter Bear, all this guy does is score. 40 goals in just 56 games.
I mean, I love this player. This guy's like a wet shirt on a hot day. You can't get rid of him. He's always hanging on.
Cut it out.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you. He's a pain in the rear end to play against. One of 7 guys to score 40 goals. At 16 years old, he gets drafted into the 6th round of the dub, Kolb. 6th round. Doesn't even play in the dub that year. At 17, he goes in, he makes his mark. Here he is as an 18-year-old guy, and he was unbelievable this year with the Everett Silvertips. His compete is off the charts. He is never going to let you off the hook. I like the wet shirt on a hot, hot day.
I love it. I love it. How about all the vests these kids are wearing? They look fantastic up there. I'm the only guy up. Oh, no, you and me, DA. But anyways, this kid is... He handles the puck really well in traffic. Again, he's a guy that when it's around the net, he's got that ability to find quiet ice, and when he gets the puck in scoring areas, boom, it's in the back of the cage.
Hey, Colby, how important is that? You heard what Sam said about him having to grind, right? A 6th round draft pick into the WHL. You know, and here he is in the 1st round of the NHL.
Buddy, I was a 6th round draft pick in the Western Hockey League, and a few years later ended up being a 21st overall pick. So, Carter, congratulations. You bumped up on me on this one. Things happen fast, development pops, and this guy will look great in a Detroit Red Wings jersey in a few years.
And let's hear him with Steve Yzerman in the executive group.
Gentlemen, we see you over there in Detroit. Why don't you say hello to the newest member of your organization, Carter Bear?
Hey, Carter, Steve Yzerman and Chris Draper here. As you know, I hope you remember, I got to meet you in Buffalo there a few weeks ago. Enjoyed our time together, and we're really looking forward to spending a lot of time together in the future. Thrilled to have you in our organization. Obviously, we love you as a hockey player, and we're very, very excited to have you in the organization with us as we move forward.
Oh, thank you, guys. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Speechless. I don't know. Thank you.
Carter, did you have any sense when you were going through this process this could be the pick?
No, I was just came into the meeting with them, obviously just trying to be myself, trying to prove something to them, and, obviously they took me in. Pretty grateful for that opportunity, so thank you guys.
Steve, you've always had such a great eye for talent. What are some of the qualities and characteristics that really pushed him to the top of your board here?
Well, we think he's an extremely intelligent hockey player, very competitive and highly skilled, and obviously scoring 40 goals this year, a great goal scorer. So we just think he's an excellent all-around player. From everyone we've spoken to, his former teammates, coaches, everyone thinks extremely highly of him. And we think we've found ourselves a special young prospect here.
No doubt about it. Carter Bear, Detroit Red Wings, got a nice ring to it. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
And a little bit of a different script for the Red Wings, who had selected a European in the 1st round the last 7 years, but this time they choose out of West St. Paul, Manitoba, Carter Bear.
That small area there where he picked the pocket of his opponent. Here's another one. See that little spin?
Look at that.
Below the goal. He's not the heaviest guy at 180 pounds, but he leverages very, very well. And he's got, he can shoot the puck, backhand, forehand. He's got that deception to him. Awesome pick.
We'll head down to the floor. Let's hear from him. He's with Eilish.
All right, Carter, lucky number 13. How's it feel to be a Detroit Red Wing?
I'm out of words. This is unreal. I could get very emotional now, but I just want to thank my parents right now and thank everyone in my family for getting me to this opportunity for sure.
So I know you've seen a lot of special people here tonight, but we found a photo of maybe somebody, a stalker from the past. If you'd like, we could rearrange another photo.
For sure. I remember that. That's funny.
And you'd be wearing a much different jersey this time around. But we had to show you that and just to wish you a congratulations and all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
There's hey, Elliot.
Hey, congratulations, Carter. Congratulations, man. I'd rather have your future than mine, both in that picture and now. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
Awesome. All right, we'll send it up to David M for congrats.
Thank you.
Hey, Scott, is there any way we could put back up that picture of Elliot with Carter Bear? I just got to show, because you got to look. Are you able to roll that back in? Okay, it's coming here, guys. He looks fearful. He looks like he has the fear of God in him there.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, like, what's going on here? Oh, that's awesome.
And, if you can't see, in Elliot's other hand is his cell phone. He's breaking trades or something.
Of course he is. Of course he
You know what? It's so genuine with him. So when we had him in the combine room, I remember after, like, we're doing stuff for TV, right? Like, hey, I'm Carter Bear, the NHL Draft and Sportsnet. So he asked us to take his personal phone after. He asked Ailish, I think, and said, hey, can you just use my phone to record this again? This guy is so humble. He's still overwhelmed by being asked to play in the CHL USA Prospects game, by being here, by being selected by the Detroit Red Wings. I mean, this guy is still so overwhelmed and so humble that he still doesn't even believe he should be here. So I think there's just huge things on the horizon for this guy. You talked to his coach, Steve Hamilton, and Everett. They absolutely love him, what he brings to the table, his loyalty, his grit, his determination, and his ability to drag others into the fight.
You know what I like about him? He doesn't appear to me like he's ever going to be too stressed out about anything. He's got that laid-back persona. You know, he doesn't smile a ton, but then you straps on the boots and you get him out there, and boy, oh boy, his hair's on fire and he never goes away.
The stakes are high. Detroit has missed the playoffs the last 9 years. They're maybe not expecting him to step right onto the NHL ice surface, but the stakes are definitely high in Detroit. Again, the newest members there is Carter Bear. Don't sleep on a 13th overall pick, by the way. Josh Morrissey, Nick Suzuki, Matt Coronado, just to name a few. That could be one of those impactful picks, even though it's a little bit outside the top 10. Next up on the board, we have the Columbus Blue Jackets. Let's hear from the commissioner, Gary Bettman. The Jackets have the 14th and 20th picks.
It's time for the Columbus Blue Jackets pick. Please welcome the wife of Johnny Gaudreau and mother of Noah, Johnny, and Carter, Meredith Gaudreau.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this time to thank every single team and every single fan base for your support for my family this past season. It's truly an honor to be here, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. With the 14th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from the Tri-City Americans, Jackson Smith.
And there it is, Jackson Smith, the third defenseman taken in this draft. His father, Wade, of course, played in the WHL as well, including a Memorial Cup championship with Swift Current. And Jackson Smith from Tri-City Plays D, gentlemen, but boy, he picks up a lot of points. 54 points in just 68 games. An impressive resume as he's taken 14th overall.
Yeah, he got that flow going. This guy's going to bring some swagger to the table. But I want to take you back to November 9th. They're at home against Red Deer. They start the second period. This guy has an awful shift. Gives the puck away, wipes out, chases a guy to the back post a little too late. Jody Hall, the coach there, says, hey, son, you got to sit down here. This is not your standard. If you want to be an elite player and a difference maker every shift, you cannot have shifts like that. He learned a lesson, started playing 24 minutes a game after that, ends up with those 54 points that you talk about. This guy is an unbelievable skater. His edge work, his agility, can kill plays in neutral ice, and there it is. He's got that swagger, man. He's got that strut going on, and I think that's something that Columbus could really use.
Big, strong, really big and strong. So I know you guys get bored of it, but I always talk about A game, B game. I'm not so sure which way it goes yet. So when he plays for Team Canada, he's a shutdown guy, takes away space, uses his feet and his length and his body type to body up and make life miserable on opponents. When he plays Major Junior, he transports. Look at the back of that pass.
I love it. The Canadian pride there. Another WH.
I got distracted. I lost my train of thought here all of a sudden. But when he's playing Major Junior, he transports it more. He walks the offensive blue line because he's got that agility and he rips it on net. So when he gets to Columbus, not sure what it's going to be. Let's call it a 2AD right now. But isn't it nice to know that he can play the game a variety of ways?
Yeah, and Matachuk there. You look at Werenski and other guys that can play at both ends of the ice. So another addition for these guys. And he'll be close next year, too, at Penn State. He committed to Penn State, NCAA, so not too far away from the city of Columbus.
And remember, Columbus lost out on the Noah Dobson sweepstakes. It was the Montreal Canadiens who picked him up from the Islanders. So maybe they said, okay, we didn't get that bona fide guy right now, but we got something coming down the pipeline here in Jackson Smith. Let's hear what he has to say to Don Waddell.
You take it away and welcome your newest member to Columbus.
Jackson, welcome to Columbus. We're very proud and very pleased to be able to draft you. We're excited to make you part of the organization and look forward to the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is incredible. Can't thank you guys enough.
As a team, Columbus took such a step forward this year. How do you see Jackson fitting in the momentum of everything you guys are building as an organization right now?
Well, what we really like, he's one of the best skaters in the draft, and, he can transport the puck, get you out of trouble really easy. And, you need puck-moving defensemen in this game today. The game's played very fast, and, we're just very fortunate to be able to add a guy like Jackson to our lineup.
Adding Jackson to the lineup and having somebody like Meredith here, the response was overwhelming out there. The connection that you have bringing Johnny as a part of this organization still to this day. What does it mean to you to be here today and have that moment?
Oh, thank you. My greatest honor is representing him, so I'm just really happy to be here.
And you do it so well. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Columbus.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So there it is, a champion swimmer. He says that actually helps him with stamina on the ice, and we see it, case in point here.
Yeah, and strength. So here he is representing Team Canada. This is what I'm talking about with his length, and he gets in the lane there. It takes away some time and space. Now here's another one. Watch his footwork, guys, for a guy. He's 6'4". Let's not forget that. He's hard to knock or shoot a puck around. There's no question. But here's what we're talking about as well. When he starts to off the puck, join the rush up the middle seam, it's like they slept on him for a second and he blew by everybody. So here's that other one I was saying, Sammy, when he walks his face. So A game, B game, there's a lot to like. What a fantastic pick by the Columbus Blue Jackets. 6'4". He's going to be 220 by the time he fills out even more. He's already 200 pounds, and he moves like that. He's going to be he's going to be hard to handle.
All right, it's taken 15 picks, but finally we can tee up a Canadian team about to make a selection, and that's the Vancouver Canucks. And their last 3 first-round selections were all from Sweden. Should we expect that Patrick Alvin and that pipeline continues with new head coach Adam Foote, or what are you expecting here with the Vancouver Canucks, who had a really disappointing season? They did boost their offense in the last 48 hours, picking up Evander Kane, but there's some work to do to rebuild this team.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because they don't have a ton of picks, and they haven't had a ton of picks over the last few years. In their last 5 drafts, they've had just 2 first-rounders. Lander was taken 23rd. 11th overall in 2023, and if you go back the year before that, Lekiramäki, another Swede, taken 15th overall in 2022. So they've just had 1 second-round pick the last 5 years, none in the last 3 3. So Todd Harvey and his group are sitting there saying, man, this is nice to have some picks here. And they're in the first half of the draft. They're still going to get a really, really good player here.
What I'm looking for here, guys, is for the franchise to reset the personality, if you know what I mean. It kind of went off the rails this year. The culture got lost, and it's hard to chase culture. So where you do it, you start from draft and develop. You build through that pipeline, if you will. They won in Abbotsford, a Calder Cup. They've got some great things happening there. But, Army, you got to get guys who want it, you know what I mean, to push it over the finish line.
Yeah, and a good pick, I think, here for them as well, with everything they've went through. You mentioned the last little while with their team. Evander Kane comes in, Connor Garland extended now, and now a chance to kind of take a step with some of your guys, and this next pick will be one of those guys.
And don't sleep on the 15th overall pick. Look at some of the studs that have come from the 15th spot. Captains, goal scorers, winners, leaders, legends. Mike Bossy, one of the greatest players of all time. Joe Sakic. I mean,
that's crazy.
This is an unbelievable list. So, you know, when teams do their due diligence, as you've done in the past, Jason, in your time with Florida, I mean, you know, you have some stamp there on the last 2 championships. This isn't a throwaway pick, a nothing pick. This could be a centerpiece for a championship team in Vancouver if they make the right move.
Todd Harvey, this is where you make the big bucks as a scout. When you get into I call it the muddy middle of the draft, so 15, 16, you're not at the top, you're not at the bottom, you trade back, you trade up. There's lots of things that you have to factor into the equation, your strategy, if you will. But this is where a good scout, regional guys who are real fine directors, they do their due diligence. They dig deeper than anybody else to make it right.
And congratulations as well to Manny Malhotra and Abbotsford winning the Calder Cup just 4 days ago. So some good talent coming up the pipeline, and here is the pick for the Vancouver Canucks.
Making the pick for Vancouver, a member of the Triple Gold Club, strong on his skates, two-way winger, Mikhail Samuelsson.
What's up, LA? I'd like to thank LA for hosting this great event. Also want to give a shout out to all our fans back in Vancouver. Thank you for your support. Also want to say congrats to the Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cups. Very well done. All right. With the 15th selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Vancouver Canucks are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Braden Coates.
Braden Coates selected by the Vancouver Canucks from Sherwood Park, Alberta. This guy has leadership written all over him. Captain in Seattle. Met with 27 teams. He also was the captain of Canada's U18 team, a bona fide leader for a team that's looking for more leadership.
And you know what? It started back when he was 15 years old. He was exposed to that 2023 WHL Championship Seattle Thunderbirds team, and that had produced a lot of first-round guys, a ton of guys. So they got a little time in between playoff rounds there. They play a 3-on-3 tournament. Everyone at 15 years old wants Coots on their team. So his 3-on-3 team ends up winning that little mini tournament. They go to the Memorial Cup, and after every game, they're gravitating around this guy, just like everybody has, just like he's doing in Seattle now, just like he did with Team Canada. The excitement, the energy, the passion, the compete that he plays with rubs off on everybody around him, and it started at 15 years old.
Well done, Todd Harvey. Well done. This is going to be one of the best picks in the middle of this draft and potentially in the first round of this draft class. He's not going to be a Misa. He's not going to be a Prondell. But you know what he's going to do? He's going to drive the bus for this franchise going forward. And when they get into Stanley Cup winning contention, and I know they're trying to get there right now, but in a couple of years when they're there with the youngsters that they got coming through, this kid here, he's going to be the future captain of the Vancouver Canucks. This is an awesome pick.
Were you a captain, by the way, when in the Dub?
Yeah, I was for a short time. I gave it up, let's just say.
Who got sick? Somebody gets sick.
I just felt another guy was more suited for the situation.
Well, he's the youngest captain in the WHL, so to bestow that on a draft-eligible player, you don't see that too frequently. It speaks volumes to who he is. Amazing.
Yeah. And another... You know, think about the identity of Seattle. We're talking Merca pick, the way they play, hard-nosed style. like this guy is the way they play, and young leader. And your point, a great pick. Seattle, another first-round pick.
Jim Rutherford, Patrick Alvin, very pleased with this selection. Let's hear what they have to say with Coots.
Vancouver, we see you out there, and we see those big smiles about drafting this guy, Braden Coots. Why don't you say hello?
Hello, Braden. Welcome back to the right side of the border again.
Thank you. I'm so thankful for this. I'm so excited.
What are Vancouver fans getting in this player?
Very excited to have you here in Vancouver. We're following you here the whole year. Your character, your ability to drive plays, compete, and your consistency, and playing as a right shot center, we believe there is a lot of upside with you here. So welcome to a tremendous franchise in Vancouver Canucks.
Thank you. I'm so excited.
And Mr. Samuelson, if you want to come in here as well, you played in this league at the top of your game for such a long time, now in player development with the team. How excited are you to see his growth in this organization?
Very, very excited. It's like all the players here are good players, but we have something special in this guy.
Congratulations. Welcome to Vancouver.
Thank you.
All right, Braden Coots, the player. Braden Coots, the analyst. Take a look and a listen.
I know what this is.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is on the penalty kill. I was just kind of got on that guy quick, made him kind of force a turnover and beat their two guys back to the net. And honestly, I knew the guy was probably going to hit me, maybe not that hard, but I knew I had to get it to the net. Made a quick reaction, just I knew I had to get it up, and kind of went flying into the net, but just trying to go as fast as I could, make a play.
Oh, what a clip. When I come to L.A., when the Arm Dog's here, he's going dog hunting. That is a dog right there.
Let's hear him with Ailish.
Oh, you just said that guy's a beauty. Well, Army thinks that of you, too. How's it feel to be a Vancouver Canuck?
It feels amazing. This is a dream come true, something that I've been waiting for my whole life. And, it's just the start, though, so excited to get going.
So is the party going on in Ireland? Because I know you told us your grandma was too nervous to come, and she is watching. So hopefully she stayed up past her bedtime, because look at you guys.
Yeah, she's awesome. But, yeah, I got some buddies back in Flowing Stone Lake that are watching right now, big crew there. But, yeah, all the people from Ireland as well. Mom's Irish, so this is a big day for our family. But, like I said, just the start.
Well, Rory wins the Masters. You get drafted in the first round of the NHL. Not much of a better year, right?
Yeah, my grandma, she's on a good streak. That was her highlight of the year, probably. Maybe this, but yeah, it's a loss for words right now.
Well, congratulations. Really great to see you in the Vancouver Canucks uniform.
Thank you again.
We'll send it to David Amber.
All right, luck of the Irish, and he's talking about the streak with Rory and his grandma. Well, what about the streak from the WHL? 6 of the last 7 picks coming from the Western Hockey League. Montreal technically on the clock, but we know there's an announcement coming from the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
I'd like to introduce a special guest, Lou Dort of the NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder. Lou is a Montreal native. He's here to represent his Habs. But right now, we have a different role for him. Lou? We have a trade. The Montreal Canadiens trade Emil Heinemann, this pick number 16, and pick number 17 in this year's draft to the New York Islanders in exchange for Noah Dobson. Islanders, you're on the clock.
All right, so there is Lou Dort, one of 4 Canadians who are just playing in the NBA Finals. He is a champion, and now the New York Islanders are on the clock for not 1, but the next 2 picks. They already have Matthew Schaefer. What are they going to add to their group of young prospects? We'll be back in Los Angeles at the Peacock Theater in a matter of moments as the 2025 entry draft continues.
Don't let lunch be lousy. Go get that fresh. Get to Subway. Canadian farm-raised chicken on fresh baked bread in Subway's new fiery piri-piri chicken. Subway makes it fresh like that.
No one's dumb enough to go where we're going.
That's kind of our specialty. Let's go.
Jurassic World, in theaters July 2nd.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
Well, usually I have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $50 million, plus 2 Max Millions. So if you win, you wouldn't just buy your mom a house. You could buy your friends and family a whole neighborhood. Now that's dreaming to the max.
Memories are made here. Arcan Trailer and RV, connecting you with family since 1977.
Welcome back. The New York Islanders already made the biggest splash here as far as picking up Matthew Schaefer first overall. Now they're on the clock back-to-back, 16th and 17th. Matthew Darch, the Stanley Cups with Tampa, and he's not shy to pull the trigger on big moves. Noah Dobson going to the Montreal Canadiens, and they pick up 2 draft picks and Henneman as well. So what do you expect? They obviously were very coveting. Oh, well, we're going to get down, I guess, in here before. We'll get your thoughts post-pick, I guess, because the commissioner, Gary Bettman, is ready to announce pick 16.
Way to go, Gary. Keep it rolling.
Let's keep
going.
There we go. Well, maybe you have a little bit of time.
There he is.
No, of course we don't. That's
right on
live,
cue, Gary.
Live television
Perfect.
works that way. Here we go. The commissioner.
Making the next selection for the New York Islanders is perhaps the team's biggest fan. He's best known for his role as Eric Murphy in Entourage. After selecting Matthew Schaefer with the first pick, now please welcome Kevin Connolly.
What's up, LA? What's going on? Yeah, Los Angeles is my home now, but best years of my life were spent on Long Island. Shout out to the draft party at UBS Arena. Everybody there, wish I could be there. Hope you guys are all having a good time. And with that, in the 16th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from Djurgården, Victor Uckland.
The second Swede taken so far at the entry draft, Victor Eklund, his dad, Christian, his brother, William, of course, a 7th pick overall in 2021 by San Jose. And there we got brothers, Swedish brothers. That seems to be a theme here. You got the Nylanders, the Sedins, and now we have the Eklunds, brothers in the National Hockey League. Undersized but over-skilled. Is that a good description?
This guy, well, really competitive, too. Like, he's stealth. He plays with his heads up. He finds open ice, and when he gets the opportunity to find that open ice, he can strike quickly, either by being creative and making good plays to the unexpected or letting it rip. He'll backtrack on pucks. He'll go into the corners and dirty areas. You know, I asked him, like, how is this going to work out for you? You're watching the playoffs right now. It's a big game. He said, don't worry. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to use my stick. I'm going to come out. I'm going to use my slipperiness, and I'm going to win battles. That's all there is to it. I love that determination about this guy. His skill is awesome, but I love the way he just stealthily goes around the ice.
So when you're scouting around the world, fellas, you have to take into account the different leagues, whether you're in Finland, scouting Liga. So, Army, you played in the SHL.
Yep.
And so Djurgården is in the Allsvenskan, which is the second level in Sweden. But I'm going to tell you something. This kid scored 19 goals in 42 pro games. How do you score 19 when you're at this size? You never go away. You never give up on pucks. You never give up on plays. And if you get a step on somebody in open ice, you rip it on the net, and he does it exceptionally well. This is a great pick. Don't sleep on his size. It doesn't matter. He's a bulldog.
And yeah, I talked about Coots last pick with being a dog, right? And being a hound. It's nice to have the skill. And we saw that with the Florida Panthers this year, right? So you're getting a guy, yes, he has skill. Yes, he's stealthy going around the ice. He's got that Swedish defensive mindset, too, as well, to his game. But he, to your point, he doesn't go away. He hounds. He's on it. He's a hockey player. Another Eklund to the NHL.
And there he is, a brother team going again to the NHL, his brother in San Jose. Let's hear him now with, we're going to, we've already heard from Matthew Dart. So here he is, Victor Eklund. You guys spoke about him. And all of his skill and grit. And the word you really were using is tenaciousness, right?
Yeah, like if you look at it there, he gets under his opponent. Look how big the opponent is around him. But he fronts it. He's got great hand-eye coordination. Here, he's going to hop to open ice at the top, work that cut. Everybody in the NHL does this. It's a low-to-high cycle, right? Everybody does it. That's a heck of a pass, by the way. But you got to finish it, and boom, he does.
Victor now with Ailish.
All right, well, here we are again, and you are a New York Islander. How's the moment feel?
No, it's so exciting. It's pretty special.
You said it was going to be a dream come true. Does it feel like it has?
Yeah, definitely. And to be Islanders is just crazy.
Okay, so we got a great video of you and your brother hugging at the draft where he was selected. This was during COVID. And just to get to have that moment again with him today, just roles reversed, what's that feel like for you?
No, it's something you've dreamt of course. Ever since I sat there with him, I always feel like I want to be there. So yeah, to be drafted is just surreal.
Your parents are going to have to get 2 sets of jerseys now.
Yeah, I think so. I hope so.
Hopefully you can chip in.
Yeah, cool.
All right, thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, David Amber.
Yeah, well, listen, Williams...
Chip in for the plane tickets. You got to go coast to coast to see your
watch
kids.
The kids.
Yeah.
But Williams become a pretty key part of a good young nucleus in San Jose. Can Victor elevate his game to be sort of equal to his brother?
I think people are going to really like playing with him because of the determination that he shows, but they're also going to like playing with him because he has the ability to score or get pucks to other players. And this kind of determination he has, you see it in your garden, they get that promotion back into the SHL. Like, that's huge news over there in Sweden. That's absolutely huge. It's of epic proportions, and he was a big part of it.
So here's where I'm going to go with an undersized player. There's undersized players in the National Hockey League who require people around them to do some heavy lifting so they can be the best version of themselves. Then you get undersized guys like Eklund who do it themselves. And the players around him will appreciate that because he's going to be under checks. He's going to be on it. And he's going to open up space despite his stature for everybody else. You can't teach that kind of compete, fellas.
All right, we mentioned the whole brotherhood that we find in Sweden, and there's the graphic to prove it. Daniel and Henrik, of course, that great maneuver pulled off by Brian Burke back in 1999 to get them second and third overall. William and Alex Nylander, both of them top 10 picks, just 2 years apart for the Leafs and the Sabres. And now William and Victor, 7th and 16th, respectively. It's brotherly love showing. And the Islanders, they're not done. Matthew Darch, talk about making a splash, right? Again, he's been on the job 36 days. Trades Noah Dobson, selects Matthew Schaefer, selects Victor Eklund, and now they're back on the clock. What's going to happen here, Sam?
Well, it's pretty cool that he has the opportunity to make these things happen. And I think with the 2 picks that they had, they were really looking to get up into James Hagan's territory. He's from Hauppauge, New York, on Long Island. That would have been a storybook ending for Hagan's and for the Islanders. But when that opportunity didn't present itself, Nashville went down that road. Boston went down that road, rather, and now here they are getting 2 kicks at the can. So I like this move here. If you're going to get rid of Noah Dobson, you better get a couple of kicks.
What a last few days. What a last few days for Darsh coming in and, yes, getting your feet wet, but here's when the spotlight's on. He's making some pretty big moves and 2 picks back-to-back right now.
He's certainly putting his stamp on the team, Colby. And here's the commissioner. Once again, the Islanders on the clock. Here's Commissioner Bettman.
Kevin did such a good job with the last pick. I said, let's do it again.
Yeah, I'm here all night. No, I'm kidding. Oh, okay. With the 17th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from the Barrie Colts, Kayshawn Aitchison.
What are you owing here? What are you owing here?
I mean, wait till we get to the highlight reels. This kid is a weapon.
What a moment it is. His father, Julian, his mother, Amanda. And, he met with 22 teams. And a real success story here. He did a lot of stuff. He's a graduate with the Hockey Equality Group. That's Anthony Stewart, his wife, Shantae. And this guy's an absolute beast on the blue line. 26 goals in 64 games with Barrie.
Third-round OHL pick. He goes into camp with Barrie at 16. And they're like, yeah, we think we're going to send you to Tier 2. He says, no, I'm staying. He ends up getting 23 games. That's the same year that Brant Clark came back. And Brant Clark was a different guy. He showed a lot of maturity coming back from LA. He took Kayshawn under his wing, helped him with some of the skills stuff, walking the blue line, floating pucks in, and it worked out really well because he had his 26 goals this year. This guy said at the start of the year to his head coach and general manager, Marty Williamson, I want to be a top 10 pick. And Marty Williamson looked at him and said, well, you've had great progression, but yeah, that's good for you. Go be a top 10 pick. Now, it's not top 10. Here it is at 17. Not too far off. That smile, it's infectious. That personality, it's infectious. Ask Jay McKee, who coached the OHL East team at the OHL All-Star Game. Couldn't thank this guy enough for what he brought to the room.
Most points by a draft-eligible D-man, and he likes to throw his body around. I had dinner with Anthony Stewart, and he said, hey, he's from Scarborough. He's Scarborough tough. So there he is. Kayshawn Aitchison, 17th overall. Any surprise here, though? They have the left-handed shot defenseman and Matthew Schaefer, and now they're doubling their pleasure here.
No surprise. You can't teach the DNA of this kid right here. He's leaking out of that suit for a reason. He's a beast. Yeah. This kid is as tough as they come. I don't believe, I want to temper a few things here. He's not going to score 20 in the National Hockey League, okay? But he's going to get everywhere on time, and he's going to make life miserable on his opponents. This guy is just fun to be around. He's a 2AD, shut down probably more than offense, and I'll tell you, he's going to be in the grill of people all night long.
And that suit's out of the Elliott Friedman collection. Hey, that's a great suit.
Very much so is.
He doesn't mind the spotlight.
This guy
just
would
like
stuff Elliott Friedman in his back pocket, though. Absolute weapon, physical, just an absolute bolt of electricity with the way he plays. I saw a hit of him this year during the season. I was drooling. Oh my God, please, this guy's unbelievable. In the Metro Division, of course. I live in Pittsburgh. Gonna see lots of
But you know what, though? Like, let's face it, the Islanders have had a bit of vanilla history. This guy is anything but that. He is going to bring to the table the swagger, the trash talk, and all the things that you like to put your team and
double
push them
interview.
Islanders doing work, trading back into the first round to grab a couple more high-level players for your organization. Matthew, why don't you say hello?
Sean, Victor, welcome to the island. We're excited to have you. We can't wait to see you over the weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Trent, you scouted these players. You were so deep in the weeds trying to figure out what you wanted to bring into this organization. What stood out to you about both Victor and Kayshawn here?
I have to tell you, the thing that they do best is compete. I mean, they're on pucks. They're both physical. They'll go to the net, and just highly competitive kids.
Speaking of that competitiveness, Kayshawn, you are known for having this old school, gritty type of a game. How excited are you to bring that to Long Island?
Yeah, obviously super excited. I'm obviously super honored to be drafted by such a great organization. I just can't wait to get going.
Victor, what is this team getting in you?
I don't know, physical, I guess. Pretty much a dog and a bone, I guess. Yeah.
Your parents are going to get some nice frequent flyer miles between you and your brother both in the league. Congratulations. 3 picks for the New York Islanders in the first round.
All right, well, they used the C word, Colby, compete. Let's see it.
Compete and nastiness. Watch this, like no second hesitation. Like this guy is an absolute heat-seeking missile when he wants to be. Big body kid, can skate, can move, but we saw the Florida Panthers. They did what they want to do. They bullied themselves around the league, back-to-back Stanley Cup champs. And this kid will sacrifice his body and play that style of game. Then you look at the production, too. He has that element to his game. You say he's not going to do that at NHL level. Hard to expect him to do that. But you can't teach this kind of stuff as well with the physicality and the ability to produce. So Islanders did some pretty good business the last 2 picks.
And he's standing by downstairs with our Ailish Forfar. Ailish.
Well, all I've seen for the last about 4 minutes is the biggest smile of the night. How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, obviously super relieved. Hearing your name called, I can't even explain what that felt like, but it was awesome.
All right, so we want to obviously thank a lot of people when you're in this spot, but I know you want to talk about your Uncle Chris and his influence on you, and we got some great pictures of a little throwback version of you.
Yeah, like you said, every single person in my family has been such a big part of this journey, and especially him getting me into hockey, and he was my role model growing up, so he's a big credit to this.
So Scarborough tough. What are the Islanders getting in you?
Yeah, they're getting a big, mean defense that, will make big plays, make a big impact, and, be ready for every game.
Well, congratulations, and have the best time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, David.
All right, so there he is, the newest member of the New York Islanders. Next on the clock, yes, the Sea of Red, the Calgary Flames. We're not sure what they're going to do, but one thing I can say is they've selected at least one player from the WHL in the last 22 years. So they seem to lean towards the Western Hockey League. Maybe they'll be doing that at number 18, Sam.
The league's great. It's known for its toughness, but in recent years, it's starting to get a reputation for its skill. And if you look at the picks that have proceeded from the WHL so far, you see a blend of both things. Coots, perfect example of that. McQueen, perfect example of that. We'll see what's in store here for Calgary, but that grit, determination, toughness, and skill, that's a nice combination to have.
The nice thing about this draft class, fellas, is as we keep rolling through the first round here, the character of this group from top to bottom is outstanding. So where you might find a few of these players that fall off a little bit in certain skill categories, don't ever sleep on the character. These kids are programmed to play hard from the drop of the puck between, not game 1 and 82, between games 1 and the end of June, and there's still plenty of names on the board for that.
How excited, Colby, I'll ask you this. How excited are you about what Calgary's doing right now? Remember, 96 points. People are going, well, they missed the playoffs. They missed the playoffs in a tiebreaker with St. Louis, regulation wins. I mean, they were on the cusp of the playoffs, a team that a lot of exceeded the expectations, and a lot of these young guys played a role in that.
After everyone, fled the city of Calgary. I mean, there's guys flying out of there left and right, and much of it is on the backs of some of this talent that they put in there. Some of the veterans that they have and wanted to stick around and wanted to stay through this as well. That's character, that's leadership, and so they're starting to build some kind of momentum here with the way they want to play and their identity of their hockey team as well.
21 of their last 35 picks from the CHL. I would expect they go down that road again here.
All right, well, this is the first of 2 picks, 18th overall, and they also have the 32nd pick, courtesy of that Matthew Tkachuk trade from Florida. Here's the commissioner again, Gary Bettman.
Next up for the Calgary Flames, co-captain of their 1989 Stanley Cup championship team and a 1992 Hockey Hall of Fame inductee, Lanny McDonald.
Thank you very much to the LA Kings and the National Hockey League for their hospitality. We'd also like to thank a special thanks to our fans and especially our season ticket holders in Calgary and those attending the draft party at the Scotiabank Saddle Dome and hanging out in the Telus Club. We'd also like to say it's going to be one hell of a party of the Sea of Red when the draft picks go in tonight. With the 18th pick in the 2025 National Hockey League Draft, the Calgary Flames are very proud to select from the Victoria Royals, Cole Reshny.
Great emotion there with Cole Reshny, his mother Allison, diagnosed with breast cancer, so she's fighting a battle as well. Father Clinton, brother Anderson, brother Austin, and Cole Reshny, guys. This guy just absolutely skyrocketed up the draft rankings because he went into beast mode in the playoffs, 25 points in 11 games. So How excited should Calgary fans be with the addition of Cole Reshny?
They should be really excited because they're getting an extremely smart player. Take, for example, what happened in the semifinal game at the under-18s. They're up 1-0 against Slovakia. They're trying to figure out what to do on the power play. He goes into the coach's office, which is also where the backup goalies were as well, and says, hey, why don't we try this? Get me off my one-time side. Get me blade down towards the net. See what happens. First power play in the third period. They score 10 seconds in. They go 3 for 3 on the power play. In that third period, they win 4-0. And this guy, a huge part of the reason why for making that adjustment in the power play. He's absolutely brilliant. He's got a great mind for the game.
Yeah, 100%. He played all situations for Victoria. It wasn't just getting points at even strength on the power play. He's a do-it-all guy. He really is. He's not the tallest, but he's plenty strong enough. He's going to North Dakota next year. He's going to kind of plan out his development at the NCAA level for the next, I would say, 1 year. He's probably 1 year and out. But for Calgary Flames fans, what you have here is another piece to the DNA that they're building there in Calgary. He's a hard out every night. He knows how to play the game. Really competitive. Great pick.
And he's from Macklin, Saskatchewan. Are you familiar with Macklin, Saskatchewan?
South of Lloydminster, where I was actually born, right on the border almost of Alberta and Saskatchewan. So you talk about a kid with 5 kids in the family who had to truck them across Saskatchewan to play hockey. Calgary not too far away. Neither's North Dakota, actually, when you're out west. So nice pick for Calgary, getting another Western Leaguer.
In the NHL Draft House, Craig, why don't you say hello and give a message to your newest member of the Calgary Flames?
Hi, Cole. Welcome to the Sea of Red. We couldn't be more proud to have you part of the organization.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm very honored, and thank you very much.
How easy was it to put his name in and make this submission today?
Good Western boy. We were looking for centers, so we were hoping he was going to be there, and sure enough, we got a break.
Don, Jeff, all of the work that goes into making sure you know as much as possible about a player. What are Calgary fans getting in Cole here?
Well, we were just talking about it. We look for, number one, we value character and the person. Number two, the skill level. If you watch any of those highlights, you see what he was doing on the ice. And this is Cole got better all year long. It was a thrill to have him, and we couldn't be happier here in Calgary.
Congratulations once again, Calgary Flames. How's that sound?
Sounds awesome. Like I said before, I'm very thankful, and I can't wait to get started.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
The number 18 overall pick in Calgary.
Fred Conroy pointing out character and skill equals Cole Reshny.
So here we are. We're going to watch him going through the middle of the ice in the neutral zone, come off the flank. He's a distraction, guys. Like, he makes plays and he's a distraction. Here again, this is what you're talking about, Sammy, working the flank. He's not just a shooter, right? He's got his head up. He's looking at all the lanes, all the options, and making plays. Pull up, walk to the middle, see what's available. I'll go far down instead. So these are attributes that you can't teach. We're not showing the other stuff that he really does well. As I put my shades back on, he kills penalties and everything as well.
All right, Cole and Ailish.
All right, what do you think the town of Macklin, Saskatchewan is doing right now? All 1,200 of them.
Yeah, I think hopefully they're all watching. I'm pretty sure they're pretty pumped, so it's nice to have them support me.
And you guys got, what, 60 goats on the farm?
Yeah, around there.
They probably know what's up, right?
Maybe.
All right, so I think we might need to scrub the internet a bit, because Battle of Alberta, you might be deleting some of these photos, but now you're playing for the Calgary Flames. You're going to be a part of that rivalry. What's that feel like for you?
No, it sounds awesome. I can't wait. Like I said, it's very exciting, and an organization like Calgary, it's very special.
Okay, and your family here, a bunch of you. I think last time we talked, you said you don't remember the last trip you've been on as a family, maybe Disney. Now for them to all be here with you today, how's that feel?
It's very special. I mean, I wouldn't be here without them, so I can't thank them enough, and yeah, that's just amazing.
All right, well, congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. What's that to David Amber?
Ailish outing the poor guy. Oh, my goodness. He's going to have to trade in that Oiler jersey for a Flames jersey. And look at the points per game. I mean, Gavin McKenna, we can't wait till next year's draft. This guy is just a phenom. But right behind him, Cole Reshny, incredible in this postseason.
This is so cool. I played for the Saskatoon Blazers, midget AAA back home.
Oh, nice.
So did young Cole Reshny. And I actually spent money on the internet to stream his Air Canada Cup final when their Blazers team walked all the way there. He was really, they had a young team, and he was a big-time player on that team. Snap forward a few years later, here he is up on the stage, going to the Calgary Flames.
It has been quite a run for the WHL. 7th pick in the first 18 from the WHL. The OHL well represented. Again, last year there was 19 Canadians taken in the first round. We're on a pace to eclipse that easily.
Well, there's a great debate now, like the NCAA or the CHL. And what we're seeing from the CHL, where all these players have been developed, is going to be pretty good promotion for that league. Having said that, there might be, and we've started to see a defection, if you will, to the NCAA, which also offers a ton of benefits in terms of the developmental model. In my opinion, you're younger, you need to play games. The CHL offers more of that. And as you physically grow and mature, then I think the path is, hey, if college becomes the next thing for you to continue to compete and to continue to work on your body and play a different schedule, that's the way I would go about it. But we are in a brave new world here, guys.
So what's happened is a lot of these kids have gone to the NCAA. Their clock was different in major junior. They're going to be on the same clock going forward. 4 years, not 2 years. That's going to make a difference.
The St. Louis Blues have the next pick, 19th overall. There's Doug Armstrong and his crew getting ready, and the commissioner's ready to announce that pick.
St. Louis has the next pick. Get ready to laugh. Not at the Blues' next pick, but at this hilarious stand-up comedian. Live from the Blues watch party in St. Louis, Nikki Glazer.
Hello. Good evening. And welcome to all of our season ticket holders here at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. And to all the Blues fans watching at home on your couches, eating Emo's Pizza, let's go Blues. Yes, I'm Nikki Glazer. I am a proud St. Louisan. I literally live right down the street, so I am so happy to be here. I mean, I'm happier than Brett Hull at an open bar, you know? We went Blues. So I really am honored to be here to announce the 19th draft pick for the St. Louis Blues. Fun fact about me in high school, I was actually my prom date's 19th pick, and I was traded after the first dance. But enough about me. Let's get to this. With the 19th overall selection in the 2025 NHL entry draft, the St. Louis Blues are proud to select from the Blainville-Boisbrand Armada right winger Justin Carbonneau.
Oh, Justin won't forget that. Nikki Glazer, thankfully she didn't start roasting him, but she certainly announced his selection. Mother Audrey, father Pascal, brother Jeremy, and really an impressive season for him. Known as a great playmaker, fantastic shot. And from the Q, nice representation there. The Blues get their guy.
This guy really appreciates inspiration. So he was a second-round Q pick. That inspired him. Picked by Rouen, Randa moved to Blainville because Blainville had more opportunity. Rouen was trying to go for it. He had the opportunity to grow there. Take, for example, this year. He's playing with Jonathan Fauchon, the leading scorer in the league. He gets dealt to Rimouski for their Memorial Cup run. So now Carbonneau's on his own to try and drive the bus for the rest of this group. January 10th, they're playing Rimouski. He struggles in the game. They got a 6-5 situation to try and tie it. He's sitting on the bench. Matthew Turcotte, the coach, says, hey, man, your effort wasn't good enough here. What happens? Next 4 games, puts up 10 points. He becomes the player of the week that week in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League, and the rest of his season absolutely brilliant. This guy is a goal scorer extraordinaire.
Years ago, the St. Louis Blues selected a player out of the Quebec League named David Perron. Okay, and I fast forward to today. Justin Carbonneau could be the next coming of David Perron for the St. Louis Blues organization. That's how good he is. They're both not the most fleet of foot, but they get everywhere on time. What they have in spades is compete, and they make plays in a phone booth, like through guys' skates, like in traffic. They get all those things done, and the puck's in the back of the net. He leans goal scorer, but don't sleep on his playmaking as well, guys.
And I can tell you this from being around the league and being in different dressing rooms, the culture and what they have in there with this St. Louis Blues team, Braden Shen and his leadership with this group right down the line with Montgomery as the coach. I mean, this team, it's so easy to walk in there. He's going to have the best time. Guaranteed Braden Shen's calling his phone right now, all ready to welcome him. He's that kind of guy. And so it's going to be an easy fit for him and his personality to easily fit in there. They'll get the most out of him.
Only Michael Misa scored more goals for draft-eligible players. He's about to meet Doug Armstrong.
Well, Doug, we're finally here. Why don't you welcome Justin officially into the Blues family?
Justin, welcome to St. Louis. We're really excited to have you a part of our group. Our scouts watched you a lot this year, and your passion to score goals is going to be a welcome addition to our group.
Thank you, guys. Not a lot of words right now, but I really appreciate the trust and the belief in me.
Picking at 19, gentlemen, as the draft got longer, how excited were you to see his name available when it was your time to make the pick?
Yeah, about pick 15, 16, we were looking at our list hoping that the right players would go in front, and we were very excited that he was there, and can't wait to get him here to St. Louis for development camp and start the process.
Can see the emotion in your eyes. Dream come true. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I wish since a little kid to be here, so be here with my family and be drafted by this amazing team is incredible and all about the process, so I'm really happy.
Enjoy this moment. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Some great emotion there. We got some great emotion earlier. Anton Frondell, Victor Eklund. It's going to be a little Swedish House Mafia at the weekend concert here in LA. Everyone's having fun at the NHL entry draft in Los Angeles.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Rogers Xfinity. Get on Canada's most reliable internet. Learn more at rogers.com/Xfinity.
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
I can see clearly now. I'm here to save you.
I want to give you the chance you need. A chance to give.
I want to remind you that your life means a lot.
And you can share that life
With those who really need it. Here we go. One more. One more. Go, go, go. I'm here to save you. Like you're here to save me. Bright sunshine day.
One more time, step by step.
Place the container under it and unscrew the plug.
Okay, I don't get motor oil off my face.
To get the motor oil off your face, you can simply use dish soap or another cleaner. Is there anything else you want?
It's the big day, Zane. Worried about bad breath? Now it's swishy time. Say yes to TheraBreath mouthwash to help you fight bad breath for 12 hours. And it's non-burning, unlike a best man speech.
TheraBreath, it's a better mouthwash.
Come on, Rover. Come on. Rover, I said go. Silly dog. Red Bull gives you wings.
Who is that?
Hi, I'm Sonny.
Ever seen a miracle?
Anything else?
Try fast.
No one gets past this without a fight. No one.
F1 the movie, now playing only in theaters.
There are some feelings you can get with any sports book.
The highs! No, no, no. The no-no-nos.
The O-O-O's. Now, what you want to do with this? But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of. That feels good. You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right. Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Download the BetMGM app. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Different styles, shapes, and fabrics. All unique, but one thing in common. Every piece you see, and so many more, are made right here in Canada. Sofaland, your home, your style, your choice.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $50 million, plus 2 max millions. So if you win, you wouldn't just buy your mom a house, you could buy your friends and family a whole neighborhood. Now that's dreaming to the max.
The 2025 NHL Draft continues tomorrow on Sportsnet and Sportsnet 1.
A great moment just moments ago here at the Peacock Theater. Jim Nill, one of the classiest gentlemen and one of the greatest executives in the game. That's a third straight, a hat trick of Jim Gregory Awards for GM of the Year. He celebrates. He was surprised by his family. Jim Nill, just a mastermind, currently the Dallas Stars general manager. Of course, had all that success in Detroit.
For me, not afraid to delegate. He's really confident in his hires. Joe McDonnell being one of those guys who's been with him for a long time now and allows him to do his thing, unabetted. Just go out and do your thing. I trust you, and I think that's hugely important in any organization.
The Dallas Stars are one of the classiest organizations in hockey ops in the entire league. I can tell you that by experience. Joe McDonnell is a mentor of mine, and he was with Jim Nill in Detroit with Kenny Holland back in the day. The staff that they have there and the infrastructure that they built for continuity reasons, it's special and good on them. This is a fantastic recognition for keeping things together.
Yeah, they're going to change the name of the award to the Jim Nill Award. Like, it's over.
Yeah.
Way to go, Jim Nill. Great guy.
He's not sharing the wealth at all. Columbus back on the board. Remember, they picked 16th or 14th. They picked Jackson Smith. Here they are at 20, and the pick is in.
Making the pick for the Columbus Blue Jackets with the 20th selection, another warm welcome from Meredith Goudreau.
Thank you, everyone. And are proud to select from the Chiska Juniors, Peter Andreyanov.
Peter is not here with us tonight, but we wish him all the best and good luck.
I'm on this.
All right, listen. This is a bit off the board. He's not here for starters. Andreyanov, he's a goaltender, 20th overall by the Columbus Blue Jackets. You know this, though. You guys know, you go very deep into...
Oh, Books was all over this. He's like, yeah, as soon as he said his name, he's like...
A bit of a surprise, though.
Just
so run it down for us. Run it down for us.
Here's what he is. First of all, Russia has a goaltending factory going on. I'm not going to go into all the details about it, but I'll just say this. They cherry-picked some of the top athletes, goalies. And they send them away to like a Tretiak type development camp, and then they spawn them out to all the MHL, KHL, and their programs to build them up. This kid here, Andreyanov, he's built like a fire hydrant. He's like 6 foot tall, 207 pounds, super athletic, great feet, butterfly style, a little bit too active for me. He's going to have to clean things up. But Sergei Bobrovsky, as a young Bobrovsky, I'm not saying he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Don't anybody get ahead of yourself. But that's a reach for now. We'll see how it goes.
All right, well, let's get back down to our draft floor because Elliot Friedman has some more.
Yes, this reminds me of something. Columbus picking in the 20s.
Mental Hockey League, Yegor Chinakov.
Well, I'm sweating. That's completely off the board for me.
I saw Sam looking through his papers. I saw Mike going through his papers. And I said, we are off the board.
Yes, I was, yes. I'm going with Berkey. He's a winger.
Yes, I remember that well.
Full disclosure, I prepped 60 guys based on all your guys' information. I think I could have prepped maybe 160. I still might have gotten here because the look of surprise on your guys' faces. You remember that Chinakov moment? Is this?
It never gets old, Sammy, by the way. It never gets old.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it is. It is a Chinakov moment, and here's the reason why. You've got Josh Ravensbergen, who's the top-ranked goalie. You've got Jack Ivankovic, who's won everything there is with Canada. You got Lucas Beckman. Okay, then you got Semyon Frolov. You got Pyotr Andreyanov here. You've got a number of goalies that I think are all of similar ilk. I would have expected to see those go in that run early in round 2. Columbus jumps ahead of the pack here. Hey, good on them. They identify a guy they like, they go after him, and they go get him. For me, you probably could have got him tomorrow.
All right, meanwhile, the Ottawa Senators, they're the next team up, and they had such an impressive season, making it back to the postseason, taking the Leafs to 6 games. Steve Staios, Travis Green, that management group, that leadership group with their owner, Michael Andlauer, they're moving in the right direction. What do you anticipate for them at spot 21?
Well, I think this is absolutely fascinating here, and you try and think about some of the things that we've seen so far, trends in the WHL, trends in the OHL. First selection outside of the top 20 since that 2020 draft, which we remember very well. There's a lot of directions you can go here, but when I look at where we are in the draft from pick 20 forward, you're going to get a lot of similar players. What is it you're looking for? The one dynamic element that you think is going to pop. Is it Cullen Potter's skating? Is it the ability to defend with nastiness? Is it a guy who's going to play a two-way game? A center who wins draws, a PK specialist? I think there are a number of options available here, but you're probably looking for that one dynamic element that you think pops and then build the rest of the game around the player after that.
And there's not a lot of good players that are taking 21. They're mostly busts, right, Colby?
That's why he's here.
This guy, David Amber, what an absolute fraud of a host. I mean, you cannot teach this type of...
Nor would you want to. I say that only because
That's
Colby...
why I love working with him.
Colby was selected 21st.
I do love working with you, buddy. You're the best. You're the best.
We always have fun.
Maybe a steal here for Ottawa.
There you go. There you go. Maybe they'll be broadcasting with us in a few years. So we're waiting to see Steve Staios and the gang. They're all getting their selection together. Colby. By the way, the first 20 picks, guys, 16 from the CHL. I know they went off the board 20 with Columbus. There's a lot of people who are saying, Canadian development of players is struggling. It's been going in the wrong direction. Not so the case. 16 players from the CHL. It's been a great run. 15 Canadians so far. A lot of forwards, by the way, as well. 15 of the 20 so far up front.
Yeah, at center. We knew that there was going to be some center depth here. We've seen a lot of that go. We've seen big guys. We've seen big, tough defensemen. We've seen tall defensemen go. We've seen kind of everything that the CHL has to offer, and of course the other leagues, a couple of Swedes, Frundell, Eklund, talking about those guys as well. But I think there are a variety of options for here, and I do think that the player picked here is probably a player that some teams are going to have on their list a little lower, and so we'll see. I think there's a lot of options here.
All right, well, Commissioner Gary Bettman's been very busy. We've liked the celebrity involvement as well. We'll see what Ottawa is going to do with pick 21. Here comes the commish, Gary Bettman.
The Ottawa Senators trade pick number 21 in this year's draft, 2025, to the Nashville Predators in exchange for picks number 23 and 67, both in this year's draft. Ottawa to Nashville, 21. Nashville to Ottawa, 23 and 67. Nashville, you are now on the clock.
All right, so another trade. So Ottawa will not be selecting 21st overall. It's the Nashville Predators, and Barry Trotz will be back on the board. They already picked up Brady Martin, 5th overall. They obviously are targeting someone at 21. We will find out who that is next when we return. You're watching the 2025 NHL entry draft on Sportsnet from Los Angeles.
I'm here to save you.
I want to give you the chance you need. A chance to give.
I want to remind you that your life means a lot.
And you can share that life
With those who really need it.
Here we go. One more. Let's go, go, go.
I'm here to save you. Like you're here to save me.
Bright sunshine day.
The Fantastic Four deserve a fantastic pizza with 4 different topping combinations. So there's something for the whole team!
Get a Fantastic 4-in-1 pizza, only $9.99 at Little Caesars. Hot and ready.
Your financial journey starts here.
Investing 101. Turn it around. Avoid the hype. Trust and defend your curve. Manage
Whatever life you choose, gold is easy to invest in online. It could help you grow what you have and protect it. Gold. Choose your own path.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Slim and Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
One ordinary family
4 astronauts go up into space and come back forever changed.
will become fantastic. On July 25th.
Your planet is marked for death.
We will protect you.
As a family.
Their greatest strength
Johnny, quit screwing around!
is each other.
I tell you how to drive the ship. Don't tell me how to kill sexy aliens.
Marvel Studios' The Fantastic Four. Get tickets now.
All right, so there's Barry Trotz as well as Andrew Burnett and the executive team for the Nashville Predators. They grabbed Brady Martin off the farm from Sault Ste. Marie with the 5th overall pick, and now they move up to the 21st slot, which is a lot of intrigue. They had the 23rd, and they gave a second rounder, or a third rounder, I should say, as well to the Ottawa Senators. They obviously have keyed on someone that they're worried wasn't going to be there 2 picks from now. Give us a sense of what they might be trying to do here, Sam.
Not only that, but they've got so many picks this year that they can afford to give one up. Again, a variety of options here for Nashville.
Yeah, and they missed the playoffs for just the second time in the last 11 years. So here again is the commissioner, Gary Bettman. Nashville with selection number 21.
Making the second pick of the day for Nashville is an all-pro NFL tight end who is also a great friend of the Predators. Exactly. Please welcome George Kittle.
What's up, guys? Very honored to be a part of the NHL draft. Thank you so much for having me. I just want to give a quick shout out to the #1 Preds fan in the entire world, Felix Forsberg. You're going to love this guy, Felix. I can't wait for it. So, just want to say, with the 21st pick in the 2025 NHL draft, the Nashville Predators select Cameron Reed from the Kitchener Rangers. What a beauty. Thanks, guys.
About 20 feet from us, there is a large contingent here of Cameron Reed's family and friends, and they just let out a big roar as the Kitchener big defenseman is selected 21st overall.
They probably all hate you, DA, for criticizing the 21st overall.
That was just you, I was thinking. From Elmer, Ontario. Second most points for an eligible D-man, so clearly he likes to get up on the rush. Mobility and skill marks big marquees of his game.
One of the smoothest skaters in this draft class. So what's the issue? You look at this guy, just learning to defend, and that's something that's increased all year long. You get into a Game 7 against the Windsor Spitfires in their round. They were down 3-0. They come all the way back. They make a switch in their defensive coverage. Him and his partner, Matthew Amandowski, go up against Protas and Greentree. That top line for Windsor, big guys. They had 1 goal throughout the rest of the series after about I think it was the 4th game, or the 4th game in the series, and that changed the entire thing around. They come back from down 3-0. They win the series. Cameron Reed playing a huge part of that in a matchup role, which is not something that we were used to seeing in the regular season.
So when you're starting to scope defensemen specifically who are 5'11", 6 feet tall, there's a couple of things you got to look at as a scout. So when a puck gets chipped in over one of their shoulders, when they pivot, do they have the continuation pace to arrive ahead of their opponent army so they can launch it right back up the ice really quickly? He does that in spades. Offensive blue line, really creative. He can escape when the pressure comes out to him, make plays. Defending from the net front to the corner, he's not like the Radim Merck where he's got the length and all that. He's got to keep the play in front of him a little bit longer. He's got the hockey IQ to do that as well. He's a leader. This is a really nice pick.
So good offensively, but needs to manage the defensive game a bit.
It's just going to be timing. You can't jump out at a check on the half wall too quick because when you're a little bit smaller and they spin off you, they're lane to the net. You don't have the length, so you have to keep it in front of you.
Yes, so this is something that's teachable, coachable. Obviously, as you mature and trust your game, know your strengths, know the angles.
Absolutely.
You start to identify that. This is a guy you can work with. If you've got that scoring touch and that skating, he's out for a great spot.
That's the foundation for which he's going to be successful. His ability to get back, retrieve pucks, move them quickly, and then continue to support the rush.
Let's hear what Barry Trotz and the management team have to say to their newest Predator, and that is Cameron Reed.
Psych. Good job, DA. Keep it up. You're on fire tonight.
I'm loving this live TV with no bathroom breaks. Yeah,
Hey, can I just pipe off real quick about what the Ottawa Senators did there?
Sure, and look at this, by the way, the emotion here. This is what I do love the most about this thing.
Part of
it started with tears from Matthew Schaefer and his family, and we see some tears here. Hold that thought, Jason. We're gonna head down to Ailish, who's with Cameron Reed.
All right, Cameron, how are you feeling? You're the newest member of the Nashville Predators.
Yeah, it's unreal. You think about this day every single day until it actually happens. So I'm speechless, really.
We saw that you had a really great suit jacket made for this. So show us a little bit about some of the family members and the people that helped get you here.
Yeah, it's pretty much everyone. Yeah, like you said, everyone that got me here, everyone that supported me, from friends to family to coaches, teammates, whatever it was. Even my billet dog Harley got me through it. So I don't even know what to say. It's unreal.
You like country music?
I do now.
Well, you do now. That's what we like to hear. Well, congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Send this back to the panel.
There he is, Cameron Reed.
He's going to show up with a mullet to camp and just have a cowboy hat on. What's up, guys?
I'm ready to go. I love country music now. So that's the 21st pick. On deck, the Pittsburgh Penguins. Remember, they had that trade with Philadelphia, so they picked up the 22nd overall pick. Sorry, Jason, we left you on a thought there. What was it?
What I was about to say is that the Ottawa Senators, when you trade back in this area of the draft, that means that on your draft list, you have a minimum of 3 guys that you're comfortable with, that you're going to get one of those 3. And when you're splitting hairs, it's like, I'm going to be equally satisfied across the board there. So that's why that wily vet, Donnie Boyd, love Donnie, that's why he makes that move.
All right, well, again, we're waiting for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Are we going to have another Chinnikov moment here? Because every now and again, we do get those moments. We had one a few moments ago. And you said Kyle Dubas kind of beats to his own drum and does his own thing. Are you anticipating, or is it too hard to anticipate?
Well, the profile when he was with Toronto and what we've seen early on in his tenure with the Pittsburgh Penguins is that, again, they like the skill set. They like the speed. They like the hockey sense. And size isn't as much of a consideration for that draft profile that he has exhibited throughout the course of his general manager career.
Yeah, that's going back to Sault Ste. Marie. That's the way it was too. They played a really quick game, puck control, quick game. Sheldon Keefe was the head coach in the Sioux back then, and you see how he coached at the pro level. Same sort of style of play. So we'll see where they go here. This is a big deal here, Army. This pick, and the next one. They're in that mold where they got to hit on these guys.
Yeah, 11, 12, traded 12 to get a couple more picks here. So it's they're acquiring assets, and I know Kyle likes to do that as well, and that was big talk heading into this draft.
Look at what Washington did. Sorry, Dave, but one of the most difficult things to do in hockey is you have an older team, and you're trying to get younger and improve on the fly. Like Washington, Spencer Carberry, what they've done there, Chris Patrick, Ross Mahoney, absolutely brilliant to have done what they have done. Now Kyle Dubas is trying to do the same thing in the same division.
Picks in. Let's hear what Kyle Dubas and the gang have in store. Pittsburgh making their second pick of this draft. Ben Kindle at 11, and now they add another
Latangs are back
at 22. Yeah, are they going to hit the trade button again?
Steps in.
Alex and Chris, we decided to bring them back.
With the 22nd overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the Rouyn-Noranda Huskies, Bill Zonin.
Great job. And there he is from Montreal, Bill Zonin. Moved to center this year, and it's paid dividends. Impressed a lot of people at the Combine, right? He led everyone with the pull-ups, met with 27 teams. I've had a chance to talk to him, an impressive young man, and here he is now going 22nd to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
So that's an important piece, like moving to center, all right? Steve Hartley's the head coach in Rouyn-Noranda and said, this guy's played the wing the last couple of years. He moves to center this year. The one thing that I know, Books, you're going to talk about is the skating and getting off the mark. Well, by playing center, you're more of a flow game, fewer stops and starts, and I think that helped aid him to the kind of season he had. He's got magic mitts, this guy, and he gets to where he has to go without any issues in doing so, but I think there are some mechanical things skating-wise that you can correct here to improve that first step quickness.
So I reached out to his agent, Phil Lecavier, a couple months ago, and I said, I really love this kid. I'm worried about his mechanics. And then he took me through the process of how hard he's working to improve it. The thing with this, though, guys, is that at the center ice position in the NHL, it's such a large sheet. It's so fast, you got to track on time, all the time, in all 3 zones. I'm not so sure with how hard he plays and how heavy he plays. He's got the skill for sure. I'm not so sure in the NHL he's not a winger, and he's just like battling along the wall to extend plays and then go to the paint and clean up some garbage or hunt tips and rebounds.
Buddy, he's a dog. the arm dog's got it. He's a dog, and he plays that way. Yeah, sure, winger. Yeah, sure, centerman. We'll see where he fits in. Obviously hasn't, not scratching the surface maybe of a finished product, no question, when you look at him. But when you look at the Penguins and you look at the style of play, you guys were talking about with Kyle Dubas, the skill, you know, the smaller guy, size is an issue. They get a big body presence here with this guy that has that, and that's important for the Penguins in the future here.
Yeah, 6'2", just, I mean, listen, 190, that's, I mean, he's got NHL size already, and he's going to fill out a bit more.
He's committed to the program, though. At a young age, he goes to prep school. Why? You have to play better hockey, but also to learn the English language. Not a problem for the guy, but I love a kid who has his path clearly defined by himself, making that decision, move away from his family, and he's just starting to mature and grow into his own now. I really like the player.
Third player taken from the queue, and it's worth noticing that Adrian Kempe and Matthew Nyes are the two players he looks up to, wants to style his game around.
Pretty good. I like that a lot. So you're going to see him here in the middle of the ice. He can really rip it. The thing about it is, what you don't see that whole clip, but what he did was he muscled somebody else off the puck before he came to the middle of the ice and created space. Net front.
He looks huge.
He's going to be a little,
he looks bigger for sure.
Yeah, I know he does. Well, black uniform too, you know, it kind of makes you look like that. Makes me look smaller, but makes But he's heavy hard for sure, guys.
We'll go back down on the draft floor. Ailish and Bill.
All right, Bill, I said, how you feeling? You said, couldn't feel any better. What's this moment like for you?
It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, it was a pretty long night. You know, every 3 minutes felt like 15 minutes, but, you know, to get drafted by such a good organization, you know, I had a great conversation with them at the Combine. So, you know, when they made the trade, I was really excited. I knew that could be an option. So super happy for my family and I.
We talked about it at the Combine, but you have PK Subban as someone that really inspired you. Like, what's it going to be like to kind of carry on this legacy of being a really proud player and someone that just can help pave the future for young boys like you?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's special growing up. I'd watch him and see him do his thing in Montreal, and now, you know, I get to start my own journey, so it's definitely special.
I'm looking forward to watching it. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Up to the panel, DA.
What a great group of veterans he gets to try and learn the game from with that Pittsburgh team. All right, and now we can set up the Ottawa Senators. We were on our way to setting them up. We spoke a lot about what they might be looking for, and you made a great point. I thought that was the trade alert.
So did I.
Yeah. You made a great point about Ottawa. They moved down a few spots, but they knew they had at least 3 guys that they could earmark and say we're comfortable selecting this specific player.
That's always the way it works. You don't want to be stuck with hoping that one guy drops 3 spots. So they're definitely comfortable with whatever they're going to do here in the next couple of seconds, I hope. Here, I want to say this. The Atlantic Division, how tough is it, fellas? Like, it is a tough out, the Atlantic Division. Yeah. Every night's a battle, especially the Eastern Conference and playoffs. Look at the Florida Panthers. Look at what the Montreal Canadiens are doing. So Ottawa is continuing to build out a structure there and a character team that they're going to hopefully be in that fight for years to come.
Yeah, getting in the playoffs here, that was a big thing for them. But you look at their hockey club, all right? 11 picks in the last 2 years. They've only had 1 first. That was Yakimchuk last year in those last 3 years. So acquiring additional picks and continuing to try and build the cupboard, hugely important for Steve Staios and his group.
Colby, what do you think of Ottawa and what they're developing there?
I love them. I love they got a taste of playoffs. I love that they're a little bit on the rise right now. You know, you talk about their division, and we've been waiting for a couple of years. It's like, Ottawa, when are you going to get going? When is something going to click? When is this thing going to start to turn a corner? And for them to get that was absolutely huge. So I feel for this organization or this team right now going into this season, this pick could, you know, be big for them also, and acquiring guys on that trajectory to start putting them into an atmosphere that is now winning.
Yeah,
and that is now a different team, and that is now a team on the rise, and they have to. That division, as you talked about, they got a lot of teams in the hunt, and so they're going to have to be like that. So I'm excited about them. I think they're a fun team to watch. I think they can play a lot of different ways as well, but they've got some key players in there. Whoever they pick, they can feed off of.
They are trending upwards. A 19-point improvement for the Ottawa Senators, a return to the playoffs, and now here's the commissioner, Gary Bettman, with their selection.
Making the selection for the Ottawa Senators, the star of Tom Green Country on Prime Video Canada. Ottawa native, Tom Green.
Hello, Tom Green here. As a longtime fan of the Ottawa Senators and a Ottawa Valley resident there, I cannot tell you how proud I am to be announcing the 23rd overall selection of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Ottawa Senators and Charlie are proud to select from the University of Wisconsin, Logan Hensler. Congratulations.
So the Ottawa Senators find their man, Logan Hensler, University of Wisconsin. They look to the NCAA, Dad Joe, Mom Alicia, brother Dylan and Dane. And yeah, he's pretty pumped up. A right-handed defenseman who turns 19 in October. Where we probably saw him, at least in Canada, was at the World Juniors, part of that gold medal winning team. How important was that, guys, when you want to kind of put your stamp on your resume to be at that showcase, to perform as he did on his way to a gold? That might have landed him into this 23 spot.
I think it's a great opportunity for an underage player. He goes there and he plays in the third pairing, and that kind of is where you see this guy. He's got a really safe game. His skating is unbelievable. He goes into college. He doesn't overwhelm you with any one particular part of his game, but he's like a steady Eddie type of guy. And the Ottawa Senators have had some pretty good success lately when you think about Jake Sanderson and where he's picked, what he's become. Tyler Clevin took massive steps this year. You're talking about a couple of guys that have come out of that U.S. program to be very successful NHL players. Hensler was there last year, went to college this year to play at Wisconsin. So as a younger player playing in that league, extremely difficult, but he acquitted himself quite well, and they look to add to their defense core with Yakimchuk last year, Hensler here this year.
I had a huge, to answer your question, DA, I had a massive takeaway at the World Juniors about Logan Hensler. So when he's at Wisconsin, they really ramped up his responsibility in the second half of the year, but the way he played that shutdown role at the World Juniors, it told me a lot.
We've got Logan Hensler in the hockey house here. What would you like to share with him about this choice and the newest member of the organization? Maybe having a little technical difficulties over there in Ottawa. How are you feeling right now? What was going through your mind as you made the walk up to the stage?
Well, I'm ecstatic right now. It's a dream come true. So great. I'm happy to be part of a great organization, and I'm excited to get started.
Was there any part of you that had a sense potentially that Ottawa could be the spot? What were those conversations like leading up to the draft?
Yeah, I had a little bit of a feeling and a lot of nerves, but I'm happy where I landed. I'm super excited to get started.
Well, congratulations. I'm sorry that we had the technical difficulties here, but this is an amazing moment. Congrats, enjoy it all, and head over there, okay?
Awesome, thank you.
All right, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to hear from Steve Staios in the group, but we did hear from Logan Hensler, an impressive young man with an impressive resume. Here are some of his highlights.
Yeah, so you see the escapability here. Now, I don't want people to be misled. This isn't going to happen every night, what you're seeing in that pack there, but it's nice to know that it's in the toolbox, right? Here he is coming in off the flank. Obviously, the LA Kings are on the clock, and, he's going to make a play from down low. Anytime you can be, you can't teach size, and then you work on the skating. He has got the length and the quickness to make some plays, and that's important.
All right, let's hear from Logan. He's standing by with our A-list scorecard.
All right, Logan, you left the Sens fans speechless. They couldn't communicate with you because they're so excited about you being a part of their organization. What's it feel like for you to be an Ottawa Senator?
I'm ecstatic. Great organization, and, I'm pumped to get started with them. Long journey ahead, but I'm super excited with them.
So when you were a little kid out on the outdoor rinks, did you imagine this moment? Because we know you love the outdoor rink.
Yeah, it's always been a dream of mine, and to be drafted by Ottawa is it's amazing. So, yeah, I'm grateful and thankful for the opportunity. I'm yet again excited to get started.
Good thing is Ottawa's cold. There's lots of rinks.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to love it there.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations and best of luck.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So much. Back up to the panel.
All right, thank you, Ayla. So Logan Hensler on the blue line for the Ottawa Senators. And again, not that many Canadian teams selecting here. We saw Montreal traded out their picks, the Leafs, the Oilers, and we had technical difficulties there with Ottawa, unfortunately, so we couldn't hear what Steve Staios' take on that pick was, but you filled in the blanks exactly on the kind of player we're expecting.
Yeah, and then let's think about the additional pick that you get early in the third round, right? Pick 67, so that's going to be a good one as well for them, and then they add Hensler, which I think there are a number of players in that category. Books, you talked about having a bucket of 3 or 4 guys. They knew that Hensler would still be there, and if not, they did have a backup option. But again, the acquisition of that extra third-round pick is huge for a team that hasn't had a ton of picks the last few years.
And if I'm a player, right, player perspective, if I'm a kid or I'm an agent talking to that kid, I'm going, you're going to a team at the right time.
Yeah.
And the team's getting better, and they're starting to arrive, and so you have a chance of inserting yourself into that kind of feeling with an organization when it's going up. It's a good thing.
I just want to say something really quick here for our viewers. As you see surprise picks happen, and if it happens 3, 4, 5 times, everybody's list starts to bump up every time that happens. So as we get into the end of the first, second round tomorrow, you're going to have like 5 or 10 slots potentially. It makes a difference. And when Ottawa trades back, that means that somebody else on their list is bumping up while surprise picks are being made ahead of them, if that makes sense.
And we're waiting for the home team, the LA Kings, to make the 24th selection. LA, by the way, new GM, very familiar to Canadians because it's Ken Holland, who was hired on May 14th. One of 5 GMs ready to make their first selections with their team, including what we saw with Matthew Darch earlier on. So LA, they got to figure out a way to beat Edmonton because they've lost to them the last 4 years in the postseason. They got to get past the Edmonton Oilers. In fact, they haven't won a playoff series, guys, since 2014. And one thing about this arena, we're very close to Crypto.com. They have those beautiful Dustin Brown, Luc Robitaille, Wayne Gretzky statues. They look to add to that. Here's the commissioner, Gary Bettman. The hometown team, this should bring a big cheer. The LA Kings about to select.
On behalf of your Los Angeles Kings, please, you don't know what I'm going to say. Please welcome actor, former football player, and recently the host of the 2025 NHL Awards, Isaiah Mustafa.
The Los Angeles Kings trade pick number 24 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for picks 31 and 59 in the 2025 NHL Draft. Pittsburgh, you are now on the clock.
All of that, and the home team decides they're going to hold off for a little while. So next up, Kyle Dubas and Pittsburgh Penguins on the clock. We'll have it for you here on Sportsnet.
Owning land isn't for everyone, but you're not everyone. Sure, you have a place to settle down, but that doesn't mean you're the type to settle. Meet the Mahindra 1100 and 2100 series. Engineered to be tougher and smarter than anything else in the field. With a reliable diesel engine, our best ever lift capacity, and easy-to-use intuitive tech, your toughest jobs have finally met their match. Mahindra, out working the field. It's 0 for 84 and 2,000 cash or up to 5,000 back on the Mahindra 1100 and 2100.
And what's the deal with kids?
Don't get up, because it looks like you're having a moment. So carry on, because when you sell your car to Clutch, we do all the heavy lifting. Get a firm cash offer in seconds. Just choose a time for us to pick up your car. And you get paid on the spot. Done. Sell your car 100% online. That's Clutch.
Sparks begin to fly. Joy I can't deny. I can touch the sky.
Today, let's stain with Bear.
Today we're
This
not.
is so great. I've been telling him for months.
There's been a lot of rain.
With Bear stains, your deck will have all-weather protection.
Oh.
Get the most trusted stain brand at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot. Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier.
He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
He's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Hi, need snacks? It's me, Megan. I'm down.
Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $50 million, plus 2 Max Millions. So if you win, you wouldn't just buy your mom a house. You could buy your friends and family a whole neighborhood. Now that's dreaming to the max.
Welcome back to the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles for the 2025 NHL Draft. The Pittsburgh Penguins are on the board for their third first-round pick. We send it off to Commissioner Gary Beck.
Gotta go, Sammy.
I'm starting to get concerned about the child labor laws, but Alex Letang is back again because he's doing such a good job.
Thank you. With the 24th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the University of Michigan, William Horkoff.
Up in Will Horkoff.
Picking up a guy who started the year with the U.S. program, and it wasn't quite going the way he thought. He thought he could further his development better by going to Michigan. So in November, he left there, and he was the youngest player in Division I hockey in the NCAA. Absolutely killed it at the Combine. Like, this guy is in phenomenal shape, as you would expect from his dad, who played over 1,000 NHL games. The one interesting element to all of this is he gets reunited with his program buddies, going back to the under-18s, playing in a top-line role, and I think that's where he made his mark. Fuchs, you know this. You're not going to make your decision on just one tournament, but it can sure go a long way into improving your draft stock, and I think it did for William Horkoff.
Yeah, I do too. He fits a player type for me. So you're going to get a big power body who's going to be a middle six forward. He can be net front on the power play. He can extend some plays. He's obviously, look at him, man. He could be a WWE wrestler. This guy's a monster. So this fits the type. They're going to be harder to play against people like this. Yeah. He's going to make people around him have more access to pucks just by the way he approaches the game. So, but don't think that he's going to be a top 6, 70-point guy. That's not his role. This is part of the team-building process.
He interviewed with more teams than anyone. He interviewed with 31 teams. You said you ran the gauntlet,
I ran the
Colby.
gauntlet.
How tough is that? 31 teams at the Combine.
It's tiring. It's just mentally tiring. And, I think of a guy like him, though, and the background of his family, and his dad's an executive now, and being around it so much, it's probably he was prepared for it. I had no clue what I was going into, you know what I mean? So a kid that, it's in his bloodlines, and but a big body guy, for me in Pittsburgh, too, you look at Zonin and now this guy, two big guys.
And here is Kyle Dubas, and he's been busy tonight. Kindle, Zonin, and Horkoff.
Horkoff here for you. Why don't you say hello to your newest member of the organization?
Hey, Will, congratulations, and welcome to the Pittsburgh Penguins. We're thrilled to have you, big fella.
Thank you. It's an absolute honor. I really appreciate it. I'm at loss for words, but thank you so much.
Kyle, and
congratulations there, Will.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
We know the pedigree, obviously, that this player has and talent, but what are some things that don't show up on the stat sheet you learned about him through this process?
Well, I think when you first meet and you talk to Will, you find that he's an extremely intelligent young man. He's got a great path ahead of him at Michigan, and had a deep understanding of who he was as a person and what he's going to be as an NHL player. And, it's irrespective of the pedigree. It's all about Will and who he is and what he's going to become in the NHL, and we're excited to get to work with him.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
William Horkoff, everybody.
So it's interesting how things work, guys. You watch the size, the heaviness of what you're seeing in the National Hockey League and the Stanley Cup playoffs. A bit of a departure for Wes Clark and Kyle Dubas. They go with a 6'2" guy and now a 6'4.5" guy in Will Horkoff.
Yeah, I like it. I really do like it, and it's going to change the way that the Pittsburgh Penguins approach things for now. But listen, we're getting to that point in the first round already where some of these guys, it's going to take a long time for some of these guys to really become NHL players. The path isn't a straight line. But having said that, character, perseverance, drive, fitness, this guy's in great shape. All the things we talk about that are going to give him a chance.
And that pedigree is so important. I mean, you see these guys, right? It's not a surprise and a shock that they have fathers often and mothers who played an elite level of sport, Colby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little bit of a cheat sheet, right? It's an advantage, yes, and looking at that and what to expect and being around the rink and being around guys and being around that element and that level of compete. And so Will, a little bit of a cheat sheet there with his dad, but I'm in Pittsburgh. I watch this team to see some big body guys coming into the system
That's
now.
good.
Like I'm telling you, the fan base also is hungry for that as well, like that battle level and those kind of guys. We're far from 16 and 17 with those swarming, speedy, skilled Penguins teams. And so Kyle now adds, we've talked about the picks with the Penguins, and they're adding more guys to those cupboards. And welcome Will Horkoff to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Pretty cool. Pretty cool for the Horkoff family.
It has been busy for them. Ben Kindle, 11.
The Tangs are going hard tonight.
Horkoff.
The steps in.
He logs a lot of minutes when he plays, but he's hammering the stage right now.
Yeah, well, I think Pittsburgh's done for the night, at least tonight, but they're going to be busy tomorrow, right?
Well, you never know. You never know.
Well, actually, no, I'm wrong. They got the 31st coming as well. Oh, no, 31st went to
LA, but anything's possible. Honestly, guys, we're getting into that area where don't be surprised. Sammy and I are going to be here for 12 hours tomorrow because there's going to be a lot of movement in this draft class still. And we are getting into the territory for everybody out there that a lot of these players, you're kind of nitpicking. You're scratching the surface on a bunch of them to figure out what the small difference is between player A and player A and player B, because a lot of them are very, very close to the same.
So it's a different draft. It's decentralized. The GMs aren't here. The scouts aren't here. We're getting a lot of celebrity appearances. So far, the virtual interviews have worked pretty well. Another thing that's different about this draft is the multiple picks for so many teams, right?
Yep.
There's so many teams that aren't involved in this, right? There's, I think, 10 teams aren't involved in this. 8 teams have multiple picks, including Chicago, who, of course, took Anton Frondel, 3rd overall. They're now on the clock with about 30 seconds to go. What are you expecting from Kyle Davidson this time?
Yeah, I think, this is a guy who's picked all over the map. He's picked forwards. He's picked defense. He's had a ton of different picks. They utilize the analytics. They look at what's happening in the prognosticators and what you do, Books, and the Corey Pronmans of the world, the Scott Wheelers, and they kind of look at it from every angle. They're very thorough in what they do. Kyle Davidson and his group, they have the resources to do it. We'll see what happens here.
All right, we are about to find out. We're going back down to the commissioner, Gary Bettman. The pick is in.
For our next pick, I'd like to recognize someone very special to me and the entire National Hockey League family. For 44 years, Gary Mahar has been running the league's communications and PR department. No one is better. No one has been as important in shaping the narrative of the NHL and sharing our players' stories with our fans all around the world. He is a friend and one of the most valuable people to ever work for the league. Gary is retiring after the draft, and tonight I invite him out here to make the next selection for the Chicago Blackhawks.
I grew up in Montreal, and as a lifelong Montreal Canadiens fan, I'm proud to turn myself into a Chicago Blackhawks fan for the rest of my hockey career by announcing with the 25th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, my team, the Chicago Blackhawks, are proud to select from the Muskegon Lumberjacks, Vaclav Nestrasil.
All right, happy retirement to Gary Mahar, one of the classiest guys you'll ever come across. Now, Vaclav Nestrasil is not here in attendance, but he certainly improved
Couldn't
his position.
fit on an airplane.
Yeah, well, listen, yeah, he is 6'5". He improved his position to be drafted, though, immensely when he got to Muskegon in the USHL.
Yeah, and Muskegon went on a deep run this year. They have a couple of players that are high-end players for this draft. Ivan Ryabkin, we're going to hear about him at some point as well. But what you get here, boy, another big body.
Yes.
Goodness, I don't know what's in the water around the world, but here he is. You're seeing him come off the plate. Listen, it's not always going to be pretty from A to B, but he gets there. Like, think Nick Antropov back in the day with the Toronto Maple Maple Leafs, people looked at him and said, I don't know if he can get there, but you know what? Sure he did, and he was a great pro. So it's going to take him some time. It's going to take some development, but it's worth the risk.
There's a couple of things here, all right? Rabkin is also playing there. You go back to Muskegon, it's a hot spot. You got Breeden was over there, Boisvert was over there, and so it's become a hot spot in the USHL to produce really good players. When you go in there as a scout, you get the opportunity to see two guys like they had last year. They're seeing it this year. Rabkin watching him, and all of a sudden, Nestrasov, he keeps putting his head in. He keeps making his way towards the top of the list. He had 8 points in his first 21 games. He finished the year with 34 points in his final 40 games. So clearly there was a progression there. The confidence went up. People are coming in to see Rabkin, and all of a sudden they keep noticing this guy. That leads up to being a first-round pick here. Congratulations.
Rondell and Sammy, let's hit the floor really quickly because Elliot's with a proud papa.
That's right. As parents, all you want to do is see your children succeed, and what a day for the Horkoff family. Did you know?
I didn't know. We're just really excited. A lot of hard work for Will put into this, and nice to see him be rewarded.
So as you're sitting through this, you're an executive with the Red Wings. You're normally used to making these decisions. What was it like to be on the other side of the decision?
It's a little different. It's a little more nerve-wracking. Like I said, I don't make the amateur decisions, thank goodness, but this is a hard day for everyone. Exciting because, this is the future of your franchises, but, as a parent sitting there and not really... the worst part is not knowing where he's going to go, but obviously an exciting day for all of us, and, he's pretty ecstatic.
I'm wondering, too, what is it like when you find out a team has traded up to pick your son? Like Pittsburgh trades into that spot, so they know you want Will. What does that make you feel?
It's exciting. I think that's, hopefully they see something in Will that, we as parents do. Cindy and I, he's a kid that's really big and kind of just starting his physical development, but he's smart, he's hardworking, and I think he's got a bright future, so hopefully they see that soon.
Congratulations to you, Cindy, and the rest of the family.
Great. Thanks, Elliot.
Dave?
Really nice interview there.
I love Horks.
Yeah.
Great guy.
He is.
Great guy.
1,000+ games in the NHL, as Sam pointed out, and we'll see what his son has in store. We're going to get you back down in a matter of moments. The Nashville Predators, you've seen them early, you've seen them often. Of course, they took Brady Martin 5th overall, and then they got Cameron Reed 21st overall, and here they are about to select 26th overall. Such a disappointing season for Barry Trotz and the Nashville Predators, but maybe this is a turning point as far as stockpiling some young talent. Here again is the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Making the 3rd pick for Nashville and joining us from the Predators headquarters, please welcome Jordan Davis, whose new album, Learn the Hard Way, comes out this August.
What's going on, Preds fans? Jordan Davis here. And as a huge Preds fan, I'm excited to announce the newest member of the Nashville Predators coming to Smashville to help bring the Stanley Cup back to Music City. With the 26th overall pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Nashville Predators proudly select Riker Lee of the Madison Capitals. Go Preds.
Well, there he is, Riker Lee. A little run on USHL players. That's 2 in a row, at least. The first 2 taken so far. And a beautiful moment for his family. Almost a goal a game at Shattuck St. Mary's. And now he's a Michigan State commit coming out of the USHL. What are they getting in Riker Lee?
You try and look for comparables, and I think about Tyler Toffoli back when he played with the Ottawa 67s. Kind of a clunky skater, but he always found a way to find open ice and soft ice and the ability to get a shot off. This guy can really shoot the puck. His release, absolutely outstanding. The skating is going to need to come a little ways to get to an NHL level, but the kind of offense he creates and his ability to shoot the puck are elite skills that I think play at the NHL level. It'll be fascinating to see just how they go to work on improving the skating style.
Yeah, they'll work at it. The one thing that I really appreciate about this kid, because you're right, his skating is just average. I'm going to say average. It's not even average plus right now. Outstanding release, like you said, but what he has is the hockey IQ to find quiet ice off the puck, given what he has already. So he doesn't get from A to B necessarily as quick as everybody else, but he figures it out in his mind how to get there and where to find quiet ice. As he gets quicker, he'll get even more chances at getting pucks to those areas.
Yeah, I watch guys like 14-year-old, my son, and I'm at 15 now. As these guys come up, you see the kids that are, they struggle a little bit with skating. Their hockey IQ, they figure out how to get to areas to use it to their advantage, and then you can fine-tune some of the other stuff. So that's development, so key, right? And their guys will go to work with a lot of their players that they pick here, no question, once they get them in the system and get them going.
It's funny how it works, like sometimes to a detriment, right? Oh, yeah, he can't skate, and he has trouble in that area. Well, in fact, it helps you to become a smarter player because you have to find different ways to get things done. And I think Riker Lee's case, the work ethic that he's going to put in, I don't see any question that this guy's going to be able to score goals.
It's like me, I wasn't tough, but I figured out how to fake being tough pretty good. They worked for me.
You might have had the yapper.
What a great run, moving up 12 spots from the midterm rankings. Well, we have found LA's biggest Predators fan, and he's having a rough night, apparently. Oh, man. Calm this guy down. Much more coming up. Oh, he liked the last pick. Jets picks coming up, too.
NHL Shop has the largest selection of authentic NHL fan gear for the playoffs. Shop now and get today's special offer.
Dad, where do bunnies live? How tall can trees grow? Where does the sun go at night?
The all-new, fully redesigned 2025 Subaru Forester. Trust the real search engine.
Where do babies come from?
Your spending changes month to month to month. So, the new CIBC Adaptive MasterCard automatically adapts month to month to month, earning you more points where you spend the most. Introducing CIBC Adaptive MasterCard.
Advil Plus acetaminophen fights pain two ways by combining two trusted pain relievers into one tablet. Ibuprofen targets pain. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Plus acetaminophen fights pain for up to 8 hours.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
Well, usually I have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price, only at the Home Depot.
This year, we're set for more. More players, more days, more game, set, and match. More jaw-dropping moments. Remember that one? More speed, more heat, more love, more fun, more playtime than ever before. Welcome to the tennis playground. Get your tickets now for the National Bank Open presented by Rogers.
Hockey Central signing season, Tuesday on Sportsnet.
All right, well, the drama and suspense is going to continue from Los Angeles. Day 2 of the draft. Tune in tomorrow, 12 Eastern, 9 o'clock Pacific time, right here on Sportsnet and Sportsnet 1. Jason Buchla will be there. Sam Cosentino will be there. And we'll have another 192. So you guys ready for that? 192 selections to go still.
Woo! I'm just getting my flight booked for tomorrow morning, boys. Adios, boys!
Washington is next on the clock. They're coming up with the 27th overall pick. Then we have the Winnipeg Jets at 28. So Washington, of course, they lost in the second round to Carolina. It was an exciting year, though, with the Ovechkin chase and the team making the playoffs, getting to the second round. What do you think's happening here, Chris Patrick and the gang? Yes, we're about to find out, because here comes Commissioner Gary Bettman with the Washington Capitals' first-round selection.
We're working on it. With the 27th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Washington Capitals are proud to select from the Moose Jaw Warriors, Lyndon Lakovich.
And there he is, the Warriors captain, also named their humanitarian of the year. They call him Mr. Clutch. Soki and Devin, his brother Vaughn, his twin sister Asia. And if that last name sounds familiar, it's because his uncle, Sasha, played in the NHL, and he was fierce. Check this out. His uncle had 416 penalty minutes in one season in the IHL. Lakovic plays with a bit of edge himself.
Well, he had 4 penalty minutes, and 2 of those were with a broken stick, David. So that's probably been the one knock against him. Probably one of the most polarizing guys in this draft class, because at his size, his skating ability and skill, completely off the charts. When you're that size, though, everyone wants to see a physical game. Some guys just aren't like that. Now, that's not to say that that part of his game can't improve, but 4 PIMs, 2 really of them, is awfully low for a guy that size. Every now and then you think you'd bump into somebody.
Especially
He got questioned about that by everybody. A number of teams grilled him. One of the most polarizing, fascinating prospects, but a really cool kid in terms of meeting him and his personality. Very interested to see where this goes.
Great mitts, great shot, great release, real good skater on straight lines, especially for his stature. I put it on him at the Combine, if you recall.
Yes.
I asked him, I said, are you a big forward or a power forward? And I wanted an honest answer, and he gave it to me. He said, I'm just a big forward. So he's a big body that's not, programmed to be that way, Army. But listen, big guys who aren't that way, when they get to the league, guess what? You get challenged hard. You're not gonna have any space.
Yeah, and look at a guy they have there right now. Not necessarily the scariest guy. Protas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so here's another big one.
And here he is with Chris Patrick.
We've got Lyndon here. What do you have to say to your newest member of the Washington Capitals?
Hey, Lyndon, how's it going? We're really excited to have you as part of the Washington Capitals family. We were sweating it out the last few picks, hoping you'd be there, and we're glad you came to us.
Thank you, guys. It's a huge honor, and I couldn't be more thankful and happier for this opportunity you guys are giving me today, so thank you.
Congratulations. Enjoy this moment. The newest member of the Washington Capitals.
Thanks.
Well, you see on the right there is Ross Mahoney. And a quick note, he lives in Regina. It's about a 45-minute to an hour drive to Moose Jaw. Would have had plenty of opportunities to see this guy in the Western League.
Yeah, I've done that drive in 45 to an hour, and I've also done it in about 5 hours. It depends on things you can't see. But listen,
drifts.
You're going to see him here. There's nothing to block the snow. You're going to see him here off the rush. Like, he can really shoot it, guys. Look at this. This is him. Straight lines, shooter. We're not going to see a lot of growl along the wall and extending plays necessarily. That's going to have to come.
Let's hear from him. He's with our Ailish Forkbar. Ailish.
All right, Lyndon, when we talked at the draft combine, you said you were going to put the words dream on in your suit. Well, here you are, and you're living your dream. How do you feel?
I mean, it feels amazing. It's just so much relief. I mean, I've been waiting for this moment forever now, and to be picked by such a great organization in Washington, I couldn't be happier right now.
We heard a lot of screams from the audience, so tell us about your family that's here, and especially your twin sister, Asia.
Yeah, I got quite a bit. I probably got 50, 60 people here, and yeah, my sister, Asia, she's here supporting me, and when she was younger, she was diagnosed with autism, but, she's super great, and she's been a big supporter of mine, and continue to support her, so I'm thankful she's here.
They got to get rid of that Vancouver Canucks jerseys. The family will be wearing Cap stuff now.
I think the fams got a new team to cheer for now, and I know they're happy about that.
But best of luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
Over to the panel.
All right, thank you. So that's the 19th CHL player taken through 27 picks. Pick 28 belongs to the Winnipeg Jets. What can we expect from the Jets? Because all they do is they draft, they develop, they try to retain star players. They've done it with so many of their big-name players, which has been a big reason why they had their most successful season in franchise history, was winning the President's Trophy.
Well, things have changed a little bit. Let's face it here now, that Winnipeg is an opportunity here for players to go and play and get to the NHL and have a loyal organization take care of them. The Rutger-McGorty thing, I think, really changed the course of how they go about drafting, and that's going to be something that they probably have to carry forward here. Doesn't mean you're not going to get good players. It just means that if you're a scout for the Winnipeg Jets, you got to drill down and dig a little deeper.
I totally agree with that. There are different strategies for different franchises. I know the fan bases don't like to hear that, but certain climates, certain organizations, that players, depending on where their path is, college or now junior, whatever it is, that you're a little bit worried. Are they going to arrive and be the best version of themselves with our organization? That's Winnipeg. The good thing about the Jets, Mark Hillier running the staff forever now. My winger, Jari Kekalainen there from Europe, they got continuity.
Kevin Cheveldayoff, the second longest tenured GM in the league. They have made their decision. Let's hear from the commissioner, Gary Bettman, with the 28th overall pick in this draft.
For the Winnipeg Jets pick, please welcome Winnipeg's other goalie and one of the league's really good guys, Eric Comrie.
Hello, I want to thank the city of Los Angeles for hosting this, and I'd like to thank Mr. Chipman and Mr. Thompson for being and their families for being the best ownership group in the NHL and providing us everything we need. And most importantly, I'd like to thank our fans back in Winnipeg. They're the best in the NHL, and it's an honor to represent them every single night. And with the 28th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from the Boston University, Sasha Boumedienne.
Big cheers for that selection. Dad, Joseph, of course, he played in the NHL. And here he is, Sasha Boumedienne, from the NCAA, Boston University. And he's got a pretty nice passport.
This guy here, too.
Yeah, born in Finland, but he's 100% Swedish, he says. So he'll be representing Sweden on the international level. What do we get in Boumedienne?
Well, speaking of that, at the under-18s, set the record for defenseman scoring 14 points at the under-18s and really jumped off the page there because in college hockey is one of the youngest players, as the youngest defenseman in college hockey. Pretty tough to make your mark against that bigger, older competition as a younger player on a nightly basis. You get back with your peer group at the end of the year, you start to gain confidence. He's playing over 24 minutes per game at the under-18s, and with that, handling the puck often to end up with those 14 points, upending Ryan Murphy for the defenseman tournament single tournament total there with his 14 points.
Elite skater, area defender. He's not going to be a guy that's going to bump you a lot, but he's going to take time and space away, active stick. And yeah, he went off at the U18s when I was there. And it's interesting because we talked about Will Horkoff earlier. He played to his player type and he had success. Boumedienne here, he used his wheels and kind of that hidden underbelly of offense to rise to the occasion. And that left a lasting impression clearly with the Winnipeg Jets.
And he grew up in a household all about hockey, right? His father, of course, was the former director of European scouting for the Blue Jackets. A very big contingent here for Boumedienne. And he says his favorite player is William Nylander, so he obviously likes the skill part of the game despite being a blue liner.
Maybe probably the skating of William Nylander. He can skate. His younger brother, Wilson, on my son's team out at Mount St. Charles in Rhode Island, he can skate as well, just 15 years old, so keep an eye on him. But great family, hockey family. Spent tons of time around the Columbus Blue Jackets growing up on the ice all the time. It was awesome to watch him on their run, one to a Beanpot Championship and also to the Frozen Four, and he logged some big-time minutes. A young guy, they didn't hide him. He played a ton, a lot of different situations, and you know, I'm happy for this kid. He was here. He's got a big contingent here of friends and family, and you know, good to see him smiling. He's a great kid.
So I just want to say something. I want to pick up off what you just said there. You mentioned the bean pot. You mentioned the Frozen Four, and then, you know, the U18. Like, all these are high leverage viewings, guys. It's not just regular season, and we recognize that he can rise to the occasion. That's super important in this area of the draft.
And it's great now we are tied as alumni members of the Winnipeg Jets officially as he puts on the jersey and hat. Remember, Atlanta Thrashers moved over, boys. Yes. So welcome to the alumni. I know Eddie Olczyk, a buddy of mine, he'd be like, "You're not an alumni. Shut your mouth."
Exactly.
But I am. I know. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's official. So welcome to the alumni.
Are you paying the bills to the alumni? That's all I really want to know.
I haven't been to one meeting. See you there, Sasha.
Talk about a stretch.
And let's hear what Kevin Cheveldayoff and the executive group have to say to the newest member of their Jets.
Kevin, we've got Sasha here in the NHL Draft House. What message would you like to share with your newest selection?
Well, Sasha, first of all, you look wonderful in that uniform. It's such a pleasure to add you to our Jets family, and I'm really looking forward to watching you grow as a player. We enjoyed getting to meet you in the combines and the extra meeting here as well. And again, just so proud to welcome you to our family.
I appreciate it. It's a dream come true, so thank you.
Soak in this moment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's show a little more highlights from Sasha Boumedienne.
Well, it's all going to be about skating, fellas. Off the puck, come late. You know, you beat the forechecker up the ice, or the back checker up the ice, and you create space for yourself. Here he is on a 2-on-1.
Area defender.
Yeah, area defender, active stick, right? So I could That wasn't perfect. I would have liked to have attacked it a little sooner, but it doesn't matter, right? He had the speed and the stick to make it happen, and then guess what's happening? Here, boom, up the ice. He beats people up the ice. So that's what you get. Speed, hockey sense, area defender, compete. Great pick.
And he's standing by with our A-list for.
Way to go, Sasha.
All right, Sasha, it took you quite a while to get down here because you had so many people to hug and all the Swedes were excited for you. What was that moment like?
It was awesome. I mean, obviously I have a lot of people here, and it's a blessing to spend this time with them and have them all be here, so it's pretty special.
This isn't your first draft. We've got some footage of you as just a young pup at many drafts before because of your father, of course. And so this one may be your favorite, eh?
Yeah, this one's pretty special. Obviously, I've been to a few already, but yeah, this one's unreal.
Well, congratulations. This one will be the one you won't forget for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Best of luck. Up to the panel.
All right, so the Jets have their man at 28th, and he's the 7th defenseman taken. Little surprise on the breakdown. We're up to 20 forwards, 7 defensemen, and the surprise goalie taken by Columbus. Is that how you saw this playing out?
Yeah, I think we saw the defensemen. We had a pretty good inkling of what was going to happen inside of 15 and then spread out thereafter, and that's exactly what we've seen so far. Books, I think you feel the same way. We knew Schaefer was going to go off the board first, looked at Mertka and Smith as being the next guys after that, and then it's kind of bounced to exactly the way I thought, at least with the team.
Yeah, I felt really comfortable that I had a handle on, call it, the first 20 players, but then I really did believe that things were going to get unpredictable, and some of the guys that are being selected already in this area of the draft were in my second round, so I'm not surprised by that. That is this draft class, so
Yep.
There's nothing the matter with that.
And you guys were also anticipating it'd be a great night for the CHL and Canadian players, and it really has been. So we're 28 picks in. 18 of the 28 players are Canadian. So that's a really good sign for a country that prides itself on developing some of the best players in the world, including, of course, the first overall pick in Matthew Schaefer. And there's still a few picks on the board. We're waiting Calgary. They have the final pick at 32. LA, the home team, they traded down, obviously, so they're going to be picking 31st. Up next, though, it'll be the Carolina Hurricanes with their first pick. So Winnipeg's off the board. Carolina's on the board. Eric Tulsky, it'll be a second draft as GM of the Hurricanes. So unpredictable. He's so heavy on the analytics.
Oh, yeah.
So what does that mean? Have they been sitting on a certain player? Is there someone that would fit the criteria that Eric Tulsky and his management group would be craving to pick?
A trade back. I mean, 48 picks here in the last 5 years. A trade back would be the thing that they have done over and over again repeatedly. More darts at the dartboard. That is a basic premise of analytics.
Who are the best available? Give us a sense of who would you guys, you're the GM right now, who you're going, oh man, this guy is still on the board, grab him.
Who at center?
Well, assuming that the coach is going to stay there for a while, Rob Brindamore, like Malcolm Spence from the Erie Otters going to the University of Michigan next year, right? A big body, plays super fast. He gets after it. He creates turnovers when they're a man short. Team Canada last year, he's a late birthday, so as an underage, he was all over the puck as a penalty killer. That's a name. Let me just take a look at my list real quick.
Zurovsky.
Yeah, wow.
Malcolm Spence is still out there.
My boy from Russia, Alexander Zurovsky, I'm waiting for him to go. I'm going to be, I'm not going to be as excited as Denoya, but I'm going to be very close to as excited when Zurovsky goes off the board.
It would be a prototypical Carolina pick.
It would be, and he's a hell of a player. He's very, very skilled.
No doubt.
All right, so there's still a lot of good options here. We're going through our notes. There's still plenty on the board here.
Cullen Potter's still there, guys. Cullen Potter is still
those
on the board.
wheels.
Talk about
That would be
pedigree.
Carolina-ish.
Cullen Potter, by the way.
Centerman. No, they got to start stacking up down the center. Jordan Stahl's a little older. And what they're looking at right now.
It's best player here. So, I mean, you're not looking at needs. So whatever the best player is on your list, you're drafting him because he may never arrive on your team. It's going to be asset management. Don't draft for need here. Draft the best player. Manage the asset. He might be a Hurricane. He might not. But he's got to be important enough to get traded to another team if not.
The interesting part, Army, they haven't taken a center in each of the last 3 drafts. So maybe you're on to something.
So I'm wrong, Army. You got to draft the center.
You're on to something.
I have no clue what I'm doing, so that's here we go, Books.
You mentioned Cullen Potter. That name might ring a bell. His mother, Jenny, a 4-time Olympian for the U.S. Father, Rob. They're standing by and hopeful that the Hurricanes could be the selection. The clock has struck 0. There's no sign of the commissioner, which leads me to believe there could be there just could be something brewing here, right?
Or the timeout. Carolina's also famous for that.
Yeah, that's true. I'm getting ready for the foghorn in case it is going to be activated. How would you guys describe the draft so far as biggest surprise?
I got to say, Gary's been bringing it tonight.
He's been good, Commissioner.
Yeah, he might be running out of steam here as we get to the end. We got to get him a little, energy drink down there or something. But the guest announcers, coming into this, it was weird. It was different. It's not your normal draft. So I've been highly entertained. I mean, we had a run of some great celebrity guests with Charles Barkley and others. I mean, it's been pretty entertaining.
All right, well, the commissioner was listening to you. Let's see if he's all pepped up now as he's about to make an announcement.
For Carolina, NASCAR driver, two-time Daytona 500 champion, current point leader, and a huge Hurricanes fan. And as you'll see, he's right in the middle of a race at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. I give you William Byron.
Hey guys, we're out at Atlanta Motor Speedway, getting ready for the NASCAR race tomorrow night. There's a lot going on here, but it sounds like a lot going on in the NHL draft too. So I'm going to toss it back to Gary Bettman. Start that trade.
The Carolina Hurricanes trade pick number 29 in this year's draft to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for picks 34 and 62 in the 2025 NHL draft and a fifth-round pick in the 2027 NHL draft. Carolina trades 29 to the Blackhawks for 34 and 62 this year and a fifth-round pick in 27. So, Chicago, you're on the clock.
Wow, so Chicago, they moved
Sammy
3 picks for the 29th pick. We'll see what's up Kyle Davidson's sleeve when we return. By the way, Roger McQueen, you're having a heck of a night. 10th go overall to Anaheim. Whisked off in a helicopter to Disneyland. I guess that's what happens when you're selected by the Ducks. Pick 29 coming up only in California when you have that happen.
Box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
Shop Canada Day savings at PetSmart from June 26th to July 1st. Buy more, save more on dog and cat toys and treats. Save $10 on select Hills dog and cat food. Plus, save 20% on all dog beds. Shop in-store and online for more great deals. PetSmart, anything for pets.
What do Canada's most passionate burger lovers think about the Teen Burger? How is it?
It's stellar. You know when you're a kid and you can't hold your excitement?
Yeah.
That's what this burger makes me feel like.
Taste the Teen Burger at A&W.
Conto Furniture is a Canadian company built right here in your community. When you shop with us, you're supporting local and choosing quality that lasts. Locally owned, locally inspired. Conto Furniture. Define your home.
Our last big show of the year, it's coming up on Tuesday, Canada Day. Who's coming, who's going, what team's going to make the biggest splash? We will have the answers. Our insider, Elliot Friedman, will be ready to rock. Full analysis. You guys will all be there as well. We can't wait for it. It's our signing season, Tuesday, 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific time. Great way to celebrate Canada Day with some big signings coming your way. We have 4 more picks to get to, starting with the Chicago Blackhawks at 29. So you go, Jason, you trade 3 picks to move up to 29. They must highly, highly covet whoever this is.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see who this is because there are some fantastic names on the board here to play the middle of the ice, especially because I think the Hawks got to continue to build out the middle, out strength down the middle, as you alluded to before, Sammy. My list, again, they're going to have 4 or 5 guys that they felt weren't going to fall to them later on, and they got to step on whoever this is.
It's crazy, Boots, because they have their own second. That's only 3 picks into round 2. Like, what's that, 7, 8 picks from now? They have Dallas's second as well, so they must really be on to something here.
Yes.
I love how you called the Carolina trade. That was hilarious. You must have their playbook.
Frondell and Nestrasil already taken, and now here once again, the Chicago Blackhawks ready for their 3rd
With
pick.
the 29th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from Edina High School, Mason West.
And there he is, by the way. We've had a number of these big athletic forwards taken, and Mason West is the latest in that line. 6'5", 210 pounds. He moved up 23 spots from the midterm rankings to the final rankings. It's been a meteoric rise for him. And he's a high schooler out of Edina, Minnesota, who's choosing hockey over football. More on the football in just a matter of moments. But from a hockey standpoint, Sammy, what are they getting here in Mason West?
You're getting a lot of risk. You know, you've scouted him in high school, 10 USHL games, and a guy who says he's going to go back to Edina and play high school football in the fall. So you are assuming a lot of risk here, and you're also assuming that someone else had him in the next 5 or 6 picks, which could have been a possibility if you have multiple seconds. But this one, a little bit of a shocker to me, based on the fact that football is going to be part of the program here, yet he's telling everybody he's committed to playing hockey. So a little bit of a confusion piece there, but if he gets the football out of his system and then starts to concentrate on hockey, you may have a gem here.
I got to tell you when he's going to get the football out of his system. What's the date tomorrow? Because the Chicago Blackhawks are not risking trading away 3 draft picks to step up on this guy in the first round for him to risk going back. I know he wants to do. He wants to play with his buddies, and I'm all for different athletes playing different sports. But come on, you're a quarterback. He's already made the. You mentioned the rise. The reason that he rose is because he made the commitment to be a hockey player over football.
Well, that's why I'm surprised to hear that there's some confusion. I mean, based on what he's saying, he says, I'm 100% committed to hockey. Are you not thinking
well,
that?
How can you be if you're going back to play football?
He does say
that's not 100% commitment in my mind.
He does say he wants to win a state championship in football and then essentially move.
I get all of that, but he goes back and he plays football, and you get a D1 offer with some nil money that gets into that $300,000-$400,000 range. I don't know.
And he does have some Division I offers for some pretty good teams and universities. So, all right, let's talk about Mason West, the hockey player, with the assumption that he's going to stick to hockey.
Hey, look at this guy. This guy's...
Listen, I don't want to take the shine off him because it's his day. Okay, so here at the high school level, you're seeing he's a man-child, right? Some of these guys are just not able to compete with his size. Here's what I really like about him as we watch his Edina. That's a really fun place to watch hockey, by the way, at Edina. Kirk Giles, ex-Minnesota North Star, head coach there. Anyways, here when he's in playing for Fargo in the USHL, a goal and 8 apples when he was down there, he was around it the whole time. He was around it, and he extended plays, and he was a hard out. Go ahead, Cole.
Well, and then we've got this, and you see the monster, and then, Are you kidding me? An absolute rocket launcher for an arm. So look at him elude, look at his feet, look at his athleticism. I mean, this kind of, too, has to have you going, okay, we got a real athlete here.
No doubt about that.
This guy, and, you know, we talk a lot about playing multi-sports and coming up, and he's taking it a little bit later than most kids do, no question. But you watch this and you go, oh, boy, this is pretty incredible to watch. I saw him with a football this morning walking around.
Oh, yeah, and you couldn't see it in his hands. Like, I'm telling you, this guy could be an absolute gem. It could be a home run here, guys, no question about it, because he hasn't used his falls to concentrate on hockey. When that starts to become part of the program, you talk about the rise he made in the rankings, DA, there's going to be a huge rise in his development and his play once he's fully committed.
All right, so hold on, Jason, before you say anything, take me through the conversation. You're Kyle Davidson. You're going to call up Mason West, and what are you going to say?
Welcome to the organization, Mason. When you come to development camp, who's your representative? We just want to have a sit down, have a little discussion. Maybe we take you out for a nice steak dinner. It's going to be a serious talk, though. You're going to be, cashing checks for hopefully millions of sheets down the line in the Chicago Blackhawk uniform. But this football thing, can we just work it through the summer and have a discussion? Here's the thing. If we did an ISO on some of those linemen in that picture, like how many times have we seen a quarterback going for the snap and then he gets boxed out and the 300-pound lineman rolls on him by accident? These are some of my fears, guys.
The injury risk would be huge. So what's the over-under on Mason? Yeah. What's the over-under on Mason West playing football then? Do you guys think it's not going to happen?
No, I don't think in high school?
Yeah.
I think so. I think he plays.
Wow, the intrigue.
Listen, for me, it's a 0. For me, it's a 0. I can tell you, in my experience, we would not have allowed for that to happen. I'm sorry.
That's things change now, in my opinion, as well.
All right, well, we have the San Jose Sharks. They're on the board. Of course, they already made a splash with Michael Misa, 2nd overall. So we've had 4 teams picked 3 times. San Jose will become the 3rd team with 2 selections, and Calgary with pick 32 will become the 4th team with 2 selections. So it's been a strange draft in that sense, very heavy for some teams and non-existent for others. Mike Greer and the gang, it feels like their pick is in. They don't seem to be scrambling at all. They look very comfortable. And what do you know, even though they have half a minute to go, yes, the pick is in. Here's the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Making the 30th selection for the Sharks, we have Bailey again.
Hello, I'm getting a little emotional back there watching all these dreams come true. Congratulations to everybody so far. This is so much fun to be a part of. But with this big title on my shoulder, we have another dream to make come true. So, with the 30th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Prince George Cougars, Joshua Ravensbergen.
Now, this is really a sensational story. Undrafted to the Bantam draft for the WHL. He made a commitment to himself and to his goalie coach, Sean Murray, that we would work on everything he needed to, and here he is in the first round of the NHL selected. And a big goalie at that, 6'5" from Prince George, born and raised in North Van. And now the San Jose Sharks have another young stud goalie in their organization's setup.
Who's a right catch.
That's
guy,
right.
Same sort of thing. So Ravensbergen's a fascinating story in that I think he's untapped and he's raw. I look at goalies and say, listen, you're not going to be good or NHL ready for another 7 years. You're 18 years old. You have to find a way to play games. Once you get into pro hockey, you have to find your spot there, whether it's the Coast or in the American League. Then you get that for a couple of years, and then you experience what it's like to get some tastes as a backup, get called up for the American League, and then become either that full-time starting guy or full-time B guy, if you will.
Yeah,
so he's raw, and I think there's a lot of room for growth here, especially with the body. You can see it right in front of you.
Okay, so when I track this kid this year, you're right. Southpaw gives a shooter a different look. It's kind of different,
Yeah,
Army, when you're looking
yeah.
at him. And he is obviously a big body. Where you lose your size advantage is if you get too active and you get outside the post. And when you get outside the post, you got to track back to the middle of the net. You've lost all your length that way. He can get a little messy sometimes, but his compete is there. His athleticism is undeniable. He just got to be coached up. He's a lot raw, like you described. I do like a lot of what's going on here. I think he's a 1-1B on projection in the National Hockey League. We'll see how it goes.
And when you mention about his commitment, right, like his ability to work and talk to his goalie coach, that's what goaltending is. And so his commitment will be a big difference maker.
All right, well, let's take a look at Joshua Ravensbergen.
Another dub guy. There he goes. He gives you that look, and shooter there thinking he's going glove side. Nah, not so much.
Like that. I hate it, guys that caught the opposite way. I don't know. Maybe some guys noticed it. I noticed it. It was so weird.
This is the lateral push. See it, Cole? Like how he gets over there? That's just a length. When he stays in the blue paint, he takes advantage of his length.
Oh, nice one there.
It's a desperation save, but it counts, right? All these things matter. If he's 6 foot or 5'11", he's not making that save.
And you know, yeah, well, let's send it down to Joshua along with our Ailish.
All right, I asked you if you were nervous. You said a little bit, but now you can breathe. How's it feel?
It's incredible. A dream come true. It's so exciting to be here with my family and finally hear my name get called. It's something that's hard to even explain. So,
We heard a lot of cheers.
yeah, it's incredible.
So we know you have a very interesting backstory. You're saving pucks, but you're also saving lives. So we have a little clip of some of your, I guess, miraculous moments. Walk us through what's going on here.
Oh, yeah, that was back at Grouse Van a long time ago. There was a kid kind of hanging on the chairlift, and one of my buddies had the idea to kind of grab the rope from the side of the net, and a bunch of us were able to help out and kind of catch him, which was really cool to be a part of.
Well, there's not a lot of snow in San Jose, but you'll have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was super exciting.
Congratulations, and have the best time.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Send it back to the panel.
Yeah, you have to imagine Joshua's, thinking about his goalie coach, Sean Murray, by the way, who passed away last year, and a big reason why he was selected in the first round here. And that's a rarity, guys, because look at this, goalie selected in the first round in the last 10 years. There has not been a lot of them. We've had 2 of them tonight.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a pretty good run here in the second round. I think there's some really good goalie options still available. Andrianov, obviously a huge surprise when he was taken by Columbus. And now you get Ravensburgen, who many thought throughout the course of the year would be in the back half of round one, and that's where he winds up.
Yeah, even Kovac is sitting there right now, too. I wouldn't be surprised he's taken off the board very early tomorrow, so we'll see how this goes.
This is interesting. This is the
next one.
They got us hyped up. They traded it away, and now they finally get it right for the end here.
This is the LA Kings. We are waiting on the LA Kings, the 31st pick. Remember, they traded down their new GM, Ken Holland, hired in May, and they want to bring some of that Stanley Cup pedigree that he's had in his past with Detroit. They want to bring it here to the home crowd at the Peacock Theater. So they have the 31st pick. Sam, they traded down, so obviously they identified someone that they feel they can get later in the draft. Any thoughts on what we might be seeing from the LA Kings?
Yeah, and there'd be a few guys that you'd probably have on that list, and so you'd feel really comfortable looking at your list and you're saying, all right, we got 5 guys here that we think are going to be available. We can really slip down here and acquire more assets. So that's how it works.
They're cranking it up.
Fired up here at the Peacock.
The crowd, there's a little "Go Kings, Go" chant. All right, I think the commissioner's on his way. The Kings fans are ready. Their first pick is about to be made.
Isaiah did such a good job with the trade, we had to bring him back.
When I say LA, you say Kings. LA! LA! That's right, Los Angeles. You've been waiting all day for this one. With the 31st overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Los Angeles Kings are proud to select from the London Knights, Henry Bruchevich.
And there it is. They've picked a champion, a Memorial Cup champion from the London Knights. Henry Bruchevich goes 31st overall, right-handed D-man. He describes himself as a Swiss Army knife, able to play both sides, able to do a lot of things, very versatile. Is that a fair assessment, self-assessment?
Oh, yeah, that's a fair assessment. When you're getting a right shot D who's got some size to him and can produce offense at this part of the draft, you've got to be really excited about it. And I see a future Pacific Division battle with his brother Hunter, now a member of the Calgary Flames. So that could be very interesting as well.
I really like this guy. Obviously, I live right there in London, and I get a chance to see these kids play a little bit more. The London Knights are an elite outfit, and the power play there, they roll out a power play unit that eats up mostly 2 minutes. Let's just call it that. When I look at his statistical analysis, 42 points with limited power play time and playing that two-way shutdown type of a game with some bite. He had 77 PIMs. Like, this guy isn't shy. This is a guy that you build around on the back. He's a 4, okay? He's not a top pairing. He's a 4, and he's going to be a really, really good 4. Kind of like Sean Jersey became, and now he's been traded out to Utah. Similar like that. He's going to be, he doesn't transport it the same way as Jersey, but in that type of ilk.
Dickinson, his teammate on that team, of course, just down the road now in San Jose. And so we'll see lots of him. But, I mean, I always thought when I got drafted, the guys I was in Florida for my draft, getting drafted in the hometown team that's hosting it, it's just another animal for those guys. You get the carpet gets rolled out for you. So, on top of it, winning a Memorial Cup just a little while ago, now he's in L.A., Tinseltown, as their pick.
We were pretty interested here because the pick before that is San Jose. San Jose has Dickinson, who was D partner and a London Knight for at least some of the year. That didn't happen, obviously, so the next pick, and here we go.
The importance of building through the draft. What would you like to say to your newest piece of the puzzle here?
Hey, Henry, welcome to LA. We're excited to have you. Obviously part of a great organization there in London. You won the Memorial Cup. Congratulations on winning the Memorial Cup, and we're excited to get you to LA and work with you and develop you into an important part of the LA Kings.
Thank you. I'm super excited.
Henry, can you put into words what that reception was like from the local fans here?
Yeah, pretty awesome. Thanks for everyone coming out and supporting me. Thank you. I'm excited to get going.
Congratulations. LA, you've got your guy.
That's awesome. As you said, there's a certain energy with the home crowd selecting, and Henry seemed to be enjoying every minute of it.
You're going to take a look at so see that he challenges the middle lane, and he's got the agility to flip the strip and then get out there with an active stick and make a play. He closes really well. His read and react, guys, is very responsible. He's underrated in a lot of categories. Like when you go watch Super Elite Junior teams, sometimes guys fly just a shade under the radar, and you got to be, on time scouting these guys. This is a fantastic Mike Giannetti for the LA Kings. He does an outstanding job. Great pick.
And maybe a guy you said flies under the radar. I mean, look at the guys they had on the back end there as well that he was playing beside, behind, different situations. So a lot to learn in the juggernaut that is that London Knights franchise.
Absolutely.
And then there was one. Last but not least, the Calgary Flames back on the board. Cole Reshny at 18 and now at 32. Again, it's kind of been a while now, but in that Matthew Tkachuk trade from, 4 years ago, this was the pick. That was one of the picks from that trade that they're finally going to make good on. It's the last pick of this first round.
But you know what's crazy? At one point, at the year's end, this was the 22nd pick. And then Florida, of course, goes on that huge run. They end up winning the Cup. And that pick comes 10 picks later. So interesting to see how that all plays itself out.
Last year, it was the Edmonton Oilers selecting 32nd overall via a trade. And they decided to go with Sam O'Reilly of the London Knights. And here is Calgary now, their provincial rival, picking 32nd overall. Do you expect them to go back with another forward, or do you expect them maybe to look to the defense now?
I think they're going to continue to add skill, personally, for me. I think that they're getting to that stage here where they can start to take a little bit more risk because they've been stocking the cupboards relatively soundly in here the last couple of years. I expect them to take a little bit more risk here, especially with the way the draft class is falling into their lap a little bit. They're probably surprised they're going to get a guy here that was way higher on their list.
I think about a guy like Milton Gastrine. He's the guy that comes to mind. Who's a leader, is a big body, responsible guy. Maybe leans a little bit less on the skill side, more on the all-around side. Yeah. But he's a guy that I felt would be in the first round, is still available here.
Yeah, the Western League guy they took before. Maybe they like to keep it out there, out in Calgary. Maybe they lean towards that. A lot of Western guys taken in this first round.
It's been a lot. By my count, we're up to 21 CHL players. We'll see if that trend continues. Calgary Flames making their second.
Come on, Gary, stay with us here.
This first round. For
finish it
final
off.
Time, our commissioner, Gary Bettman.
To make the final pick of the first round of the 2025 NHL Draft, on behalf of the Calgary Flames, Lanny McDonald.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Just before I make that pick, I want to say congratulations to all 31 players picked in the first round. To the players that have not been picked and believed they were going to be in that first round, I say come with the best attitude you possibly can tomorrow and prove them all wrong. I would also like to say, make sure you thank your billets and especially your family. You cannot get here without them. With the 32nd overall pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Calgary Flames are proud to select from the Arizona State University, Cullen Potter.
A big hug for his mom, Jenny, the four-time Olympian, his father, Rob, his sister, Madison. And this is a man incredibly mature for his age. He started playing college hockey at just the age of 17 from Minnesota, went out to the desert, out to Arizona State, representing Team USA. And Calgary takes him. He could play either center or wing, Sam. And now he's a member of the Calgary Flames.
Well, I took to his mom and his dad's coaching, no doubt. He was on skates at 1, but really didn't start playing hockey till 10. And he's another one of those guys who started with the U.S. program, was going to go to Michigan State and thought he'd push the ball a little further ahead. Arizona State had room. He decommitted from Michigan State, goes to Arizona, puts up 13 goals at Arizona State. Like, impressive stuff for a guy his stature. The one thing that will jump off the page for this guy, that one dynamic element that you talk about, his skating ability, absolutely elite. This guy can really burn.
So when we get into a player like this, I've got a couple of markers, if you will. Can't skate, can't think, and you don't have a relentless compete. It doesn't matter how skilled you are because it's just too tough a league. I believe that this kid's going to push through, persevere no matter what. He's got that high-end talent skill-wise. We'll see where it goes. This is, I like the Calgary's roll the dice here. They've had real good success with undersized players in the past that turned out to be great players.
I mean, Coronado's outstanding. Mangiapane had great years there in Calgary.
Coronado went to Harvard, you know, so like, This is good news for the Calgary Flames. No problem with this pick whatsoever. He's motivated. He's going to arrive on time, and he's going to get after it.
Kolb, any thoughts? As their size could be an issue, they say, but at the same time, when you talk about a guy's motor, he met with 29 teams. Clearly, he impressed.
Well, they want dogs. Like, I mean, look at Calgary, and we talk about culture and what they're looking for. Like a hockey rat or a hockey nerd, a guy that loves the game, a guy that's, driven and. Talk about skill set, speed, tenacity, all that kind of stuff. They had another guy like that with an engine and a motor. So Calgary, it's a culture thing as well, and they're getting some guys here today to add to that.
32nd and final pick of this first round, Cullen Potter, great pedigree. And here he is as the final pick of this first round.
So here we go. We're going to work it off the cycle down low, find open space. It's really key when you're an undersized guy that you got to read, react, and find open space. This is what he does best here, guys. A little bit of deception. He's
nifty.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. I love the backhand bar down. But, you think you got him, but he's slippery, right?
You can skate. You can do stuff like that.
That's right.
The 7th American taken in this draft, and he's standing by with our A-list forfar.
All right, Cutland, I know we waited quite a while, but maybe the best pick for last. How do you think the Calgary Flames fans should feel about seeing you in this jersey?
Yeah, good. I think I bring a lot of speed, and I'm an electric player, so I'm, super excited to get started with them.
So we went back, we looked at some tape, and we think you might be the first mother-son duo to score internationally. We got some great highlights of your mom with some amazing angles. I mean, I'm a Canadian, so I don't really like that, scoring on Canada. But here we go. We got just a great highlight reel of you two. You have a lot of her skill, I think.
Yeah, no. Growing up with her, it's been great just to have my parents in my life, and obviously they know so much about hockey, so I couldn't be happier with, how they, helped me grow up.
Big relief now that the night is done?
Yeah, definitely. I think, I guess a little nervous, just, last pick, but, glad it happened and can't be more grateful for it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank
Calgary
you so much.
will be excited to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, back to you guys for the last time.
All right, so there it is. We remember hours ago, this is what it looked like. Matthew Schaefer, 1st overall, followed by Michael Misa, 2nd overall, and Anton Frundell, 3rd overall. The first round's complete. Much more to talk about here in Los Angeles as the draft continues.
This moment, right here, right now. People wait a lifetime for this, so hold on to it. Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now on NHL Shop. A Fanatics experience.
That feeling of relief after Restoralax helps you go. Restoralax works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften stools for gentle constipation relief to restore your natural rhythm. Restore your natural rhythm with Restoralax.
We've been Mazda owners since 2011.
We have CX-90. It's the complete package. Driving dynamics, reliability, and safety.
I know that every time I buckle my kids into our Mazda, that it helps us get where we're going safely. The moment I got behind the wheel of a Mazda, I knew that I would be a Mazda owner for a very long time.
It's a great vehicle, great brand, great people.
Find out why. Nothing moves you like Mazda.
Hi, need sex? It's me, Megan. I'm down.
Avoid the heights. The definition curve.
Whatever life you choose, gold is easy to invest in online. It could help you grow what you have and protect it. Gold. Choose your own path.
Knew that I was bound to accomplish something.
The right equipment makes all the difference. It allows you to completely focus in on the moment at hand. And it's the same when it comes to the equipment you choose for better hearing. Discover how the latest hearing aid technology can help you feel more confident and keep you connected. Book your free hearing test today at your local Connect Hearing Clinic.
Owning land isn't for everyone, but you're not everyone. Sure, you have a place to settle down, but that doesn't mean you're the type to settle. Meet the Mahindra 1100 and 2100 series. Engineered to be tougher and smarter than anything else in the field. With a reliable diesel engine, our best ever lift capacity, and easy-to-use intuitive tech, your toughest jobs have finally met their match. Mahindra, out working the field. Get 0 for 84 and 2,000 cash or up to 5,000 back on the Mahindra 1100 and 2100.
All right, the fans, the families, the players all beginning to exit the Peacock Theater, and it's been a whirlwind. 32 picks, many, many hours, not enough bathroom breaks, we can say that. But we got through it all. And what is sort of the storyline 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when we look back at the 2025 draft? What will be the storyline that you remember?
Well, for me, it's the emotion. I mean, Matthew Schaefer getting taken first overall. When we watched in the pregame, the emotion from the story of the loss of his mother, the loss of his billet mother, the loss of Jim Waters, the owner of the Erie Otters. Like, at some point you knew it was going to get to this. And he gets up on stage and he's pointing to the sky. I mean, absolutely brilliant. And then he comes up with us, and I got to tell you, I shed a number of tears today watching this entire story unfold. Look at him. It's like uncontrollable, and it's bringing back the emotion in me. So really, really impressed by this young man, and really cool to watch this emotional story unfold right in front of us.
Yeah, it was beautiful, heartwarming, heartbreaking at times, but it was absolutely amazing having him on the set. What a mature young man. As far as biggest surprises, let's start with you, Jason. What might be the biggest surprise 10 years from now?
Well, let's keep with the theme of character and family first and go to Brady Martin, who the Nashville Predators selected 5th overall. He wakes up this morning, makes sure that things are done around the farm, and they have a celebration there to celebrate his hockey day, if you will, after everything. Like, this stuff is so fantastic, guys. But to the hockey side of it, the Nashville Predators are getting a relentless competitor who's going to be, he's a leader, right? He's a leader. He plays the right way all the time. And it's a big day for Nashville. It's a huge day for Brady. It's a real nice day for the Nashville Predators.
You know, on that theme of guys going a little higher than what you expected, the Pittsburgh Penguins go with Benjamin Kindle. So this is a guy that I projected probably in the second half of round number 1, but I love his game. I love what he brings to the table. 99 points for the Calgary Hitmen this year. A really smart player, creative player, should fit into the skill side of what the Pittsburgh Penguins have to offer.
What's your surprise, Cole?
And for me, it's coming into this draft and all the conversation around the size, the skill, the speed, but the back of Roger McQueen, and not knowing where he would be, and some saying, oh, you know, this guy, if he was healthy and there wasn't these question marks, he'd be right up there in the top 3 or conversations of that coming in here. So there was a lot of speculation about it, and to see him land where he landed on this team as well, with the good young core that they have on the rise, on the climb, and to add this, you know, maybe a wild card of this draft with the injury situation. Like, he only played 20 games last year. So pretty impressive, big moment for him to land in a decent spot there in Anaheim.
Is there a clear-cut winner? Books?
Oh, for sure. The New York Islanders, they won the day. They absolutely changed the outlook, the trajectory of this. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of luck involved getting to 1, but hey, They got Schaefer, they got Eklund, they got Aitchison. These are guys everybody talks about. It's sexy to talk about the core, right? All teams are talking about building around core. This core here will improve the trajectory of the New York Islanders sooner than later, and that team will build around the personalities that were drafted today on top of the skill.
And gentlemen, it was another huge day for the CHL. 21 players taken from the CHL. And look at this by nationality. 19 Canadians for the second straight year. 7 Americans, of course, Sweden, Czechia, and Russia all well represented as two. And quite clearly, for 32 players and their families, tonight is a celebration, an NHL dream becoming reality, and moments of tears, moments of joy. It was all witnessed tonight. Now, for another 192 prospects, their journey continues tomorrow, rounds 2 through 7, noon Eastern, right here on Sportsnet. For all of us at Sportsnet, including our producer, Scott Lennox, our director, Mike Mills, our executive producer, Joel Darling, everyone in front of the camera, everyone behind the camera, thank you so much for taking the time. Sportsnet Central's coming your way next. We will see you for our free agency show on Tuesday. What a night it was in Los Angeles. The NHL entry draft, a night to remember.
Hey son, go to California, live with the angels, love who you wanna. Anyway, you know I miss you just like your mama. Call if you want her. Anytime you need a hand now, I'll be there now, just like I